trees swaying by the harbor, midnight silver on the waves. You say the ocean calm your spirit, that's why you drift away. Chrome reflections on the water, your silhouette fade with the tide. Every time I try to hold you, another current change your mind. Still I leave the porch light glowing right where the shoreline bends. Some people belong to somebody, you belong to the wind. And I know you get restless when the city sleeps. That's why your soul keep pulling further than my reach. You belong to the seas, every wave keep pulling you from me. Still you wash back eventually, right where the harbor lights breathe. Boy, your heart too deep, too wild for these city streets. But every time the tide gets heavy, you come back home to me, back home to me, back home to me. Salt air all in your white tee, voice low while you roll the smoke. You say freedom always find you right before you lose control. And I stopped taking it personal. The ocean made you this way. Some men chase after power, you just disappear for days, then return smelling like rain and seawater, moonlight all on your skin. Every time you leave me lonely, you pull me back in again. Maybe I was never meant to hold the ocean in my hands. Maybe I was built to love you without needing where you land. So drift if you need to, float where your spirit leads. I'll still be here waiting where the harbor breeze. You belong to the seas, I knew it from the first breeze. Harbor lights still can't keep peace, but you still come back to me. You belong to the seas, moon pull your soul too deep. Still every storm eventually bring you back home to me, back home to me, back home to me, back home to me, back home to me. Waves crashing softly, ocean leaking, water reflection, ships getting close and nothing. Waves crashing softly, ocean leaking, water reflection, ships waiting at the ocean nothing. Tie yourself down before you swim too deep, too deep. You heard my voice through the fog, somewhere beyond the reach. Now your hands shaking on the ropes, trying not to follow me. I told you take care of yourself, Eat slow, sleep well, breathe. But every time you get too close, you forget mortality. Pressure in your chest tonight, moon pulling at the sea. Every wave inside your mind, closing you to me. I sing like a siren, pull you where the tide bends. You drift further every night, till your name does set the same. Boy, don't lose yourself trying to love me too deep. But if you fall beneath the waves, I'll still pull you next to me, closer to me. Closer to me. Chrome reflections on wet skin, purple lights inside the room. Your shadow floating on the ceiling like the ocean swallowed you. You say I calm the pressure down, but I'm the pressure too. Every kiss another current, every touch a deeper blue. Sailors tied themselves to silence, still they swam toward songs like mine. You can hear me through the water, even with your eyes closed tight. I sing like a siren, pull you where the tide bends. You drift further every night, till your name don't sound the same. Boy, don't lose yourself trying to love me too deep. But if you fall beneath the waves, I'll still pull you next to me, closer to me. Closer to me.
All right, we in here. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Still putting the show together. Big sign off, man. Shout outs to everybody here. Got some stuff to talk about. Y'all come on in. It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda. Right back at the helm of today's show. Got some stuff on the way for you guys, man. Put me on. It's Player Talk Radio. Give me 1 second, y'all. All right. We in the building. Put a 1 in the chat if you here. Let's get into it. It's Player Talk. Let's go.
Welcome to Player Talk Radio with DJ Kuda, the hottest DJ in the manosphere. Let's get it.
Same floor again, same lights buzzing over my head, same girl asking where I've been. I swear I left, but I came back different again. Same floor again, same voice echo through the vent. If this love killed me in the end, at least I know I really felt something. Elevator stuck on 9 again. See your shadow in the glass again. New perfume, same cigarettes, same emotional debt collecting. I keep changing names online, but your voice still recognize mine. Maybe souls don't move through a sign. Maybe they just loop through nights. And every city starts to feel the same. Everybody got a different face, but the loneliness don't ever change. I think I'm finally learning my place. Same floor again, same lights buzzing over my head, same girl asking where I've been. I swear I left, but I came back different again. Same floor again, same voice echo through the vent. If this love killed me in the end, at least I know I really felt something.
You know, you got a lot of stuff going on in the world today, man. Y'all got to make sure y'all are okay. I just see there's a new virus pandemic. You know, they call it the hantavirus. Niggas just making shit a hantavirus. Can't make this up. Hantavirus. All right, y'all gotta be careful out there. You dig what I'm saying? They got designer coughs, you know, coming up. You know, hantavirus. So that's the new one that's out now. It's the hantavirus. All right, we getting into it. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. It's Player Talk Radio. All right. Give me 1 second. All right. We in the mix. Let's go.
Baby, don't let go. Don't let go. No. I know your mind get heavy sometimes, heavy like the ocean. thoughts can barely speak. I got you hooked on my time, reeling you in all night. Slow waves under moonlight. You forget the world outside. Care for your soul for me. Need your heart be close to me. Boy, don't drown too far from me. Stay where the water breathes. Stay where the water breathes. Stay where the water breathes. Smoke curling through the bedroom light, 808s inside your chest, hands tracing over old scars like I'm trying to make them red. Everything late. You say the world too loud again, too many ghosts inside your head, so I kiss you slow like medicine till the noise dissolves instead. Love, love. Flow with me, lose track of time with me. No clocks underwater, no pain underwater, just us underneath the blue. I got you hooked on my time, reeling you in all night. Slow waves under moonlight. You forget the world outside. Care for your soul for me. Need your heart be close to me. Boy, don't drown too far from me. Stay where the water breathes. Stay where the water breathes. Stay where the water breathes.
Man, oh man. Shout outs to everybody rocking with the music, man. Everything is going well. Actually doing well, especially on Twitter, man. No, not on Twitter, on TikTok, man. Everything is going good, man. Shout outs to everybody in the building. You know, give yourself a huge pat on the back. Make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. And make sure you definitely check out their vast selection of natural products. You know what I'm saying? Designed to keep you fit, in shape, and you know what I'm saying? And most importantly, healthy, you know, if you're not fit or in shape. You dig what I'm saying? So make sure you guys click the QR code and head over to hempforfitness.com and make sure you use the details that's in the box right there to definitely get your 10% off and your 2 free gifts. You know, we in the building is Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of all the shows, you know, hardest working man on YouTube. You know, I was going to go live last night covering this Drake rollout, but I'm like, everybody's doing it. I'm all right. You know, I you know, just sit back and be a fan, you know. Man, oh man. Big surprise. You know, my little ass was geeked the fuck up. I was enjoying it, you know. Laying in bed, just enjoying it, you know. Well, I was up working, but I was laying in bed and enjoying, you know, the rollout. And I was looking for it last night, all 3 hours into the, you know, the 15th and stuff. I'm like, man, where the hell is this damn album? I didn't know we were getting 3. This nigga Drake broke the internet. You know? This nigga Drake broke the internet. I've never, all the live streams I've seen in my life, I've never seen 500,000 people in the box. I said that man is fucking nuts. Full $500,000 in the box. You know, really it was 70. It was really 700 something K. You know, because it was going on for hours, and you know, them people was was rotating. Give me 1 second, y'all. There's always some shit in this damn studio. But yeah, man, them people was rotating, man, and I was just ready for the album. You know, I'm gonna go over that album and Isaiah Rashad's album and stuff. So I got to see how this weekend works out. You know, and we will definitely cover. You know, I think because Iceman is absolutely the album of the year. You know, hands down, absolutely the album of the year. And with Isaiah Rashad's album, just great. And I didn't even find it until later. Like, you know, he dropped 3 of them, and I just downloaded Iceman, and he dropped 3 of them. So I didn't get to listen to the I think the other one is called Habiti or something like that. Habiti or something like that. I think it's called Habiti, you know. But I end up getting 2 out of the 3. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. I just, I see Drake drop, I buy, you know. I got Maid of Honor and Iceman. But I heard Habiti wasn't, I heard that was like a singing album, you know. Somebody was like, one of the albums is going to be like rapping, and then one's going to be like R&B, and then one is going to be like some other stuff or whatever. But we're going to talk about it. Like I said, it's so much entendres and references and stuff like that. This shit is fucking ridiculous, and people keep saying that why is he dissing and throwing jabs at Michael Jackson? He's not really dissing or throwing jabs at Michael Jackson, but it's damn near like the same thing with Michael Jackson that came, full forward, Shout outs to D-Mac in the building. Good to see you, bro. You said Iceman is a B minus? Nah. He talking that talk on Iceman. It's one of them things that grow on you, one of them albums, man. But I didn't get a chance to hear Maid of Honor. I heard Maid of Honor was pretty good. But, Iceman, if you look on it, he has like that glove. And, he throwing up the 6 and stuff like that. But it goes back to like Michael Jackson. When Michael Jackson bought Sony, he had to put out a last album. You know what I'm saying? And that's why he named the album This Was It. And now us real people knew Michael wasn't going to walk away from the industry. But he wasn't, he did hint at it. He did hint at it. But, he never really, never not hint at it because, you need everything to increase sales. Michael don't need anything to increase sales, but more sales don't, it doesn't hurt. But anyway, he called the album This Is It because this was his last album on Sony, before he resumes ownership, because he just acquired ownership. And people didn't like the stuff that he was doing. Like, something that would have went to 4, 5, maybe 10 people went to Michael. You know what I'm saying? So he was doing the tour. People wanted him to come up off those, the rights and everything because, he had to go back and forth in court, and, the lawyers and stuff like that. And, it was just a lot going on with Michael Jackson at the time, and, give me 1 second, man. What the fuck? Everything waits till I go live to start acting a plumb fool. All right. Y'all hit the like button, hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. So yeah, he had to, he had to go back and forth, and they wanted him to come up off that publishing. You know what I'm saying? To beat the lawyer, to pay the lawyers and everything. So they were saying Michael Jackson was broke. There's certain people that you get so rich you can never go broke. Respectfully, not in your lifetime. Michael was one of those people. That man was out there buying all golden sarcophaguses and shit. That man was not playing. So yeah, they wanted him to come up off of those, they wanted him to come up off of the Sony deal. And he was like, okay, you know what? I'm a finesse. I'm finna drop this last album. Pay Sony off. You know what I'm saying? I'm finna, because, he's going to fire a lot of people too. But he's like, I'm finna drop this last album. Fulfill my obligation with Sony. I'm going to give them little bullshit albums and stuff, And then the real shit is coming after it. And as for the money that I need to make to pay the lawyers, I'm going to go on a world tour. And I'm naming the tour This Is It. People don't understand record deals anyway. We talked about that with the Pooh Shiesty and the Gucci Mane situation. They don't understand record deals anyway. So what Michael did was, he said, okay, I'm going to take the money that I make on tour and merchandise sales and stuff like that, and that's going to be the money to pay off the lawyers. And I come home to a bag. I get to, you know what I'm saying? I get to sit on the bag, So he already had the shit figured out, And one of the worst things that can happen with a record deal, to a certain degree, depending on what type of deal you sign, is you become wildly successful. You know what I'm saying? Because your success will outdo the deal. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully you have a label or someone that you can, or you tied in, or you good, your label's on your side, so you can renegotiate your terms and stuff like that, because it's a record loan, And Drake, he's been signing deals that changed the industry, man. Drake signed over a $500 million damn deal, bro. Like, no joke. No fucking joke. Drake he changed the world. I mean, not the world, but the structure of music. Especially with the deals and stuff that they giving out, And honestly, he don't need the machine behind him. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't need the machine behind him. And then, I was geeked up. My girl on there, Molly Santana, what? Woo!
What's the matter, Daddy?
Molly Santana on that bitch.
What's the matter, Daddy?
And then he had my other girl, Stunner Sandy. I played her music on the on the show a couple of times. I ain't gonna lie, I think they fucking. Stunner Sandy bad as fuck. I don't give a damn. She sound like Ice Spice.
What's the matter, Daddy? What's the matter, Daddy?
And if he signs Molly and Stunner Sandy to OVO, I'm gonna lose my mind. I was losing my mind last night. Now look at all these Drake fans coming out the cut out of nowhere. Then the haters. Shout outs to Rose, but Rose wanted to be on Iceman so bad. He making fun of it now. I got a video to show y'all. He making fun of it now. But you gotta admit, that was the biggest rollout. He had the fireworks going for like 20 minutes. He done iced out the damn tower. You know, that shit is, man, listen, dog. Drake's a fucking beast, bro. Drake's a damn beast. Freeze me, baby. Drake is a beast, man. This nigga's a monster. He said, beat my producer. I don't know. He had a bar. My favorite song on the album so far, and I keep playing it, is Plot Twist. I love Plot Twist. Plot Twist is fire. He had a line, something like, beat my producer, BPMs. You know, I said, oh, shit. You know, I said, damn. Bro, people was like, yo, do you think he's going to go platinum? I'm like, man, this shit about to go diamond. These 3 albums, just off of people reacting to it alone. He broke Spotify. This nigga broke Spotify. So like I said, he had to do his thing like Prince, not Prince, but Michael Jackson. He had to drop this last album before he's out of his deal. And the crazy part is he did that with Scorpion. Scorpion was his last joint on Cash Money. And then another crazy thing, right? I gotta go check the numbers because this might be true. They say he dropped like, what, 9 albums? Hold on. Give me 1 second. Freeze me, baby. Hold on, y'all. How much albums Drake got? Too much. He got 11 albums. God damn. God damn. All right, so Certified Lover Boy, I remember when that came out. Right after COVID. Scorpion, that was a hell of a year, boy. I ran through a bunch of hoes in. What's on, D? Yep. Never was. I remember when I first got to Thailand. That was my album right there. Her Loss, For All the Dogs. Then he did For All the Dogs too. Hold on, because somebody said that Drake dropped 9 albums. Yeah, I've been listening to him since like 06, 07. Comeback Season. You know, he was a legend when he came out, honestly. Hold on. He dropped 7 studio albums since 2021. Like, how much music do you fucking want from an artist that's 10 plus years in the game? So yeah, he is Certified Lover Boy. Honestly, never mind. Her Loss. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 albums. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Damn, he did like 9 albums. You got Certified Lover Boy, Honestly Nevermind, Her Loss, Damn Near, For All the Dogs, Some Sexy Songs for You, Maid of Honor, Habibti, and Iceman. And I think I'm missing something. He dropped a bunch of singles too, and I think there's another collaborative album somewhere in here. This nigga's a madman. Yeah, I think he will be 40 in October. You did? What's going on, Cynical? So yeah, man. Woo-wee. Y'all come on in. Hit the like button. Support the show. Let's see what people are saying around the internet. I gotta go check out Screwface again. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I remember, and Drake and a couple of the girls that I've had the same birthday in October. I need to stop dating Scorpions, you know. Let's go. See what this guy has to say now. We'll see what Rose got to say.
What we have just witnessed Drake do is something we've never seen done by an artist.
And that shit was crazy.
And
how he walked into that studio with these bot farms with like all of these phones, like streaming and commenting and stuff like that. That was big. Yeah, man. Listen to Plot Twist. That's my favorite song so far. But there's a lot of sleepers on there. Let me see what songs I like on. I haven't even got a chance to listen to Maid of Honor yet. Dust is dope. Whisper My Name is fucking fire. Ran to Atlanta. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know. It kind of got me looking at Future sideways. It's like, come on, dog. You did a whole album. Would you trust him now? This is crazy. Little Birdie was good too. He had the Kodak Black flow on that. Oh, Her Loss is still awesome. You know what I was listening to the other day too, just for shits and giggles? What a Time to Be Alive. And oh my God, it transported me back to it. Man, listen. Oh my God. My dope in the bushes. I know how to cook it. You know, jump man, bruh. Woo! Niggas ain't seeing Drizzy, bro. These fake Kendrick fans. Do that now. Say Kendrick about to do something on this rollout. So we're gonna check that out. You know. But this is him burning up the quote unquote the machine. You know, and he makes references in the album that, you know, he don't need the machine, you know. He kind of never did, but hey, perception is everything, y'all.
Music industry in this entire situation is absolutely insane. Now, I am currently recording this video at 1 a.m., but it has just been confirmed a few hours ago, and it is now official that Drake has just dropped 3 brand new albums back to back. And what the fuck is going on right now? Now, for those of you guys that don't know,
he out of that deal.
Just had
and that's another song that I like, you know. It's I forgot the thing, but it's like he wants to be free. Oh man, whew, I forgot the name of the song, but that shit is fire.
Iceman episode 4, which was highly anticipated, and alongside him having his Iceman episode 4 where he was previewing a lot of his album Iceman, at the very end he then announced his brand new album Iceman alongside 2 other projects, which was called Maid of Honor and Habiti. And right now I don't really want to talk about the music itself that is on this project because I haven't listened to all 3 albums. If I actually do listen to all 3 albums, it would take me about 3 hours, and I'm making this video when all of these albums just dropped. But what I will tell you is that these albums are littered with disses, and Drake is completely just acting ruthless. And
you know all his enemies is listening to this shit, man. All of them. And the fucked up part about listening to your enemies listening to you, or you listening to your enemies, is that they gotta listen to your shit in a Rolls Royce. Oh, you gonna hear this. You gonna hear this. Freeze me, baby.
this is something I'm very shocked by. I feel like before we were coming into Iceman and we were about to get this album, a lot of people were having speculations on whether or not Drake was going to be dissing people, or he was going to be holding back, or he was going to be apologetic, or he was going to be unapologetic. But from the way things are looking from these 3 albums that people are already talking about and the stuff that I kind of saw after skimming these projects and songs, it's that Drake is trying to get his get back at any means possible, and no one is safe in the music industry. I mean, literally no one. Now, starting off with the first diss that I really just wanted to talk about that I thought was pretty funny was the fact that Drake ended up doing a shot at Pusha T. And I don't think this is surprising to anybody considering the fact that these guys have been beefing now for almost 10 years. But the shot that Drake makes is on the album Iceman, where he basically brings up the fact that Jay-Z was named in the Epstein files a few months ago. And when I say that, no, I'm not lying. If you guys don't know, when the Epstein files ended up getting released, Jay-Z and Pusha T were both named in the Epstein files, and Drake ends up using that against Pusha T. And I guess you could even say the same thing for Jay-Z. And Drake essentially disses both of them with him saying, y'all was island hopping back, now your name's redacted. And alongside that, Jay-Z also caught another stray when Drake on Iceman.
But that's the thing. They calling him the PDF file. You know, he got to get his shit off. Somebody was like 3 a.m. in court, you know. So, yeah. All right, let's get it.
Ended up bringing up the very famous, infamous question on whether or not you would have dinner with Jay-Z or 500K. And Drake gave his own thoughts on that funny question, which was just a shot at Jay-Z with him saying, I'll take the 500K over the dinner. And the disses definitely don't stop there, because even ASAP Rocky ended up taking a shot when Drake ends up saying, yo, baby mama ain't even post your single where she's at. And now that is a reference to ASAP Rocky dropping his album Don't Be Dumb in January. So that was a few months ago. And Drake is essentially saying, you know, even with you dropping that album, which BTW, if you guys don't know, ASAP Rocky had a full-fledged diss towards Drake on that album called Stole Your Flow. Drake is trying to say, you know, you dropped this album and even your baby mama, which is Rihanna, didn't even share it. Big Khaled also wasn't able to get away on this album because Drake ends up dissing him on Iceman.
Yeah, they said that he's making headlines with the Pakistan line.
And basically,
Palestine, my bad.
Basically just calls him out for being a fake friend, hypocritical, and just an overall petty individual, which I do agree with Drake on when he talks about DJ Khaled in this way. But Drake specifically calls out DJ Khaled and says, Khaled, you know what I mean? The beef was fully live. You went halal and your people are still waiting for a free Palestine. But apparently everything is in black and white, red and green. I'm trying to see everyone's true colors. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I thought this line was vicious. And I thought it was honestly extremely clever and really good rapping as a diss towards DJ Khaled. Because, I mean, Drake has a point here, right? We see that DJ Khaled is a person that's always talking about friendship. He's always talking about being loyal loyal. He's always the
Brothers.
hype man. But when Drake was going through that 1v20 in 2024, DJ Khaled was nowhere near to be found, right? He was nowhere, you know, helping Drake, nowhere supporting him, nowhere trying to at least speak on his relationship with Drake in a positive light. He just stood out of that entire situation. But then we saw about a year ago when DJ Khaled was rolling out an album, he was then saying,
And then also too, he hangs around Rick Ross. White boy. All right, let's go.
that he had a Drake verse on it, which, you know, Drake felt, you know, disrespected because, like, you know, well, you didn't help me when I was beefing with all these people, and now you want a verse from me and you're gonna act like I'm cool. Fuck you. And I like the way
And he was talking about, you know, don't ring his phone come the 16th. So
Drake was even able to, you know, tie that into the Palestine situation, because we do know that DJ Khaled is a person that has always represented the people of Palestine years ago. And with everything that is now happening between Palestine and Israel, DJ Khaled is nowhere near to show his support to those people that are getting greatly affected right now. And I think it's just overall, you know, a mirror of how DJ Khaled is as an individual, and he doesn't care about anybody but himself, and that shows it in his relationship with Drake and in his relationship with the people of Palestine. And just when you think that the disses stopped, they didn't, because even J. Cole, who was a person that was trying to stay neutral between the Drake and Kendrick Lamar beef, also caught a lot of strays, specifically on a song called 1 a.m. in Albany, with Drake basically saying, I could have fell back like the married rapper, but we engaged. I told you I'm stuck in my evil ways. And now obviously this is a diss and reference to J. Cole, because we know that J. Cole is a married rapper and he is a person that didn't want to engage, to the point that he apologized to Kendrick Lamar. And when Drake says, I'm stuck in my evil ways, that is a reference to a song that they ended up making back in 2023 that made the final cut for All the Dogs deluxe version. And another J. Cole diss also made this album, when Drake basically spoke on J. Cole talking about the big three on the song First Person Shooter, with him saying, fuck a big three anyways, there was too many chefs in the kitchen, it was a mess to begin with. And I think this was a pretty cool shot that Drake made, because yeah, even though Drake was on the song First Person Shooter with J. Cole, he was never a person that was talking about the big three or ever mentioned Kendrick Lamar, right? That was all J. Cole. So I do like that Drake is kind of having that backbone to really just tell J. Cole, like, bro, you want to be all positive, you want to apologize, you want to do all this. Nah, I'm going to keep that energy and I'm going to stand on business. And I respect Drake for that. And now, last but not least, we cannot forget about the most important person in all of these disses that Drake has been making on this album, Iceman, and that is Kendrick Lamar. And I wanted to save him for last, truly, because all over this album, it's just...
Well, it's another thing too, though. They said they took down. Hold on, give me 1 second. They said they took down Not Like Us, and they took down Luther, but I don't think that's true. You know, I don't think that's true. But hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. Because everybody's decoding it. And they're going over all the people he dissed on. So Pusha T gets this. Hold on. You're getting bodied by a singing nigga. We're gonna get back to that. Hold on. Give me 1 second, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Okay, hold on. There's some stuff going on here in the background. Hold on, y'all. All right, y'all come in, hit the like button, support the show. You said, I didn't like what Kendrick dropped when it came to their back and forth. He won, you know? And then, because I like Kendrick, but shout outs to Suki, baby. I need to talk to Suki. If y'all don't know, I'm cool with the girl that's on the cover of Her Loss. You know, I talk to her all the time on the internet. But let me see what Suki. Y'all can't. I'm acting like y'all can see what I'm doing right now. She just said something. You know, being that her face is on one of his albums and stuff. I need to see if she on this side of the planet, because you know. Shout out to my Japanese girls, man. I need to make my way over to Japan, man. Need to make my way over to Nihon. All right. But yeah, a lot of those disses need to come back. You know, Drake planted espionage. This nigga thought he really had a briefcase of some shit. All kinds of shit, man. I went back and listened to Family Matters and stuff the other day, and I said, ooh.
Bust all in there.
My phone overheated, y'all. Drake is not no slouch, man. Let's go.
Filled with Kendrick Lamar disses, and I think Drake clearly shows here that he is not done with Kendrick, and he is just still angry of what happened 2 years ago in 2024.
Nah, he disappointed. He at that bargaining stage. No, he passed the bargaining stage of grief. But he's at that disappointed stage, you know? It's like, you know, setbacks will amuse you, but that comeback gonna confuse you. You know? Real tizzy.
Now, Drake starts off a lot of these Kendrick Lamar disses just with simple lines. For example, he ended up saying, what was the year you said you had slaps? Because I don't remember it going like that. I don't remember one word of your raps. And I think Drake is actually responding to Kendrick Lamar here on Euphoria, because if you guys don't remember, on Euphoria, Kendrick Lamar talks about how, you know, Drake doesn't have any classics.
Drake got endless classics. And I think he's talking about Rick Ross, because people was like, I don't remember when Rick Ross was at the top of the charts, because Rick Ross was just doing like radio with French Montana, and you know, they were talking about, you know, that situation. Rick Ross was on top for a little bit, but it was like during Port of Miami days. I think he was charting really big too, a little bit after Trilla, like deeper than rap era and stuff. So, you know, Renzel, he got his thing. But yeah, you know. He tried to get back in Drake's good graces though. We're gonna get into that.
He doesn't have any hit songs, and I think Drake here is trying to just reply to Kendrick Lamar on that song Euphoria, where he's saying, well, you know, you're claiming that you have classics and you have these hit songs, but I've never heard of them, and you know, they just come and go. And Drake just continues to drag Kendrick Lamar all over this album. For example, on another track, Drake ends up saying, white kids listen to you because they feel some guilt, and that's how your soul gets fulfilled, handing out turkeys on camera inside of your hood, then you go back to the hills. And I think what Drake is trying to tell Kendrick Lamar here is that a lot of his audience is white people, and since Kendrick Lamar
I love Port of Miami. We in the White House. What? White House. What? I was watching the joint that he had with the dude he put out the other day about his empire. Rose, bruh. I fucks with Ross. Big phantom on the lawn getting wiped down. Woo! I like the joint from the back. That's pause. That's the name of the song. Pause. God damn. All right, let me stop talking. Let's get back into this. Hold on, y'all.
A lot about social issues, specifically, you know, within the Black community, and, you know, trying to uplift.
And all of Rosé's biggest hits and stuff on his catalog, surprise, surprise, right in front of your eyes, they feature Drake. So this man got to be in the club and damn near cut off all Drake's verses, which is damn near the best parts of the songs. You know, YMCMB and MMG been locked in doing features with each other, you know? Meek Mill skating with Wayne and stuff, you know.
Black people with a lot of problems that community goes through. You know, he's saying that white people out of guilt are just listening to Kendrick Lamar to make themselves feel good, and it's not because they actually like his music. The next diss that Drake makes to Kendrick Lamar is when it comes to the entire
I'm not gonna lie, when Drake was like, you rap like you trying to free the slaves. They free. Bruh. Bruh. Bruh, this whole summer over with, man. Let's go.
Between Toronto, Canada, and, you know, LA and the West Coast, with Drake bring up that he gets more love in that city than Kendrick Lamar, despite him, you know, not being from there, with him saying, LA love the sound, I could play a show for 1 million people, don't be surprised if you see the whole YMCA like the Village People. And then another interesting diss that Drake does on this album, which I thought it was pretty funny, and you could say it's either really petty or kind of sad on his part, is that he makes an entire song dedicated to Kendrick Lamar in a way, specifically when he ends up hopping on a song that has a fully just fleshed out where you could like a mini remix off of Not Like Us, with then Drake having a hook that just repeatedly says, I'm gonna show you what to do, little boy, where he's just trying to mock Kendrick Lamar, saying, you know, well, I could hop on a beat just like this and do it better than you, and I'm gonna show you what you should have done, you know, on a West Coast beef instead of, you know, the quote-unquote garbage you did on a song like Not Like Us. Something else that is going over a lot of people's head is that Iceman is not just an album. This was a visual album, because most of
that's why I knew a lot of people were fake Kendrick fans, because I'm like, bro, y'all, like, that's just cruising. And Kendrick, even though, you know, Mustard and everybody, you know, they got a lot of people ate off that record on the West Coast. But Kendrick even knows, it's like, bro, y'all really like this shit? Cut this shit the fuck off. I got better shit than fucking. Nah, Kendrick, we don't like that shit. That razzle dazzle shit. That shit go over our heads. We want the stupid shit. Like, god damn.
Songs were played in Iceman episode 4, where there was a music video for every single song. And at the very end of Iceman episode 4, Drake took more shots at Kendrick Lamar through the visuals. And we know this because at the end of Iceman episode 4, Drake is seen walking into a warehouse where it looks to be a bunch of phones doing, you know, some sort of bot farm activity. And when you look at the phones in these scenes, they're all streaming Kendrick Lamar's song Not Like Us, and they're just hating on Drake's page by leaving negative comments. And at the very end of this, Drake ends up just lighting this entire warehouse facility on fire. And I think this is just another diss, and Drake just trying to tell the audience that when it comes to this bot conversation, Kendrick Lamar is really up to this, and he's really doing this behind the scenes, and he was really botting and manipulating streams during the beef. And that is why the public perception was that Drake lost, even though it wasn't actual people. It was more so these bot farms that Kendrick Lamar put that Kendrick Lamar took a part of. And like I said, I don't believe that personally. I don't think that Kendrick Lamar was stream botting. I don't think he needs to do that. I think Drake is just trying to, you know, use anything in his way to make himself look good, even though that beef, you know, he took the L clearly. But I do think that this was a pretty interesting way of Drake just continuing trying to diss Kendrick Lamar. Now, when it comes to all of this,
but that's the thing though. I don't think Drake took the L, but he did accept it. You know, I got Drake. I got Drake winning that beef. But what it shows you in hip hop is that hip hop has always been a popularity contest. You know, even back to all the great legendary beefs. You know, KRS-One versus what you call it? Busy B. The bridge is over. The bridge is over. Bye bye. All the way up to LL Cool J versus Cannabis. Oh, I'm going back. You know, I'm not even gonna lie. I grew up listening to Nas. You know, Stillmatic, Ether, and all that other shit. But I ain't gonna lie, it was like what, like a little bit before the pandemic. I ain't gonna lie, because I was out of like the timeline really with the Jay-Z and Nas stuff. I just knew Nas went scorch earth. But I went and listened to Takeover one day. I said, ooh. Ooh. The Jay was talking. And then I'm like, damn. Then the beat, the Takeover beat. Oh my God.
this is the public perception is very
Titans, I tell you, boy.
split, with a lot of people thinking that Drake is just extremely petty and he's just a shitty individual for, you know, dropping 3 albums back to back, and then Iceman was filled with all of these disses. I say it in every video, I think it was only right for Drake to, you know, get his get back, and I like that Drake was being aggressive on this album.
And I think his get back, it's not even really at Kendrick. I think it's more so at the people that folded on him. Because he sat back clear as day, you know? That's why I'm like, oh, okay, him and Future cool again. We'll see how long this lasts. They fall in, they fall out. They've been beefing since Tony Montana. So when I was hearing Future on the song, I was like, he lucky he got Molly Santana with him. That's my girl right there. Let's go.
Because, you know, Drake went through a lot for the past 2 years. He went through this 1v20. He went through a lot of shit. This was his first.
Oh, yeah. And I think the reason why Rose and French, because, you know, French is still cool with Drake. What's going on, Chris G?
What's the matter, Daddy?
I think Rick Ross and French is about to do a versus. That should be interesting.
Solo album since 2023, so I think it was only right for him to, you know, talk his shit and just say what he wanted to say, because I feel like if he just didn't address anything that happened and he just made music like how it used to be, it would be kind of weird. And I feel like a lot of people were highly anticipating this album because they wanted to see what he was gonna say. So I'm just perfectly fine with it, but I could definitely see as to how, you know, the disses could be a problem though, because I feel like when you have an album filled with these many disses, it starts to make the album, you know, not timeless. And I feel like what makes a good album is the fact that it's timeless. It's the fact that you can kind of go back to it. And I feel like when you have an album that's just so filled with disses, right, it is going to age bad, because when you come back to this album, all you're going to be thinking about is the 2024 beef. And is that really something that you...
Well, I mean, he's always had that. I mean, even on Scorpion and some of his other albums. So, you know what album I need to go listen to? Because there was a time where I kind of took a break from Drake. I didn't really listen to I didn't really listen to For All the Dogs. Part 2, I love some songs off of Part 2, like My Brother. Let me see. For all the dogs, scary hours. Let me see. Stories about my brother. I heard Evil Ways was good. I need to listen to that again. But there was another one on here. Oh no, I can't see it. I like the other one too, though. The no friends in the industry, my brother. Niggas ain't akin to me. A fact. Whoa. He got Sexy Red that made the album. That's crazy. She got like 3 Drake albums. They took the track with Presser off of it too. Man, so much shit is happening, man. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Want in an album if you're listening to it 10, 20, 30 years from now. I don't want to keep rambling though. What do you guys think about the entire situation? Drake just dropped his brand new album Iceman like an hour ago, and I apologize guys if I'm not, you know, giving you guys every single diss. I'm pretty sure I missed a few. It's just this album just came out, so I don't even know all the song names. This is just stuff that I'm seeing pop up on the internet. This is just stuff that I've kind of been hearing when I'm skimming through the album, so I wanted to get this out to you guys as fast as possible. But I promise when I listen to the album, you know, tomorrow and get more of a listen, I'm going to be pumping out more accurate content. But as of right now, these are the disses that we do know for Iceman. So what do you guys think about it? Are you guys rocking with it? Are you guys feeling good about it? Do you guys think that Drake should have went in this direction of just dissing everybody, or do you guys think that he made a big mistake with it? Let me know what you guys think.
Diss everybody. Free. Hold on, y'all. I'm dropping shit in the studio. Hold on. Y'all hit the like button. Damn, the likes are free. Free. I'll be leaving a boy hanging. Hit the like button. See what Seti Nash saying about Rose.
Term, you hating from outside the club and you can't get in? Bars. Man, y'all ever heard the term, you hating from outside the club and you can't get in?
Bars. Bars. Damn. Say 3 albums are trash albums, 2 years too late. What site is this? Complex?
And he probably saying this now because I think he's getting dissed. And then, you know, he's kind of getting into it with Tony Yayo and Uncle Murder right now, too, on these podcasts. So, let's go.
Glazer University. Oh, my God. I've been a long fan. Oh, my God. Mr. YouTube. Fuck a big 3 anyway. There was too many chefs in the kitchen. Bars. Come on, guys. Stop.
You know, Rose a big Drake
Y'all
fan.
gotta, let's all leave Lil Man's alone now, man. He did it. He dropped 3 mid projects. Hey, man, it was fun while it lasted. You're washed.
And You see Drake making up with people, so this is crazy.
The way that success works, the successful individuals replicate more success. It either stays on a trajectory where it goes like this, which is great, or it can go like this, which is all-time great. Drake's shit has been constantly teetering like this, right? And some of you will say, well, how's that great? Because if you're constantly elevating, it doesn't matter. Rick Ross went like this. He sold like 2.5 million freaking albums on his very first one. Very first album, Port of Miami, classic. Can't hate on it. You can't hate on Port of Miami. But what you can't do, Rick Ross, is hate on his success versus your success. You went number 22 with Richer Than I Ever Been and sold 50,000 copies in total. You ain't recovered from push-ups. You just haven't. So you talking about Drake dropped 3 mid projects? No. You can't even say that because success isn't measured in one day, but yours is. See, Rick Ross hating.
Right, like that. Like to say that albums is trash and it hasn't even sat in for a week. Because you got music that it gets better every time you listen to it. One thing though I'm liking about a lot of the newer albums that I'm seeing nowadays is that a lot of them you can press play, no skips. Like the Drake album, I don't like sometimes when the song changes, I don't even feel it. Like, God damn. Cause you know he does that thing where he puts like 2 songs on one track. Shit crazy. All right, y'all come on in, hit the like button, support the show. Let's go.
Doesn't make any sense. And I'm explaining to y'all why, because this right here is pure fandom right here. Roll it.
It's a beautiful morning, perfect time to feed yourself the knowledge. The knowledge. What's that? Rory and Maul, get off your knees. Get the testicles out of your mouth now.
So that's how you know he been looking at podcasts. He's talking about Rory and Maul. He into it with Tony Yayo and Uncle Murder. You know.
I don't know which one, the white one or the black one. Y'all both the same. Rory Maul, the Glazers. The Glazers. How y'all feel now? You know, Drake just committed. I'm sure he'll retire next month. How is his lawsuit doing? How is the Drake University lawsuit coming? I don't know. I don't know, guys. I didn't listen to YouTube, man, last night. I'm just going by what you guys say.
Oh, that's even worse. I'd rather listen to a nigga overnight, no homo, and then go to sleep. Now you gotta spend all day in your cars listening to him. You can give your enemy the night. Don't give him your day, though. God damn.
But
that will fuck up your night.
Once again, we up again, baby. It's the biggest boss.
Hey. Hold on. Before we go, QR code or tap that link in the description.
You better hit my QR code that's in the top corner. I'm giving you $10. $10, not 5, but 10. 10 to get in. Let's get it.
You took somebody else's identity who does not know you, and you try to make it into a persona that people were feeling until you got exposed. See, the Rick Ross story was...
Rick Ross is more Rick Ross than the real Rick Ross, especially to this generation. Even millennials. Now the messed up part is that the real Rick Ross is still alive. You know, you know, you're copying somebody that's alive, but hey, it's kind of an interesting thing where the rapper makes it out, but the drug dealer doesn't. You dig? Let's get it.
Oh, I'm the biggest drug dealer out of Miami, and you.
All right, we should be back. I don't know. That signal always go in and out for some weird reason, all right? But we back, all right? Let's get it.
The drug dealer out of Miami, and you ain't pushed the key. Literally, we talking about nothing. You ain't pushed shit. Then the whole story of, oh, well, I had to look out for Booby while he was in prison. You were gone. You never were in any facility where Booby was at. So it doesn't make any.
You can still contact Booby from another prison. Prisons are they intermingle in contact with each other. So I don't know. Oh, okay.
Any sense, but the money has hindered people from speaking about you because they want what you got. They all after the same thing, your bread. But I find this part interesting, and we just gonna leave it like this. You said the knowledge. What knowledge? Of how to steal an identity?
The book.
Then here's the
Ross's books are really good. I listened to Hurricanes. I'm pandering on listening to it again. I need to check out his new book too.
Here's the more interesting part that everybody should latch on to. His shit ain't selling. He's doing the thing that Jay-Z did, that Jeezy is currently doing, that he wants to do. That Port of Miami shit, it's not selling out. Not sorry. But listen to this right here. This right here has to have people going, yeah, bruh, I think you on drugs.
Said he wants
or you are in love with this man.
Where's Iceman? There's Iceman. The throat goats are in the building, guys.
The people in his comments is probably figuring them. That's what
Drake had to clear those songs to be performed at the verses, which is, I don't know if people know that or not. Like, Drake had to clear those songs so that they are able to be performed.
Which, by the way,
so I guess this is what they're talking about. If Rose does the verses with French Montana, Drake had to clear the songs. And you know what's funny? Drake probably cleared them because it's like, yeah, let them sing my lyrics. That's kind of funny.
If he's clearing it, meaning he's like, all right, cool, whatever. Like, even after you dissed him and did all of that, Drake ain't act salty and be like, nah, fuck that. Like, you can't.
He cleared those to show all the other rappers, you can't do a verses without the songs that I gave you.
Right.
Obviously, but then why not?
That was a petty reason, not a good-hearted
No,
one.
for sure. But then why not just let my hook play there?
Well, no.
For this man to sit up here and basically try to judge Drake's 3 albums that he dropped at the same time simultaneously.
24 hours.
I'm trying to understand, if you didn't listen to it, if you have criticisms, shouldn't you have listened to it first? Shouldn't you have just said, you know what? This song is good, this song is good, this song is trash, this song is good. Wouldn't that have been the better route to go? No. In the words of Khaled, you played yourself. Because if you want to be somebody who critiques versus somebody who just hates to hate, you would have listened to it and would have said flat out, this song is good, this song is good, this song is trash, and then explained it. Then you would have had people actually agree. You'd have said, oh, well, sonically, this beat right here, but these bars right here. But you can't do that because you can't measure success with rap music anymore. The shit you did with Meek Mill, that shit was trash. Nobody listened to that shit afterwards. So much to the point where you had to buy Meek Mill. Well, you had to grant Meek Mill the ability to leave from that Georgia house because you paid him to get out of what exactly? I'm just trying to understand. And then the whole French Montana shit doesn't make sense. Once again, and I'm going to make this point emphatically clear. Rick Ross's beef with Drake stems from him saying a cease and desist happened from Drake to French Montana. But the weird part is French Montana is cool with Drake. So you hopped out the window for somebody who won't jump out the front seat for you. So your beef is with somebody who is not rocking with this person, but this person is rocking with this person. So now you officially outside the club and can't get in.
Jump the gun.
Which to me screams you've always disliked Drake, but you like what Drake did for you. He gave you a second lap in your career, which is always needed. Features and all this shit and linking up with the right artists, the right younger artists that's popping. This is what older rappers are supposed to do. You extend your platform, they extend their platform, and y'all make classics. But I guess Rick Ross forgot that part.
Right.
The issue that everybody should take with Rick Ross is you're lying. You fanned out. You suck at rap now. You will always have your classics, but part of your classics involves Drake, and that's the issue that you have. And the Rory and Mal shit, that was dumb on Rory and Mal. That was, which one was it? Was Mal said, "Oh, those is Drake's songs and all this shit," and Drake could have put a stop to whatever. Mal, let me help you out, bro. The fuck are you talking about? First off, he got paid for his feature. He already got paid for his contributions. You can't put a cease and desist on shit like that. You can't say he can't play these songs anymore. Like, what the hell are you talking about, bro? That didn't even make any sense. Like, I'm logically trying to understand how the hell you...
Like Boosie, he plays Wipe Me, you know, people request Wipe Me Down, but that's not Boosie's song. That's Fox a Million's song. So... Niggas gotta keep it in rotation.
You made that make sense because it doesn't at all. But who knows, man? Y'all let me know y'all thoughts.
You gotta keep that shit in rotation. And shit, hopefully you stay cool with the person so they will continue to let you eat, you know? Now we're gonna get to this topic right here. I'm surprised it came up. But we're gonna get into that soon. The Dr. Cheyenne Bryant thing. Cause I told you it'd be your own people. This lady did her dirty on her show. We're gonna get into that soon. Alright. Give me 1 second. I know not Fantano, that other guy said something. Oh yeah, you know I was looking for this, and this came out 3. I don't know about seeing his reaction to it though, because let me see if he got hit with any strikes. Because YouTube won't hit him, but they'll hit me. There ain't no secret war between no damn Joe Budden and academics. Let me see Wayno's reaction to it before I get into this guy's reaction. Wayno, I don't know. I'm off and on with Wayno. And you know, a lot of people are mad because Academics was actually on the rollout. Drake actually gave Academics a chain, which is fucking fire. So shout outs to Act. Act actually, you know. Wayno be tripping sometimes, but I fucks with it.
Good morning. It's currently 1:34 a.m. I've been up for the
This nigga did
last
not
hour
sleep.
and a
That's
half
hilarious.
listening to Drake's album, and we know he dropped 43 songs to be exact, over 3 albums.
And you can't get it on the
But you know
go
what we
round. You
talking
gotta hear
about,
it in the
Iceman.
morning.
And before we get started, you know what I need: subs, likes, and hypes. I bet. Like I said, Drake did what everybody said he should do. Stay quiet for a minute. I mean, he still was present. Now, I mean, he still was present, but he stayed quiet for the most part, and he dropped 3 albums. Now, I'd be lying to y'all if I said that I listened to all 3. Man, how many of y'all is out here right now f***ed up? I got something for y'all, and it's called Current. I'm actually jacking the app, and that's why I part songs that we want to talk about, the dialogue that we want to have. You know what's going on. You know what we've been waiting for, and we got it for the most part. Now, I'm one of them people that's been very, very critical of Drake in the respect of, yo, my nigga, don't keep harboring on with what you went through.
And you know
But
he is.
At the same time, if I'm gonna say that, you also have to respect the fact that if you want to hear a person's perspective, it's got to be what they went through. Now, I'm still gonna stand on the fact of leave Kendrick Lamar alone. And he didn't do that here. But I do feel like he had a subtle way of addressing it without it being too overt. Now, we seen in one of the videos that he burnt down a streaming farm. And let's just talk about the videos for a second. Them videos is fucking fire. I would not deny none of that. Like, I give respect and I give credit where it's due. The narrative is forever gonna be, I'm a hater. I don't give a fuck. I give respect and credit where it's due. Them visuals is special. Them shits look really good. They compliment and go.
And I want this to show y'all, don't nobody watch you more than your damn haters. Don't nobody watch you more than your damn haters. The one tried to tag me earlier today. I didn't even see it. I was like, that shit was gone. And I clicked it. So, hey.
Really, really well with how he presented everything. Now, we also see that he flew academics out to Toronto and gave him.
And you know he gonna have a lot to say. You know he gonna have a lot to say because him and Joe Budden and academics used to be on the show. And I just now saw a video said there's a silent war between Joe Budden and academics. But hey, shouts to Wayno. I wonder what Nadeska is doing.
And go really, really well with how he presented everything. Now, we also see that he flew academics out to Toronto and gave him an OVO chain. Clap it up for Act, y'all. We gotta clap it up for this nigga Act. Now, you could look at it as rollout or performative or some of both. Yeah, the nigga got to do what he got to do to get people's attention, and he has all of our attention. But let's go through the obvious. Now, I'm going to just go through a few.
I mean, millionaire, what else can you give him at that stage? You know what I'm saying? Just think about it. You know, I mean, at any stage in your life, right? But when you make that much money, y'all, what is wealth to you at that point? You know, when you bought all the things that you want over and over again. What is valuable to you at that point? Loyalty. Especially when everybody is turning on you, you know? You can have all the money in the bank. But when your friends and close ones done turned on you and stuff like that and just been fake, oh man, you feel robbed.
The songs and tell y'all which ones I like. Make them cry. So there's a theme along the album. Make them cry, make them pay, make them remember, and make them know. And these is all of the songs where he addresses either Khaled, Jay-Z, Rick Ross, Kendrick Lamar, anybody who did something. Like Drake right now is Mitch, Money Mitch, and Paid in Full in that car scene. And nigga owe me a quarter. I'm on them like they fucking dead. Like, I'm surprised he ain't used that. He should have used that for one of these songs. But Make Them Cry. Starts off intro, cool, right? Dust, I ain't like the way Dust started, but the beat flip, dope. One thing I will say is that the production on here is very, very, very good. Then you got Whisper My Name, Janice Shut the F Up. When I listen to Janice Shut the F Up, it made me think of Likey Lil's Flow Like Rivers, or I'll Follow, because he kind of used the flow from that joint. I wouldn't want to know on some music geek shit if he actually sampled that, right? Now, when we get to Make Them Pay, first off, Denise Williams sample Free. If y'all know hip hop, then Mike Geronimo, It's Real. Classic sample, can't go wrong. Who else sampled that joint? Rhapsody sampled that joint as well. Classic sample, like I said. But there's the bars on here that make you understand where he's coming from. And this is certain shit I just wanted to highlight, because this was stuck out to me. Like when he says, and also, Make Them Remember is 1 a.m. in Albany. I thought it was an old song. Right. It's recent. Okay, yeah, I was right. Says, my niggas run a phone as soon as you check in the prison. You niggas run and talk the whole for a second opinion. When I heard that, I said, oh, something's happening. And you know, on the other drink, he says, y'all old niggas, like the jig is up. So he's throwing subtle.
Now, you know, Wayno used to be an intern at Rockefeller or Rock Nation and stuff. You know, he's tied in with Jay and them. So
shots at Hov, right? But he says, me, I stood 10 T's and accepted the mission, because I much rather that than submission. How could you press the ignition and let some memories of the past affect your decision? I love you because of the history, but if we being real, I can never forgive you. You never call me back, but destiny's written. I was like, oh shit.
Now him and Jay always go back and forth.
This nigga basically, I mean, what I got from that,
and somehow Jay usually has a verse on Drake's projects. You know, Drake and Jay always been going back and forth. You know, because Jay is like the sleight of hand. He's at the top of hip hop, but he's in the back. You know. So it's always been like a lyrical showcase between those two. Let's get it.
He was trying to holler at Jay at one point or another, and he never called him back. But Destiny's Child, like you know, Drake like to play that whole breadcrumb.
Jay-Z do the same
solve
thing.
The murder mystery with the bars type shit. So that's what I got out of that, right? Then he says, I can never forgive you, right? Destiny's written. He says, fuck a big three anyway. There was too many chefs in the kitchen. It was a mess to begin with. And now they got a new GOAT, and we got to test the position. Now, I'm just sitting here like, yo, bro. You have people who stay on that. What does stay on that side mean? Like, bro, niggas is listening to music. All y'all weird ass niggas who think that there's this one side you stand on and not show.
Well, hold on. He kind of talking about you right now, Wayno, because you shouldn't even be geeked up right now. This is how Drake fans be calling y'all bluff. Why you geeked up? See, this is how Drake fans call your bluff. Why are you geeked up? Why do you have a jubilant disposition right now? Why do you have a jubilant smile? Cause he, dog. Hit Dog's gonna holler. You know you about to hear some dope beats. You know you about to hear a lyrical display that's probably gonna go over your head. I know Kanye West is probably shitting bricks right now. Kanye West is a big ass Drake fan. know Kanye West is like,
me what the side looks like. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna listen and critique everything how it drops, because neither one of these niggas, none of these niggas gonna be at my funeral. So
why are you happy? Why are you happy for somebody you don't like? Keep your enemies closer, fellas.
I'm critiquing. Like Drake, he really got this shit hurt him. This shit hurt him, and I respect the fact, as much as I said, yo, like, leave the Kendrick shit out of it, because I'm just like, yo, bro, do that own sake. It ain't for me. You ain't doing shit for me by not saying nothing to him. Do that for your own sake, because you don't want that nigga on your ass again. But I respect the way that he's handling it as far as in his bars, because that's what we asked for, right? We say, oh, we don't want to hear They Me Wrong album, and it is a lot of hurt on this album. You know what I mean? There's a lot of different instances where you hear him and you just like,
having cancer.
Damn, bro, like, okay, like, we get it, but at the same time, it's like we don't have to speculate anymore. How, for me, hearing this is like, yeah, I tried to talk to Hove, he wasn't with it. He also says you might see the whole YMCA in Cali, like, you know what I mean? Like, he saying he going back to Cali. He says he's going back to Cali and all of that shit. But let's carry on. He said we gotta check the position, right? We gotta test the position. Damn, who is this guy? For real, I guess a magician. 100 million streams vanished. Nobody got questions for niggas. Now, when I seen that, remember months ago, or like maybe a year ago, when everybody started losing streams because of all this bot and shit. People most recently started losing followers on IG. I lost like 500 followers on IG or whatever, but you know, it was people that lost tens of millions, or a million, or thousands, whatever the case may be. And when he say that shit, it's as if it gives validity to his stream. Everybody lost streams. Everybody lost streams in that situation. You feel me? I feel like even if people may or may have not been aware of it, and we just seen Punch from TDE go up to Joe Budden and say, we don't bot, we don't do none of that, we don't deal with nobody who does that shit. I mean, if you're an OVO, if you're a Drake fan, they're never beating the motherfucking allegations, but you got to take a person's word at face value. If he would have said, yeah, we bought it, it doesn't matter.
Well, technically, PJ Lang or whoever is with Kendrick would have bought it those. I mean, they tried to make Kendrick the guy for the longest time on TDE, which he is. But Kendrick is like, he's not the guy. He's not like the number one spot guy. He's not like, you know, he's the guy that's the guy for a while. Then he disappears and then come back later. Like, he's not built for the guy 24/7. Drake, that's already a boundary that Drake already done stretched. You know, pause. So you got to be like a Drake or something like that. Like, Drake revolutionized that. You know what it is to be, quote unquote, sitting at the top of hip hop. You know? So that's like something that Kendrick doesn't want to be. Rightfully so. That's something that he doesn't want to do. It's better for him to say, yo, I'm the man where I'm at right now, instead of using what y'all have. You know what I'm saying? And he's already been at the top, like certain movies and stuff like that, you know, with Black Panther. You know, the approval that he was already going to get from people, yeah, but, you know, he already got it from the people that needed to give it. Like, he don't need no YNs or no new fans saying, man, Kendrick is, you know. But you win a battle. People thought they outgrew Drake. Some people wanted him to shut the hell up. They like his music, then hate it, and then like it again, and then you seeing all the fake people. You know what's going on, New? Good to see you, Brodino. Hope all is well. And the fucked up part is that you expect the fans to be fake. Not your mans to be fake, you know? Or in this case, your co-workers. Now, I gotta go find this video. I don't know where it went because this dude said Kendrick is rolling out something, but I don't think he is. You said Drake is a mark. Oh my God. Here we go.
They say they bought it or they didn't. Now, he also goes on, right? Vanish got questions for niggas. Well, maybe I'm the best as the villain because I'm not who said they got billions. I got all the chains that they ever repped in Virginia. I got.
Now that's to Pharrell. That's to Pharrell. Drake bought Pharrell's jewelry. And he talked more about it on Travis Scott's album Meltdown. And that's another person who they were looking for on this album. Travis wasn't on the album.
Niggas prized possessions. So Pharrell's chains and all of that. And to me, I don't look at that as that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't look at him getting Pharrell's chains as a stat because at an auction, get rid of the stuff and he sold it to Drake. And yeah, at one point in time, there definitely was some love or some respect there between him and Pharrell. But we know him Meltdown, that shit. And he said
niggas ain't wearing it. I melt down your chain. Drake. Drake's a beast. He's a beast, bro. That nigga's a beast. Like, I was expecting Lil Wayne or Nicki to pop up somewhere on Iceman, but god damn. They probably wouldn't have approved of it anyway. But we're going to see. If he out the deal, we're going to see what's going to happen.
One point in time, there definitely was some love or some respect there between him and Pharrell. But we know him Meltdown and all of that shit. And he said, later on, he says, I built a museum in my crib called Try Someone Else. And like, bro, I get it. You know what I'm saying? I get it. And I think that like at one point in time, that would have stood up heavily have not the situation between him and Pusha T went the way it did. Like, if it ain't like nobody stole nobody chains or nobody robbed nobody, like ain't nobody give nothing up because they was under duress. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody take nothing off of nobody. So even when he says that, I get the way he's trying to position it in a rap, but let's be real about it. You bought the chains. Anybody could have bought the chains and you decided to buy them. One hand, you could look at it as he has niggas prized possessions, or you could also look at it as he's a fan and forever will remain a fan because if he made Meltdown, but he never melted down none of that shit. So I also respect that rappers exaggerate, right? Like all rappers exaggerate, from Jay-Z to Cameron to any rapper you could think of. Like everybody says more than what it was, or they say shit that ain't real. You know what I'm saying? So let's carry on though. He says, dog, I was Aiden Ross for streams before Aiden Ross had ever streamed. And Khaled, you know what I mean. Now this is where you get over to Khaled. And now this is one of the things what Charlamagne said a couple of days ago, that Khaled was catching some bars and A$AP Rocky was catching some bars. I gotta listen some more for the A$AP Rocky bars. I didn't catch them. If y'all did, let me know. I'm a little bit tired. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't catch none of the A$AP Rocky bars. But yeah, this nigga said he Aiden Ross for streams before Aiden Ross ever streamed. And you know, Rick Ross was just recently doing interviews and he's talking about Drake and he's like, yo, I did songs with everybody and all of that, and do it to get over it when he get over it, whatever the case may be. But one of the things that struck out to me when he was going with all the shit with Ross was, bro, like, even though Drake is maybe 10 years in Rick, when Drake with Rick Ross early, you know, little nigga, you know what I mean? It's not like Drake being on a Ross song was like a look for Drake at the time. And Rick Ross, one of my favorite rappers, but I remember me and Jay Hill had this conversation because he was like, Drake made Rick Ross. And I was like, whoa. I think like if you respect hip hop, if you respect both of those dudes and what they did and their contribution to hip hop,
him in a lot of marketing.
That before Drake was popping, it was a Port of Miami, which is 20 years old this year, a Triller, a Deeper Than Rap, you know what I'm saying? And then they started to work together. Now, don't get it fucked up though. When Drake came in the game, that nigga came in the game feet on the ground running. It wasn't no I'm not gonna say no build up, because he had been working prior to getting seen, right? He was doing a lot of work. People, Don Cannon on Come Home With Me told me that, you know, he met with Drake and Drake wanted to work with him and all of that shit, you know what I'm saying? But when Drake came into the game, bro, he didn't, like, when So Far Gone came out, that nigga has not taken a day off since. So when Ross was saying shit like, yeah, you know, I called him because niggas wanted to work with him and all that. It's like, yo, bro, even if you don't fuck with the person no more, you still got to give the respect there. Cool. He says, you know what I mean? The beef was fully live. You went halal and got on your deen, and your people still waiting on a Palestine, waiting on a free Palestine. Apparently everything is in black, white, and red and green. And I'm like, now, I mean, the niggas cooking with grease. I'm not gonna lie, he cooking with grease, but at the same time, they waiting on what you feel about Israel, brother. Don't get it twisted. I mean, it's not one way. They've been very critical. People have been extremely critical about Drake's lack of perspective when it comes to politics, based on him being a Jew, and, you know, his maybe lack thereof on issues, things that Pusha T pointed out when he was beefing with him. Let's carry on though. He says, I gave you everything you need, but let me find out, Amex the only ones that credit me for making y'all everything y'all could never be. Ooh. He's that nigga heavy. Like, I understand that, like, it's people that completely, it's not about giving nobody grace. I love rap. If a nigga's rapping, whether I like you or not, I can be able to distinguish personal feelings versus like being honest and objective in a sense. Like, and I don't know Drake, so I don't like personally dislike him, right? But the nigga is rapping on this song. Like, this, to me,
they're rapping the whole time.
This is my favorite song, but I don't think it's the best rapping. And I'll tell you what song I think has the best rapping. But I'm better off independent. They should just let him leave, right? And then I just want to be free. That whole metaphor of getting out of the deal with UMG, which they ain't letting you go nowhere, my nigga. But then you got Burner.
Nah, I think these last 3 albums, I don't know how much of it, because his deal ain't really out there, but I think these last, at least, he might have 1 album. Maybe he did 4. But I don't know if All the Dogs was a part of that. I don't know. But no, they letting them go. But they need a replacement, you know. So that's the thing.
Bridges, I like burning bridges because burning bridges, it's fun. You know what I mean? Damn, your baby mother ain't even posted a single. Where is she? Like, that's fire. Firm Friends. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, he went crazy on this reggae. To me, that's the best rapping he did. Is Firm Friends. That was one of the ones. You know what I mean? Like, he also goes into a lot of the things. And let's talk about features, because my niggas, all of y'all, Drake Future reunion, Like That. Kendrick Lamar on Like That changes Drake's life for the rest of the future. If you and Pluto was going to do something together, this is the feel. Like, this is one of the songs that I'm like, y'all niggas could have left this shit off. Y'all could have left it completely off. Ali Santana on. Like, I'm cool on this one. Future and Drake reunion. The last 2 songs they gave up for you and Life Is Good. And the other, like, album cut on, you know what I mean, I Never Liked You, like, you know what I'm saying? But if we going off their track record off the last things they've done, this is a fucking Drake and Future throwaway. Like, they could have completely left this joint off the album, right? And like I said, this is not a review. This is just my first initial reaction. Make Them Remember is 1 a.m. in Albany, right? We already know how I felt about that. We did the episode. If you don't know, watch the episode. And if you haven't, hit the like button and hit up Wayno119.com, get you some merch. And then you got Make Them Know. You know what I'm saying? And one of the things about Make Them Know that stood out to me is like what he closes with. and he says, "What happened to the Drake since I don't think we'll be seeing him again." And that was like I can't make a full assessment on it because I feel like I gotta go listen to this album a few more times. But that's one of the things that I've wondered and I've questioned and I've asked on the channel, right? Like when you look at pictures of this nigga Drake, you look at pictures of him from back in the days, he's just a totally different person, like completely different person, excluding the braids. You know what I'm saying? Like a completely different person, and he looks happy. And it seems as if he's having fun when he first gets in the game. And now, I ain't gonna lie, he is turned into the complete villain. He is in a villain arc. You know what I mean? He is in a space where all these people turned on him and you know, he was fucked up about that. Like you can hear that in the music. You can hear that you can hear that in the music that he was fucked up about it. Now, as far as like, I'm not giving a full assessment of this album. I'm not rating it. That's not fair. You know what I'm saying? It's the first hour and 51 minutes, almost 2 hours since it came out. Or maybe 3 hours since with the last episode of the Iceman and shit. But I will say that I'm entertained, like for sure. I think that everybody is completely locked in. Niggas is gonna be listening to this joint like new rock stars looking for Easter eggs and like Paul with heavy spoilers trying to break down every bar in this shit. I'm already seeing that he's expressed that he's not fucking with niggas, right? He just did this streaming thing where he flew out all of the streamers and just media personalities. I seen Maul in the building, you know what I'm saying? Academics, of course. I want to know how that is going, because you know Act is definitely going to talk about that when he gets back on stream, between him being on stream and Maul, well, him being in the same room as what he calls Maul, Mealy Maul and all that. I want to know how that goes. But overall, it's an exciting moment. It's a lot though, like 43 fucking songs. You know, some Chris Brown shit, but who complained about not having music and him putting out too much stuff at one point in time that wasn't really focused. And you know, there's songs where he speaks about the lawsuit and all that. So I'm saying all that to say this. I don't need to put no disclaimers, because the thing is like, Wayno, you need Drake for views, and like my highest view episodes have absolutely nothing to do with Drake. You know what I'm saying? So that's funny to me. But we're gonna be going through songs and we're gonna be going through the album. Listen to the other 2 albums tomorrow, and I'm still gonna continue to listen to Iceman and give my full-on assessment in not days but weeks to come, right? Like I don't think that this is something you just tomorrow is like, oh, I fucking hate it, or oh, I love it. I feel like I like some of the shit because I really like the production. Some of the bars, like he's rapping on like multiple songs, but some of the songs is just like, it's cool. Like some of the raps is like, it's cool. And then also, I don't know if that song, the song when he's rapping on some Bay Area LA and kind of switching into some LA shit. Oh, I wasn't jacking that at all. But I gotta get there. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, that's him going at Kendrick. You know? Free Tory.
Get there, but y'all let me know how y'all feel. It's very early. Trust and believe. If you are a Drake fan, Iceman, all that, if you OVO'd out, nothing I say is, y'all can call me every type of fucking hater in the comment section. We love the engagement. But we listening to the music, man. We listening to the music, and we're gonna continue to you know what I mean, go through the music.
Just say you a fan the second time around. Don't do that. You niggas are fans now. Kendrick got nothing for y'all to listen to. Y'all probably gonna be waiting a whole another year before Kendrick says something. And keep trying to tell y'all fake Kendrick fans, Kendrick is not trying to be the man like that. And for him to be the man, you have to fill Drake's seat. Ain't nobody trying to work like that. Drake Ben should have stopped working. Drake could have stopped working before Scorpion. That nigga could have stopped working before 2020, before 2016. He could have stopped working.
And express ourselves and talk about how we feel about this shit. I'll say this though. That what's the name of that song? Make Them Pay? Yeah, that nigga talking crazy. That to me song off the album. And that shit with Future, they could have left off, but this is how I do it both. For the ones that rock with me, you know how we doing. For the ones that don't, eventually you will. I'll catch you on the next one. Peace.
Shit crazy. All right, y'all hit the like button, support the show, hit the Cash App, PayPal. Give me 1 second. Shout outs to Drake, man. Iceman is crazy. Hold on, y'all. We deep in it now. Hold on. All right, y'all hit the like button, support the show. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. Go back. I just don't want this dude to play. Let me see. One of Drake's biggest haters right here. Hold on. Let's actually go over this one first real quick. Because I don't want him to play the whole thing and then, you know.
After the longest wait of his career, it's time as now when it comes to Drake. Iceman is here and Drake has decided to not drop one album or a double album or even a triple album all under the same name. And instead, Drake has decided that he is coming to the most important chapter of his career with 3 different bodies of work, which means that there are 3 of them. And before we go any further into why he did this and how it's being received, be sure to leave a like, subscribe, and hype up the video. And man, you guys know I'm gonna need the support, so make sure to leave a like. I'm really gonna need the help, and hype up the video too while you're at it as well. This is a huge day in hip-hop, no matter what side you are on.
Right.
Monumental things are going down, and there are gonna be monumental effects for everyone. I mean, things are really getting wild. Academics met Drake finally and got his OVO chain. But seriously, I just want to start this out by looking at the facts and just pointing out with
Drake fucking
no matter
up the game.
what side you are on, Monumental things are going down, and there are going to be monumental
Drake gave this nigga act a big ass owl.
Effects for everyone. I mean, things are really getting wild. Academics met Drake finally and got his OVO chain. But seriously, I just want to start this out by looking at the facts and just pointing out, with Drake giving the world pretty much an entire visual album in his Iceman episode 4, with how many songs got full-on video treatments that ended up being on that record. And then with Drake not just giving us Iceman, but giving us 2 other albums called Maid of Honor and Habidi. This has never been done from a major label artist like this ever, in terms of giving us 3 albums in one single release day. And with that, what you have to see, even if you are the biggest Drake fan out there and you're the biggest owl lover, snack lover, or whatever you want to be called, is that, well, after going on almost a 3-year hiatus from a solo album, which is by far the longest we have seen Drake in his career not release a record or announce a body of work without actually dropping it, to get pretty high quality production videos, 3 entire albums, and well, the presentation that fans even got in this city of Toronto. You got fireworks with the album. Listen, it's okay, we can all admit this, and I'll just start it off. Everybody can follow my lead, but say it with me. Thank you, Kendrick Lamar, for making Drake finally get back the ability to pretend that he...
Now, this is what people are saying. Oh, Kendrick Lamar is making Drake rap again. Like, come on, dog. You was right there. You was right there. Let's go.
He is trying, because seriously, to release 43 songs across 3 albums in one night and put out all these visuals, which were very well done, I will give Drake's team that. They made this album look way cooler and sound way better in the episode for a lot of it compared to when Iceman actually hit streaming. And that's important. Just with me saying that last point. That's it. That's the point. The Shane Gillis cameo, the overabundance of content and visuals and just everything. It's all here to send a message. It has nothing to do with anything in and around the art itself, and I hate to be the guy to break the truth to a lot of you people, but it's all merely here to be dressing to the effort that Drake is trying to make to come back, where there is still no real central strength, vision, or message uniting people to why they should come back to him and support him, other than that drops music. I mean, even if you think about how hyped up Iceman was as an album and how big of a deal they made this, to just immediately drop 2 other albums right alongside it that came out of absolutely nowhere, while it makes for a cool buzz headline and lame social media posts for social media admins who hate their jobs where they can make their lame old memes like this, all it is doing is diluting the messages and what is being said on the main Iceman album, and even what your visual album ended up accomplishing. And just looking at what really matters, especially for Drake, and especially for an album where you put the cover as a glove, which seems to be a clear reference and nod to the guy that you want to break his record with getting another #1 song on the Billboard Hot 100. Well, in terms of trying to get that hit record and that #1 record, if everybody has 43 different reference points for what they are getting from Drake, you think you're finally gonna get that hit still? But you know what? Let me slow down, because the more you think about it, a lot of this makes sense. And just don't be fooled yet, because while a lot of people thought that Drake did the Frank Ocean, all 3 of these albums are under UMG and Republic, which has been the label, system, and deal that Drake has been on and seemingly stuck in for quite a while. And while Drake disses his label here and creates a bigger mess with them than we have ever seen, as he has now made this thing fully public, which we will get into later here, that isn't why Drake released 3 albums. It was not to do the modern Frank Ocean maneuver or anything like that. But primarily, it was for one simple reason: to flood the album, flood platforms, and flood the system with so much content and so...
Good to see you, broski. Welcome to the show, man. As always, shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button on the way in. Please support the show. Gemini says the thumbnail is cold. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I like Plot Twist. There's so many on there. Yeah. I gotta check out Bully. You know, I've been sleeping on Ye for a little bit. I heard one of the other tracks I really like. I definitely gotta check out Bully. For sure, ski. All right, give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. Shout outs to Gemini in the building.
Much music that you can't escape it, and even if it underperforms with the sheer mass of material that is out there, it is going to look like a massive success regardless. With a Billboard Hot 100 chart in this era where every song from J. Cole, Baby Keem, A$AP Rocky, Don Toliver, and Kanye's new album all pretty much made the Hot 100 chart, it's a hype metric. If people have interest in your album, you're most
Drake about to take over the full chart. That's the crazy part. You about to take over the full chart. And then you got Lucky. Lucky just dropped. And somebody else just dropped. Good luck.
Likely going to get those chart placements. Drake is probably going to chart all 43 songs of this on the Hot 100,
right,
which both seems to be the standard and pro quo in hip-hop, and even with that stat and that number 43. That would be a Billboard record for the most songs on the chart in a single week, surpassing none other than Drake's buddy Morgan Wallen, who is sitting at 38 in a single week from his streaming slop filler album, which did the exact same thing that we are seeing here. And again, no matter if there is not a hit, nobody resonates with this thing, and even if the numbers are bad.
Yeah, I think they are. I know Kanye's I was saying this earlier. I know Kanye's losing his mind over this album. Because Kanye's obsessed with Drake.
And size of how much content we got is going to make it look like it didn't fail to the general public, who is already clapping their hands over this because the headlines and the programming is working. Anytime you're going to see something like Drake drop 3 albums in one night, there's a lot of buzzwords in there that are going to make it sound inherently exciting. And if you're not tapped in, you might just be fooled and end up listening to one of these things. And I have to say, for Drake, considering the fact that he clearly has no confidence in himself, this is actually pretty smart as a manipulator. If we look at this from another level.
And see, all of these people that are haters, but they're like his biggest fans. This is the part that's funny as hell. They're more, you can hear the giddiness in their voice. You can hear when somebody's smiling and talking. These people are, the haters are more happy that they're getting music from Drake. Because they fake Kendrick fans. Go ask these Kendrick fans what's the last song Kendrick dropped. Nobody knows. They're just gonna make this. That's not a song, sir. That's the beat, you know. And GNX was awesome, so they should be able, they should be able to give you an answer, but they can't. I bet you they know some of them songs from last night. Shit. Shit.
Well, when you think about how
we can't even name 10 Kendrick songs. Big vein in their forehead trying to remember and name 10 Kendrick songs.
43 songs dropping at midnight and people planning to listen to all of this new music, not just in one night, but because there's so much over the course of days, and if they did get through it, they had to sit down for hours and hours to now be able to talk about all of it? Well, with these very different experiences that clearly all different types of listeners are going to take because of how much different music is out there, it has decentralized the discourse and conversation that could be had around Drake's new music in a way that we have never seen. And well, of course, that is going to decentralize everything that's going on with it, good and bad, which while that may go against you in terms of getting that #1 hit, in terms of trying to just make this look like as big of a moment as possible without any of the criticism that your recent releases have gotten, this is a solid tactic to stat.
And I don't know what he's talking about, because low key, actually high key, it wasn't even really a sleeper. But Drake's and Party Next Door's album, that shit blew up too. They just wanted to keep the hype up about Kendrick. Drake and Party Next Door album was charting too. Nokia, even though the hit came a little bit late, it's because they dropped it a little bit later in the year. But the Party Next Door album and Drake album, that collab album was good also. So 7 to 8 projects since 2021, y'all.
Had your way to looking a lot better and performing better. And it really is not a surprise, because if we look at Drake and this strategy, this seems to be going back to the same playbook in a lot of ways that we saw in 2018 with his Scorpion album, just in terms of the fact that with a massive double album with 2 sides that covered 2 distinct genres with the rap and the R&B sides, you were able to just wash out any noise and any criticism that somebody could have had with your work and with what you were doing, by just flooding the market with way too much music. That's what happened back then, and from walking out of the Pusha T beef and really looking better in the process because of how big your numbers were, because of how long the album was, Drake was able to get a pass from that. And obviously, while the situation is different here, Drake is still banging on pulling the same thing off. But listen, if you are just going to make a scaled up Scorpion, and that's really what this is in terms of what it's representing, don't give us a list of songs that is going to make something as bloated as Scorpion.
Well, I mean, it's like, it's going to get compared to Scorpion because this was the last album Drake did for Cash Money. He was out of his deal after Scorpion. You know? So it's kind of the same thing now. That's why he's dropping these albums rapidly like this, so he can hurry up and get out of his deal. You know. And it's not like they stopped him. You know? It's not like they stopped him. They probably want him gone just as bad too. They want him free. But they don't have nobody to replace him. And then the thing is that whatever obligation that he owed, this is going to fulfill it. So
look as
oh, I know Angry Man been going crazy. I don't know, that nigga been going crazy. All right. Please hit the like button, y'all. Please support the show. Hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Shout outs to everybody on Rumble. I will try to go over if we definitely get support on today's show. I will do an album review on Rumble, and I will definitely go over another album that I think is the album of the year. Speaking of TDE, which is Isaiah Rashad's. It's been awful. Really great albums. All right, real good music. All right, so y'all please hit the like button, support the show. I will do a listening. We'll do a listening party over on Rumble. Let's get it.
Dice and well curated as something like Thriller. Because seriously, with 43 songs across 3 albums in one night, I don't think we need 43 songs in pretty much all one unified effort or release. from literally any single artist in the world, including some of the ones that I think are the best. It's just an excessive amount, which is obviously going to oversaturate things and get into the face of quality. And just when you think about that, this is the conversation we are having.
I mean, but who
in
cares?
a way, it is
Even
showing that
deal.
Drake does not even respect his own album experiences and does not want people to digest these bodies of work.
The rollout for, I don't know, these people are dumb. The whole rollout is for that. These albums been done. Some of them, some of these tracks. But let's get it.
Work with the love and care that most other artists always would.
When did I Miss came out? Like a year and a half or a year ago?
Or as most other artists would say it up making them. Consider who this guy is, I just made the whole connection. Maybe that was way more intentional than we thought, because while I have not listened to much yet of the other 2 Drake albums, because again, I was not staying up till 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning just listening to Drake music. Why would I ever do that?
Drake
with the Iceman album and this standard, and the world beginning to hear it before being acted with the promise of all of these other albums, which is showing you this grift and tactic in real time, working on mass audiences, which it has in terms of the distraction portion of it. Well, in the Iceman episode 4 live stream, where Drake played almost the entire Iceman album and showed off everything that he has been working on, the world began to see it, and as we were unpacking these albums and hearing the record more and more, it only became more clear on how bad all of it truly was. But well, the prophecy and the warnings were true. This album really was the Spite Man album all along, and there are no ways around that anymore. Whether you love it or you hate it, you cannot say otherwise. Because really, for the biggest Drake fans now, do they realize that if they love this album and if it is their new favorite body of work, half the stuff that they are turning up to or even saying verbatim are retorts and clapbacks to what Kendrick Lamar did over 2 years ago? And speaking of the guy Kendrick,
Drake kind of perfected this. They did it before with Back to Back. I know Meek Mill had some homies like, bro, my bad. Man, listen, man, it's catchy. I'm sorry, man. Shit. Back to Back. Back to Back was crazy.
So much stuff on Iceman that is about him and what he did. This truly is the revenge or diss album just when you look at all of the Kendrick smoke alone. And this is undisputed. For anybody who's going to try to ignore this plain out fact, look at track number 5's name on Iceman. Ran to Atlanta. I mean, the guy named a song after a Not Like Us line and is trying to act like it's a gotcha moment or it's funny. Meanwhile, to be honest, this song has the best chance to be the hit on the album, which is just so fitting because its title uses a Kendrick bar altogether. And with this record, while so many bandwagon...
Oh, he ran to Atlanta and guess who's on it? Future. They friends again. Now, it's not that if niggas care or not, but that looks dumb on Future's behalf, and it looks good on Drake's behalf. It's like, damn, y'all done did all of that. Metro didn't trust you. He's probably making some drums right now. Somebody was like, Drake probably paid Future like seven figures to get back cool with him. I'm like, nah. Then people making excuses because they were like, you know, Future didn't know Kendrick was gonna be on that track or whatever. But then it's like, then he did, but okay, but then he made a whole album after that. We don't trust you. We still don't trust you. He had slick bars for Drake. We never trusted you. And it was at one point Future was like, he felt he was in competition with Drake because he could sing and rap too in his own way. Still some tension from Tony Montana, and it's like, you know. And Drake dissed Future before all of that. Drake seen it coming on that 21 Savage album. When you sit in a position like that, it's amazing how preemptive you can become. You know? Yeah, he gonna be on the next one, right? You know? Like shit. I guess Metro trusts him again, you know? Y'all hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal, y'all. I definitely want to go over this album. I really want to go over this album. I'm finna geek out, you know. I definitely want to do a Rumble show. I said, man, if today's show go well and it's supported, we'll definitely go over the album because I definitely want to go over Isaiah Rashad's album with y'all too, man. You know. And then I didn't hear Maid of Honor, so that'll be a good time to listen to that one also. I guess we can knock out 2 out of the 3, but then again, we can find the third one online. So, you know, y'all let me know, man. Definitely want to bring that content to you guys. All right, let's get it.
Fans are flocking towards it with their.
This is my girl right here, Molly saying, "Ooh wee." When I saw her, I said, "Oh no, oh no." I was like, all right, this nigga playing now. Hurry up and drop that shit. I was looking for it.
Toxic positivity sentiments, which they love to pull out in times like this because they stand on absolutely nothing and they are opportunists like a Future and a Drake. Well, if both prove they more than are. And really, that's a whole other pathetic thing. I mean, look at the way these two are now buddy-buddy, but the way Drake can't forgive somebody like J. Cole? Well, listen, while I'm jumping... are flocking towards it with their toxic positivity sentiments, which they love to pull out in times like this because they stand on
who's they? What happened? What did I miss?
Absolutely nothing, and they are opportunists like a Future and a Drake. Well, if both prove they more than are. And really, that's a whole other pathetic thing. I mean, look at the way these two are now buddy-buddy, but the way Drake can't forgive somebody like J. Cole? Well, listen, while I'm jumping ahead...
And that's crazy because he forgave Future, but he was like...
in the world on this album, well, only is selective with the beats they pick, because despite Future creating the song that literally caused the domino effect that put him in the position to get humiliated by Kendrick Lamar in the first place, he can be cool with Future. They can make songs. But with whatever happened with J. Cole, they will never talk again. And just speaking of the idea of standing on nothing, with Drake continuing his Kendrick Lamar obsession by making his own version of Not Like Us, this is the song we need to talk about. I will say it is definitely the most catchy song Drake has even possibly made all decade, perhaps, because it is using that same West Coast bounce and style that Kendrick used for a record like Not Like Us, and it still does sound decent sonically here. And in terms of Drake's performance, while he delivers a record here in the first half that starts off tame and feels relatively normal and standard, the second half of this track has him screaming at Kendrick and calling him every single name in the book as he just goes crazy making short jokes, calling out Mustard and trying to say this is how you make a West Coast slap and this is how you make the record that Kendrick was looking for all along. Meanwhile, Drake, I don't know if you know this, but Not Like Us is the biggest rap song of the entire. It's just stuff like this that makes this feel more funny and comedic than everything. Because while Kendrick is rapping over a Mustard beat, Drake has a catch-up beat, and he's the one who's trying to act like he is in the lead, which just get out of here. I mean, you're trying to compete with the biggest hit in rap that we have seen, honestly, not even just in the 2020s decade, but throughout the last 10 years overall. and you got your B tier Wish version of it, and you think it's gonna do anything. I mean, it just really does.
Oh yeah. He's bisexual. We're gonna talk about that. Absolutely, we're gonna talk about that. But yeah, Not Like Us is a West Coast. It's a West Coast hit. It's not necessarily a cultural hit, but hey.
Feel like an absolute comedy watching this guy just descend and try worse and worse ways to make any sort of a comeback and to try and get any little bit more respected. And I wish I could say it stops there, because as this album goes on, and keep in mind, I'm not even covering half of the subliminals and half of the bars that we see Drake just blurt out all over this thing. Well, with Drake making entire sections and bars questioning Kendrick's streaming numbers as he references a fake stat about Kendrick losing 100 million streams from a parody page. That said, a bunch of numbers from Luther were wiped out last year, which was never proven to be true and was actually proven quite the opposite. Right. He must be writing his lyrics from Club Paradise circles and from his little OVO stan communities, and maybe they let him onto this, and this is how he has got it. And getting even worse from there, with this devolving all into the Iceman live episode, ending with Drake going into a bot farm where he tears the thing up by the end, and we see images that allude to Not Like Us directly on one of the screens, which is implying that Drake thinks that Not Like Us was botted and that everything Kendrick Lamar is doing is fraudulent.
And I mean, he doesn't think. I mean, it's probably been proven to him in court because it was botted. I'm gonna say that, you know. Because Not Like Us is a hit, but you can hide an actual hit behind bots. You know, and the bots actually messes up the hit that it is, because you won't, to a certain degree, you won't get the real numbers.
That everything around him and all the other artists who are succeeding, well, their success is fraudulent. When you watch the visuals with this Spider-Man album, you'll see that Drake literally did create his own MCU universe to try and cope with how bad he lost the beef and why he is doing everything that he's doing now. But at the same time, it's like he didn't want the world to fully hear his Not Like Us ripoff. Because when you make a song...
And fun fact, Drake is like us. The irony of it, yeah, K-Bot. The irony of it is, Drake doesn't believe he lost the beef. I think the beef needed a replay. Because that boy was talking. Boy, Drake was talking. But hey.
Like this, and you start spazzing out on the entire West Coast and Kendrick Lamar, and you make the message and make it a big deal.
You can't even name 5 Kendrick songs. He's my favorite rapper. And you'll listen to some niggas, they'll be like, oh, I know you don't know what you're talking about. What's going on, UFO?
You roll out, but then have all this other noise make people talk about all of the other music you put out as well and all of the stuff surrounding it. It seems like Drake created the disses on this album, especially as somebody like Kendrick Lamar, not to actually reach Kendrick Lamar and show him that Drake is still watching him and that he is not done with their back and forth from 2 years ago. And instead, it's to prove to his fans and other artists and grifters even, that he is some sort of a tough guy and that he's not afraid to do anything, because they don't seem tactical enough to either move the needle against Kendrick or even provoke him to say anything about it for the most part, but they are all over this album. We are still discovering more in real time as we speak, as Drake is responding and calling out so much of what the guy did, and with lawsuit bars too here, which sound like when your parents say, I told you so, or they try to explain to you something when you were younger, and even if you knew it was wrong back then, since you were younger, they would just give you a weak response that you just had to go along with. Well, that's how it feels when Drake tries to say...
Him and Wayne need to have an album, or at least a double album, but I'm pretty sure both of them will go crazy on that album. But I ain't gonna lie, kind of, no matter how good Wayne is, rapping next to Drake, people gonna make it seem like Drake can't stand next to Wayne, I mean, Wayne can't stand next to Drake. Y'all know how it goes. But let's go.
Even justify his lawsuit by saying, I'm not suing the rapper, I'm suing the machine. I mean, kudos to you, Drake. Kudos to you. You really sound like an educated and fully literate person. But on a serious note, with a lot of the stuff that you hear on this album, especially with Kendrick Lamar, that is the perfect focal point. It really does make you question when you hear the way Drake talks about him. Were these jabs and disses against these powerhouses made for the people about them to hear? Or were they made to just create more dressing for people that will get them into the landfill that is OVO? Hours and hours of Drake music and visual content. I mean, this is the play right here, and so I just have to say it, don't be fooled, because Iceman Day One, or whatever we are calling this era, because now we have more than one album, it's not designed for us to be talking about the big moments, the big picture, or any of the messages, even that Drake was trying to get across in these songs that he led us on to believe were very important to him with everything he did in preparation in episode 4. And instead, we are supposed to just consume the slop. Eat up your slop and have any ideas about any of the material just get lost in the void. Also, it can serve to be the dressing, the big headlines that we'll read if this all goes the way it should. That Drake is the first artist since Michael Jackson in 2009 to have the top 3 albums on the Billboard 200 all at once. And then he is the artist with the most songs in the Hot 100 in a single week ever. And I'm sure with whatever sales figures and streaming numbers occur when you are tripling even the biggest flop Drake has ever had's numbers, they won't look bad, and that's it. Everybody who came into this thing looking for an experience that was supposed to be quality driven, you got dumped and you got lied to, because all you ever were to Drake was somebody he can manipulate to give you more mediocre albums to, and to try and throw 3 of them on you this time. And seriously, with Drake trying to pull a hustle like this and make everybody believe that he is the #1 in rap from mere tricks and streaming stat padding. Listen, Drake, you were calling out Kendrick Lamar so much and you tried to start so much, whether you meant it or not, that you were going to have to face everything you said. Not to mention, in all of this, Drake has been dissing and making all these crazy claims while he has these lawsuits going. And I mean, with all this, could you imagine a bigger mess? I just could not. The fact that people are eating this slop up shows how lost the audience is, and the fact that people are not even thinking about the lawsuit just echoes that all the more. And with this album and with the way Drake did not come out here, we will revisit this now, despite each album being under the UMG imprint with Republic Records, and that has been a massive point of contention so far, considering that Drake and UMG's relationship has never been worse, and everything just keeps coming apart for these two. I mean, this is a first. They got dissed on their own employee's album. Doing 3 albums like this and not as a triple disc, and even just putting out all this music. While it doesn't seem like he's out of the deal yet, maybe that is coming, because it does seem like something else in terms of label politics and what this could mean for the future of Drake's career and his future on their roster. Because if Drake is dissing the label, pumping up the machine with slop, and now trying to get the crown back for all of it, I'm find out in a lot more ways soon that Drake's UMG days are numbered. But in the meantime, is that
you probably off the album?
Time, remember that Kendrick Lamar is the reason this album exists, and the other ones do too, for better and for worse.
Oh,
so even if you find the biggest fan of Drake and somebody who is loving the music, just laugh to yourself and know that deep down inside, with the greatest thing that this deprived fan base has gotten in so long, the only reason it's even remotely notable to them is because of the very hands and mind of Kendrick Lamar. And so now with all that said, let me know, what are your initial thoughts on everything around Drake's new albums and everything he just did? I really just wanted to start off the discourse pointing this out and pointing out the sheer hypocrisy and just the weird delusional games that are going on around this entire thing, and that are really trying to mask and protect Drake in the...
Straight up. Let me catch up on the comments, y'all. Please support the show, guys. Hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. You said, yeah, I don't think he can actually compete when it comes to his catalog. You said statistics don't lie. You said dude need to stop huffing paint, copium. Yeah. That's the thing about these Kendrick fans, these fake Kendrick fans. Like, Kendrick don't got nothing for them to listen to right now. Y'all are stuck listening to 3 albums. Or at least hearing about it. Kendrick left y'all for dead. Kendrick always leaves the people for dead. But he delivers when he comes back, you know? He's like a halftime Jay Electronica. All right, y'all support the show, man. I'm working hard now. As always. Shout outs to Chigs. Let's get it. Let's go. Being real thorough. We're gonna see what these people got to say. I want to go over the other one. I just don't want them to play the music. That's the thing, but we'll see.
YouTube. Chicks. Get ready. You know what to do, Chicks.
I find him. You know, I like Chick Smooth. Chick Smooth is somebody I really enjoy listening to on YouTube because Chick just got an intellectual curiosity about things.
Oh man, Ricky Rose is back on his bullshit. Let's be honest here. The week leading up to Iceman, Ricky Rose was definitely backpedaling. In every interview he was doing, it sounded like Ricky Rose wanted to get back in Drake's good graces. From saying he does not want to see Drake lose, which we all knew was absolute bullshit.
Drake, if you listening to this, homie, listen to me. Shine. I don't want to see you lose. No real want to see you lose. This game have shit and what it's about. I don't want to see you lose.
Ricky Rose knew he was getting dissed on this album, and from what it looked like, he had anxiety. The last thing you want to hear is that somebody that makes hit records is going to be putting out a song dissing you. That news right there could ruin your entire year. But after Iceman came out last night and Ricky Rose saw it was nothing but a light jab to him, he's officially back to trolling Drake. Rick Ross went on Instagram to read some hate comments about Drake's album and also let him know that he's officially washed.
Bars. Damn. Niggas say 3 albums are trash albums, 2 years too late. What site is this? Complex? The Glazer University. Oh my God. I've been a long fan. Oh my God. Mr. YouTube. Fuck a big 3 anyway. There was too many chefs in the kitchen. Bars. Come on, guys, stop. Y'all gotta, let's all leave little mans alone now, man. He did it. He dropped 3 mid price. Hey, man, it was fun while it lasted. You're washed. R.I.P. to the Drake stands.
Now, what's sad is that, you know, this man was popping Bel Air and having that album play all throughout his mansion on the big speakers. Come on now. What's going on, party? I've been losing my mind for the last 24 hours, bro.
Can only imagine what that feels like. Well, I really couldn't. But for those that didn't know, I was a big boy making big boy records when my homie was on Degrassi. Now, back to the big business. My new book is in stores and everywhere books said. I want to thank everybody that's been showing love.
Now, Ross did not stop there. After Rory and Mal criticized him and called him weird earlier
That would be crazy as hell, Gemini.
This week.
Can we finally admit that Rick Ross is weird?
Why? Why do you say that?
And I know this is...
He didn't finally admit, like, we've been, like, holding that in. Like, what you mean finally admit? Like,
well, we did talk about this in the beginning after the Like That thing and then 20v1 started. And I know we are the Drake Bias podcast, but I'm speaking from a very objective place.
They want some OVO change.
We didn't put enough light into how weird it was that Rick Ross entered into that rap beef.
Yes,
what did you have to, like, why are you in this whole thing? And you came up with an excuse that it was because Drake didn't clear his verse for French Montana's album, which made all the sense in the world because everyone was waiting for Drake to say something in the biggest moment, and it wasn't about to be a verse he did 10 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
And then French Montana is sitting next to him going like, nah, I was fine with it.
Mm-hmm.
So what the fuck are you doing, Rick Ross?
But
you're finding any way to just get in this shit, and now you're telling yo, I want to see you
And then Ross got it in for Birdman too.
win, homie. Shut up.
But
shut up. He's one of my favorite rappers. He's hilarious. His discography is incredible. But that's some weirdo. Like that's super weird.
Yeah, but
is that not weird?
We knew what that was in the moment, though. We said that. We said it was weird for him to do that. We said he was trying to capitalize at the moment. He shot a video for the song with a bunch of Bel Air around him. Like, people were trying to capitalize in the moment. Like, we knew what that was. We that moment. It was a moment. People were trying to capitalize.
Even if it's petty reasons, I understand the Metro thing, and there's women involved, Weekend, there's exes involved, and maybe Drake fucked someone's baby mother, or there's some slimy shit going on with women, because that's usually how things get to this point. Rick Ross said, oh, he didn't clear a verse for French, so fuck him. I'm in this now. After he gave me all my #1 records.
Yeah, I mean,
that's like that. Everyone else, I understood why, even if it wasn't a great reason, I understood why the 20v1 existed and everything in the history with Drake and certain artists. Rick Ross, who's his mans, just entered into that beef because he wanted to. I guess I'm saying it was called out, but it wasn't highlighted enough in that whole thing of why is Rick Ross doing this. So when he gets and is talking to Ebro, what was his quote?
Well, I mean, Rick Ross has always been into cash money business. You know, collabing with their artists, getting into it with Birdman, you know.
We want to see you win, homie. Like, shut up. Shut up.
Well, he can't say he want to see Drake win. No, nobody can backpedal because there's a lot of that going on right now. Niggas can't slide.
I don't want to see you lose, fam.
Well, I think it was deeper than that. I think because he was on that record with French, I believe.
No, the leak
right, Jen.
exists. You can YouTube that shit now. It's just Drake and French.
Oh, so Ross wasn't on it? Because I originally thought Ross was on that record.
Even if he was, okay.
Yeah, but if he was, it would
French
help.
Don't even care.
I know French doesn't care, but I'm just saying if he was, we know what that's about. The art looks good. We knew what that whole play was about. And this is what people need Drake. They need him. They stream well without him. Rappers don't stream well without hit records. And
Drake fucked up rap's economy. The rap economy will be fucked up without Drake.
Who's giving people more hits than anybody else in rap? Drake. So now when I'm not giving you the verse that I used to give you because of other things.
They have like 7 classic records together.
Yeah,
and I'm sure Drake would have wanted to continue to work with
at some point, yes. But if Ross needs it right now,
and he's like Montana album?
Yeah, but if Ross needs a verse right now and he needs to stream this year, his numbers this year, he needs those streams, then you can see why a rapper would feel some type of way if you give it 21 all these verses in an album, you giving Sexy Red, you giving this person, that and then I can't get one. You can see how some people will then show their true colors and be like,
or you explain it, the weirder it is.
I understand. I understand. But the weirder part to me is during the verses, when he's doing Drake's records or the records that he has with Drake, he doesn't want to let Drake's part play, but Drake had to clear those songs to be performed at the verses. Which is, I don't know if people know that or not. Like Drake had to clear those songs so that they are able to be performed.
Which, by the way,
if he's clearing it, meaning he's like, all right, cool, whatever. Like even after you dissed him and did all of that, Drake ain't act salty and be like, nah, fuck that. Like you can't.
Oh, please don't do that.
What? He cleared the song
because I would have too. And Drake is petty and has every right to be petty. He didn't clear that out of good faith and good love for hip hop.
I didn't say that.
He did that. He cleared those to show all the other rappers, you can't do a verses without the songs that I gave you.
Obviously, but then why not?
That was a petty reason, not a good-hearted one.
No, for sure. But then why not just let my hook play there?
Well, no, that's also,
at that point.
That's really why I'm highlighting this, is outside of just what he said with Ebro. I thought that was corny as fuck that Ross did that based off their history and how weird it was for him to enter that. Like, people do that if there's some real bad history. There is history.
Yeah.
You're just weird. Like, I don't want to hear that. Like, the fuck did he do to you?
Right. Yeah. But a lot of that was, well, we know that now looking back 2 years. Like, we know a lot of things was weird. A lot of the things that was said was weird. A lot of things felt like it came out of nowhere. What was that for? What issue does this person him? Like, it was a lot of that going on, but it was also a moment for people to try to cap and try to, gain whatever they could out of the moment. Like, and we said that when he jumped in and we was like, yo, bro, like, I even said it, Ross, I was like, yo, Ross, just fall back. This ain't the time for that right now. Like, I remember saying, like, yo, this is a one-on-one. Like, we don't really need that right now. We don't care about what that is.
Drake got Rose solidified in a lot of the different markets. So that's the thing. That's that on that, All right. Y'all, please hit the like button. Please support the show. Links are in the chat. Please
like, we could do
Cash
that.
App, hit the PayPal. Please support the show. 2 hours and 47 madness. Please, good stream. Let's get it.
After it just didn't feel right. It felt like you was trying to get in on it and capitalize.
Ross also had some words for Rory and Mal.
It's a beautiful morning, perfect time to feed yourself the knowledge.
Dropping a book.
The knowledge. What's that? Rory and Mal, get off your knees. Get the testicles out of your mouth now. I don't know which one, the white one or the black one. Y'all both the same. Rory Mal, the Glazers. The Glazers. How y'all feel now? Drake just committed suicide. I'm sure he'll retire next month. How is his lawsuit doing? How is the Drake University lawsuit coming? I don't know. I don't know, guys. I didn't listen to YouTube, man, last night. I'm just going by what you guys say. But once again, we up again, baby. It's the biggest boss. Where's Iceman? There's Iceman. The throat goats are in the building, guys.
Now, the funny part is that Rory and Mal actually fuck with Rick Ross. If you guys listen to the podcast, much for Rick Ross on multiple occasions. But just like in media, the one time you speak negatively about somebody, that's really the only time they hear what you say about them. Now, just like you guys saw in the video, Ricky Rose is currently promoting his book, and he's also got an album coming out June 12th. So this is also his way of getting into the algorithm and also getting people to talk about him and in turn giving him free promo. Now, maybe it's just me, but there's a part of me that feels like Ricky Rose does want to make amends with Drake. Regardless of Ricky Rose trolling Drake online, I feel like the verses kind of open his eyes up a little bit. Not only does his man's French Montana rock with Drake heavy, but he also knows he made some classic timeless records with Drake. Hey, French Montana, you know what to do, brother. Get these guys on the phone. Ross basically put it out there that it's up to you to squash the beef between him and Drake. You guys get in the comments below. What do you guys back trolling Drake once again?
I mean, I don't know. Because Future popped up out of nowhere. And I was like, because I love both Future and I like Drake. But I was like, oh, this is some ass. This is some ass. It didn't hit the same way, but I'm like, they lucky they got my girl Molly Santana on it. Fuck it. And then you got Stunner Sandy. I'm like, damn. I just hope he ain't hitting. Well, he probably, when he did, he probably hit Stunner Sandy. Get that to the game. I just like, man, I hope ain't nobody touching my girl Molly. Molly Santana. Molly Santana. When you know he did. I don't know, y'all. I don't know.
Drake, Iceman, the album cycle. The record is going to be out. It's supposed to be out in a matter of hours. In a matter of hours. May 15th is supposed to be the release date. This record should be out by midnight. That remains to be seen. Whether or not it will be the case, we will see. But it's supposed to be out at midnight. You know, you could search the timeline right now and see several different
Let me do
kind
this,
of
because I do want to get Fantano's take on it, because he already dropped something 7 hours ago. That's him doing Maiden of Honor. But I do want to get into one of his biggest haters, but I just hope you don't play the whole fucking song. So, and the show hasn't been supported yet for me to take a
Yeah, you're
copyright.
reading that right. So initially I said I'm just going to react to the songs where Drake is dissing on Iceman. Then I got hit up left, right, and center. People said, well, prepare to do the whole album reaction because apparently he's shooting and dissing on this entire album, which I saw coming, by the way. Now, we got a lot to discuss. And y'all know, let's just talk about it, how I feel about Drake ever since the lawsuit. And because Drake is doing a lawsuit that can hurt artistic expression, can set a precedent that can hurt hip-hop, and can just hurt art in general, that was my biggest gripe against him. That's why he felt like he was against hip-hop. But ladies and gentlemen, I made a new merch line kind of for these exact moments where we have to remember hip-hop is my bias. At the end of the day, when it
this nigga about this is now this nigga got grifting merch. No, don't do that. No, don't do that. That's when you know you about to hear some fire. That's when you know you about to hear some fire. You gotta brief and you gotta walk it back and brief. You gotta brief your audience. Yeah, listen, basically I know I said some bullshit in the past, but now I just got to solidify to y'all that, you know, hip hop is my bias, and my bias, it can change. Nah, nigga, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Now he got to walk it back and then come out with a clothing line that he going to walk it back. That's crazy.
Comes to talking about the music, which we're doing here, we're going to discuss all the other thumbs up, but hip hop is my bias. Go grab one of these right now because they're so
we can have grifting clothing on while we not being for real. This is when you know you said a lot of bullshit. And you got to duck the smoke live on air. This is when you know you said a lot of bullshit. Good God Almighty.
Exclusive.
Fantano, you too. You too. We're going to get to you later.
I don't even have one yet. So go grab this. Anybody who gets one for the next week will get a personal thank you shout out video from me, because I think more of us have to remember hip hop is the bias. And what that means is, unless somebody shows me, until there's proof of like ghostwriting and stuff, I'm not going to every time just, now I might be petty and say it a couple times. I'm not going to be like, did he write it? Did he write it? Ghostwriter? I'm going to do the same thing I do with Cardi B.
Doesn't matter.
Those that have those same things. Until it's shown to me, let's just react to this as the bias being hip hop. Now, let's go right into it. And like I said, this is dope bars and dope music is a reflex to me. So y'all will see that. So let's go.
Oh, you about to be pop locking at this point. If that's the case. You about to be jitterbugging. But I've been saying this for the longest time. That's why I'm like, I know y'all niggas don't listen to Kendrick, because them Drake bars go over people's heads. People that that actually understand music, and they're like, yo, wait, hold up. Because it's like Lil Wayne. You know, Lil Wayne's bars go over people's heads. You will hear a song And what he said of a song that you listen to hundreds of times will hit you on a random Thursday and be like, hold up, this nigga said, or you'll be going through something in life or see something and be like, yo, Wayne had a bar for that. And that shit is really true. You know. But let's go.
Make them cry.
Yeah.
In the courtroom? Okay, now I know that's early. I had to get it out. You feel me?
You know you about to eat
if
your
y'all
words
just
right
came
now.
onto this waiting for me to hate on Drake just because I was putting the paperwork, that's, just know that that's going to be in the back, but I'm going to go with, like I said, hip-hop being my bias. Go grab one, link in the pinned comment, or go to fromthevillage.us. Let's go.
Ice.
All right, so I think he's going to play the whole thing. Yeah, I can't do it. I can't take it. Y'all didn't even support the show. Shit. Hell. We gotta go over the Rumble for this. We gotta go over the Rumble for this one. Now let me go to Fantano. I'll definitely pull this up over on Rumble. Give me 1 second. Even Platboy Max reacted to it. All right, while I pull up let me go over this because this is something I do want to see. They're going over I guess how Drake and Future made back up. This is worth a listen. Give me 1 second, guys. Go over this with you guys. All right, y'all hit the like button, support the show. Because we can definitely continue this over on Rumble. We are on Rumble right now, actually. So let's get it.
In 2009, Lil Wayne and T-Pain hit the road for a tour called He Raps, He Sings. The whole appeal was that at any given moment, you didn't know who was about to hit you with hard bars and who was about to start floating over auto-tune melodies. The lines between rapper and singer were starting to disappear.
Nothing, you ain't scared of nothing. Hip-hop is alive, don't worry, I got it.
One of the openers on that tour was a young La Brianna Aubrey Graham. He was fresh off his tenure as a teen actor on the Canadian show Degrassi and fresh onto Lil Wayne's Young Money roster.
Toronto, y'all make some noise for Drake. And together, we are Young Money.
Now at this same time, somewhere halfway across the country, another artist was working tirelessly in the early days of his career, adopting a work ethic and a sound very similar to the one that Lil Wayne and T-Pain were now controlling the world with. A young Future Hendrix had mixtapes hitting Dat Piff every other week just like Lil Wayne, flooding them with alien-type flows just like the Martian himself, and cutting through the chaos with melodic hooks just like T-Pain. At this point in time, while Drake watched Lil Wayne hit that stage every single night, his only dream was to one day become as big as his mentor.
I think when I first started out, I just wanted to be as important as Lil Wayne because I felt like nobody was ever going to be as big as Lil Wayne, like during like Lollipop times and obviously like Carter 3 times. And, I just never seen rap be that. It just was it was like this bright flash bulb. Like I just never seen it look so massive and so big. And remember, like I'm on tour with the guy, so I'm at his shows.
As for the aspirations the Future had, well, by the time he graduated from Dat Piff mixtapes to major label albums, this is how T-Pain describes the change in the climate of hip-hop.
People was calling Future the new T-Pain. I was like, it's crazy how the new T-Pain gotta use the old T-Pain Bugatti.
Within a few years, Drake and Future would effectively become the new T-Pain and Lil Wayne. He raps,
the funny thing
he
is
sings,
that
two artists who could do
a Future and T-Pain mixtape would have been crazy. Like, for real. A T-Pain and Future track, just even a song would have been crazy. During like not the Dirty Sprite era, but during like the Monster era, you know. And it wouldn't be like an auto-tune fest, because you know, the auto-tune is a lot more cleaner now, or then, you know. T-Pain needed a bunch of pitch correction, but it worked in his favor when he was using auto-tune. You dig? So let me know if y'all are supporting the show. I'll go do something else, you know. All right. 3 hours and 1 minute into the madness is Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody here enjoying the stream. Please support the show. Let's get it.
both. They made dozens of hits together, from club records, toxic anthems, street anthems, heartbreak music. Sometimes they'd combine all these elements onto the same song. But funny enough, their relationship didn't start with classic collabs and instant chemistry. The first time Drake and Future ever linked on a record, it actually sparked a lot of tension between them. And that pretty much became the story of Drake and Future for the next decade and a half. One moment they're hitting us with dozens of amazing collabs, the next minute there's weird sneak disses, cold energy, behind the scenes fallouts, and for as close as Drake and Future always seemed in the public eye, there was almost always something strange happening underneath the surface. And by 2024, it seemed like the on-again, off-again nature of their friendship would be turned off forever after Future platformed several artists on his Metro Boomin collab tapes to take shots at Drake. A$AP Rocky, The Weeknd, Rick Ross, of course Kendrick Lamar, even Future himself had some bars.
Shit, I mean, everybody was trying to kick the man while he's down. Got a list of niggas that he got to talk to, even niggas that we don't even know. Think about it.
For Drake. That whole 7-minute Family Matters diss track Drake dropped was a result of the competitive flame that Future himself had lit. But oddly enough, even with Drake constantly implying that he's now going up against the entire industry with his comeback album Iceman, the world is questioning, how did Future go from the op list to one of the names on Iceman's track list?
Yeah, Drake supposedly shot a video with Future.
Oh shit!
You know, and Big Bank and 21 Savage is the reason that beef is squashed. But Future will be on the Drake album. I told y'all, Iceman is back. Dope. Stand up in Canada.
That's dope.
Their relationship was in the gutter in 2024. How were they possibly able to reconcile? More importantly, where did their issues even stem from in the first place? Well, like I said before, amidst all the collaborations Drake and Future would give us, it was always in between a new partnership or a new record, issue would emerge between them. And the first time this happened was on their very first record together, the remix of Future's first ever major label single, Tony Montana. Funny enough, Future actually did not want Drake on this song. The reason why is because Future, if you guys didn't know, actually caught his first big buzz on a song called Racks by YC. Now, Future was the backbone of this song. He wrote the hook and had the standout verse. But the song was released as a YC song, so no one even knew that Future was the guy behind this song being the banger it was. I remember being 13 bumping this song. Drop a comment if you remember Racks. Like, I had no clue the guy who sung the hook on Racks was the same guy who sung the hook on Tony Montana. And that was Future's problem here. He wanted to stand alone when it came time to him releasing his first major label single. But once he did that with Tony Montana and it started getting a small buzz, Drake started begging him to get on the remix. In fact, Drake's mentor Lil Wayne also loved the song so much, he also wanted to get on that remix as well. But Future knew that Wayne had a habit where he would take your beat and basically make it his own track. So he actually said no to Lil Wayne at the peak of his career, jumping on Future's track. He did let Drake on the remix, but because he didn't want his first major moment in the spotlight being tied to Drake, he ended up working 10 times harder, dropping multiple hits right after Tony Montana so that people wouldn't know him as the guy who got the Drake stimulus package, but instead as the guy who kept making hit after hit.
He was like, man, Wayne, I told him about the record. I played the record for Wayne. Wayne love it. Wayne want to get on it too. He gonna put it on his mixtape. And me thinking,
I'm
like,
not
man,
sure.
this is my single. I do not want him to get on my single. And then Wayne get on it, and then he get 3 million views on it. He put this mixtape out, and it instantly become his song. Forget about Future's song, and it was my song, and I just had came off that Rex. I done wrote a song and was a part of it, and wasn't getting the credit I thought I should got. Like, man, I don't even want to go through that. Tony doing good is in the streets. We gonna work our way without any help, but at the end of the day, it's about capitalizing off every situation. So when he did it, I instantly dropped Magic, and we focusing on Magic. But when he did that verse, I probably did 20 songs just to stray away from the Drake when Drake dropped on Tony Montana. Because every interview you're gonna do, they're gonna ask you about Drake and Tony Montana.
Now, as far as how Future got to the point where two of the biggest rappers in the world at the time were begging to be on his remix was because Drake was actually very tapped into a lot of the early mixtapes Future was doing. Drake called Future one night when he was in the studio, telling him how he loved the way that Future would blend his melodies and bars all in one in such a unique way.
How I linked with Drake for the remix. Man, just been in the studio working hard, grinding every day, 2 o'clock in the morning, he just hit me up. It wasn't even about the Tony song. It was about the whole movement itself, free bands itself. That's why he in the rap. It's just me, OVO, and free bands that committed, because he just felt the movement from my 1000 mixtape on out. You know what I'm saying? He was like, man, I'm listening to all your mixtapes. Right now I got your
I love
Dirty
Magic.
Sprite, I'm listening to that Dirty Sprite mixtape. I love how you switch your flows up on every song. You might be rapping there, you might start singing in the hook. You got melody, man. You got come up crazy melody. You switching your flows up on every verse. That's what I do. Every song I switch up for a reason, to show the diversity and showing people I'm not coming with a different style. You might think that different people rapping on the whole song.
So this is how the legendary duo ended up linking up for the first time. However, it came with its own set of problems. Remember, Future was very careful about how he moved since he was a brand new artist, and he already saw what could happen on the song Racks, where another artist can outshine you just because their name was attached to the song. And since he let Drake on his first single, Tony Montana, he wanted to let the world know that he had the cosign for the full moment. He wanted to make sure Drake was there for the music video so that the world wouldn't think Drake was just treating him like a random underground artist who he could just hop on a track and then disassociate with. He wanted Drake standing right there with him as the song took off to new levels. However, when it came time to shooting the music video, Drake was suddenly too busy.
When he didn't get on the video, it wasn't like, I wasn't real mad about it, but I just felt like, because when I first talked to him about it, I told him, when you do this, make sure you know what you're doing. This is my baby. This is the first song that I'm doing. This is Tony Montana. This is my single. This the one I feel like mean the most to me, because this is my breakout single. So I told him, like, don't mess up the picture. Don't mess up rap, hip-hop, because that's what they want you to do. You know what I'm saying? They want you not to be in the video. They want you to do the verse, and when it comes down to the business, they want it all to mess up. And that's what the people want to see. Give the people something that they wasn't expecting. You know what I'm saying? So just gave them what they wanted to see, basically. So he wasn't in it.
And Future emphasizes that this was a pretty big slap in the face to him. Not because he was desperate for that Drake cosign, but in fact, the opposite. There were a million artists from Future's hometown of Atlanta that wanted to be on the remix of that track. He ended up choosing Drake because Drake made it seem like he messed with Future's entire movement, his past catalog of mixtapes, everything that Future had going on. So for Drake to end up playing these classic industry games where he doesn't show up in full support of the record, it made Future look bad. Future wasn't happy about it, but he did say that he expected it.
And wasn't a shocker, because I told him when he did it, I knew he was gonna do it. Because that's what the music industry have come to. Nobody ain't trying to give nobody a hand and help nobody to push them in the right direction. I was just trying to deliver a great video. I was just trying to deliver what the people heard, what the fans heard. Why I choose you to get on my record out of all people. So many people from Atlanta wanted to get on this song. And it just like basically a slap in my face, because they like, shit, you should have did it from somebody from Atlanta who's gonna get in the video, who wanted to be part of your video, and you go outside Atlanta and you try to get something different. I really wanted to give Atlanta something different, and when it turned up into being a slap in my face for it not to complete the whole thought, just the thought of him getting on it, it deserves a salute. But the thought of not being complete. Salute, come back.
Now, as far as why Drake couldn't just take a couple hours to commit to actually giving himself to the full moment of this song, especially since he was the one who asked Future to be on the record in the first place, Future said Drake him on. They would ask Drake to do it one week, he would say he's busy, the next week he's out of town. It was excuse after excuse, and Future says he's not the type to beg. So as far as Drake being there for the full moment of Future's first single, it just never worked out, much to Future's disappointment.
That's why he
tried to make it seem like it was something, this album, like, man, I'm trying to record my album. Like, I'm finished up recording my album, like, 2 hours out your day, like, when you're not recording your album, and we trying to fit it in your schedule, because he was coming up to New York, so he couldn't make it to Santo Domingo 1 week. Then 1 week he was saying, I want to do it in Toronto. So we was like, okay, we'll come to Toronto. Then he was like, well, you come to Toronto, I'm be in the studio. So we was like, okay, we'll come to New York. He was like, I'm coming. He had Jimmy following a late night show he had to do. So he was like, okay, since you're going to be in New York, we're going to just do it. We're just going to book a studio session for 2 hours and just get a green screen. He's like, man, I'm working on my album, I'm like, your album ain't got nothing to do with in the morning when you wake up early in the morning, 2 hours out your day, then we done paid you $100,000, whatever you want. If it's about the money, I give you the money. If that's what it's about. You got the money, like, nah, I want to do it. Why you don't do it? Like, people do make time for what they want to make time for. So at the end of the day, and I was just like, man, you ain't even got to do it, man. If it's that big of an issue, don't do it. Like, I don't want to feel like I got to pressure you into doing something that you don't want to do. You wanted to get on the record. I didn't call you. Ain't like I called you and reached out to you. I was in my own zone doing me. You could have never got on the record. We would have still been doing fine, but you reached out to me and get on it. So I don't know what you want, what your real reason for doing it. At the end of the day, I took it as a win-win situation because Tony was a hot record, and then he jumped on it, he didn't have to do it. So I just take a negative and make it a positive. Even though he didn't get in the video, hey, he jumped on the record. It was a win-win for my situation. We got to move on.
Okay, so random thought. How often are you guys at your desk or in your bed or even on the toilet and you're endlessly doom scrolling social media like a never-ending pit of digital despair? You might need a better way to spend your days. You might need to stop spending money, and instead we need to start making some. And I'm about to help you do that with freecash.com.
All right. Y'all scan the QR code that's over that QR code and get $10. $10 from your boy.
And alcohol.
Said that he has a song on I'm Not a Human Being 2 that features you. And
all right, what we looking like on the likes? Get the likes up, y'all. Please hit the like button. The likes are free. Please support the show. 3 hours and 12 minutes. Definitely hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. Please support the show. All right. It's criminal. All right. To be watching north of 10, 20 minutes without support. All right. Y'all support the show. All right. Hit the like button, share the show, hype the show, support the show, y'all. All right. Very educational. Let's get it. On some of y'all favorite artists. If y'all didn't know, you know.
Drake.
Yep.
Yeah. What was the name of the record? He said
Good Cushion Alcohol.
Okay. Yeah, tell me about that.
Man, crazy. It's a movie. I can't wait to see what
It's
Wayne
during like the Rich Gang era.
See how the fans respond to it, because I understand what Wayne do. When he pick a song, he really know he understands it.
And by this point, Drake and Future would start collaborating very frequently. Around New Year's in 2013, Future released the mixtape FBG the Movie, and Drake was on the second track titled For Real. That mixtape also features one of Future's best songs, Chosen One. And if you know that song, then you know the hook says, if you make it from the bottom, you're the chosen one. Well, a couple weeks after that song dropped, Drake dropped his own single to his next album, Started From the Bottom. And how that song actually came...
That's Future's signature line where he's in the studio and he's like, all right, let's start from the bottom. Like, you know, like start, you know, some people like start from the top, start from the bottom and go up.
About is because Drake was in the studio with Future when he recorded the Chosen One song. And not only did Future say on the hook, when you make it from the bottom, you're the chosen one, but as he was recording the song, he would tell his engineer, start it from the bottom, aka bring the beat back from the beginning so I can re-record over it. That Chosen One record would be called From.
Yeah, that's another thing too. That's another thing.
the bottom. And after hearing Future record it and say Started From the Bottom to his engineer, on his way home from that studio session, Drake was inspired to flip the term Started From the Bottom for his own track. And he didn't give Future any royalties for helping him create the term, but instead, he gave him a fancy bottle of alcohol.
He was in the studio session with me. That's when I had the chosen one. And I was like, started when you make it from the bottom, you the chosen one. So, but we was at the studio, Drake came by the studio, and I always tell my engineer, started from the bottom. So when I put the beats on, I was like, man, put the beats in. So I always said, started from the bottom. So when I say started from the bottom, he thought I was talking about a song. So when I played chosen one, he loved the chosen one, but he was waiting for me and chosen one to say started from the bottom. So he said instantly, he telling me this story. He bought me a bottle of Louis XIII that I never opened up because of this story. And I was like, man, I want a bottle, I need publishing. Drake, that's the homie, and he was like, man, started from the bottom, it stayed on my mind. I instantly got with the driver and told him put the CD in. I already had the beat, and I just started saying, started from the bottom, and then we here.
Crazy.
But I was like, man, why you ain't tell me in the studio?
Now, I'm not here to clown on Labrie too hard in this video, but it is ironic that he has a pattern of doing things like this. Just a year before Future basically gave him the term Started From the Bottom, Rick Ross basically gave Drake the term YOLO. Now, depending on when I release this video, I probably will have a Rick Ross versus Drake full breakdown out as well. I'll leave that of this video. But it wasn't just Drake running off with other people's slang. Also, the whole music video situation where Drake was too busy to appear in Future's Tony Montana video. That same thing would happen years later when he hopped on Fetty Wap's song My Way. Never made it to the music video. Same thing would happen again with Rick Ross in 2019 when Drake failed to appear in Rick Ross's Gold Roses music video. Just keep in mind of all these patterns because they'll pop up again later in the video. In the meantime, Drake and Future were heavily developing chemistry together. There were rumors that they may even do a collab tape together, and Drake did an interview in late 2012 saying that Future is probably one of my favorite people to go to the studio with just based off his work ethic. He inspires me. He makes me want to go home and cook up some new stuff. And we know that happened because as Drake was on his way home from watching Future in the studio, he came up with Started From the Bottom. But Future agreed. He said, with the chemistry that we have, we just feed off each other. We'll come up with it by the second. We come up with hits easy. We haven't even been around each other many times, maybe a couple times in the studio, like 3 or 4, but every time we're in the studio, we come out with magic. Easy. And because of the magic they were making together, it made sense that the two would finally hit the road together. In June of 2013, Drake announces that he'll be going on tour after dropping his album Nothing Was the Same, and the opening acts for that show would be R&B singer Miguel and Future. Now, this wasn't just the first time that Drake and Future were on tour together. This was, in fact, Future's first actual tour. So by 2024, when Drake, I think it was on Push Up, starts talking about, the first #1, I put it in your hand, or I brought you on your first tour, he could have been talking about A$AP Rocky, Kendrick Lamar on the Club Paradise tour, or maybe even Future on this tour in 2013. However, it actually almost didn't happen. A couple weeks before the tour was about to start, and about a month after Drake released his album Nothing Was the Same, Future did an interview with Billboard magazine where he made the following comments about Drake's new album. Drake made an album full of hits, but it doesn't grab you. Drake's songs are not possessive. They don't make you feel the way I do. I've been on the songs of all these rappers that put out an album, and my music is still better. Now, you could argue this is how Future is supposed to feel, right? Like, everyone's supposed to feel like they're the best. But you can also see how Drake would be slighted by this, since he was about to give Future the biggest opportunity he may have ever had in his career up to that point. And that's exactly what happened. Page 6 had reported that Drake was quote-unquote so angry that he immediately demanded Future be booted from the tour. Drake told his agent either Future gets fired or he'll fire him. Now, I would say take Page 6 with a grain of salt, because back in the day, all of these different outlets kind of just reported on like whatever gossip was going on at the time, and somehow they would always have a source that was tied to the artist who would speak on their behalf. Nowadays, you'll see an artist tweet if they feel something, but back then these companies would make millions of dollars publishing magazines where they'd say, we spoke to a source close to Kim Kardashian and she says she's so angry she's gonna go move to Mars and never return back to Earth. So you never know how true these sources are, but it was true that Future was temporarily kicked off the tour. In response, Future would quickly tweet out letting the world know that he was misquoted in that Billboard interview, saying that he was very disappointed that his words were taken out of context and he always has love for his family, Drizzy Drake. There were even rumors floating around that Future was planning on filing a $1.5 million lawsuit against Drake, since he was expected to earn $40,000 for every show that they did on tour, but now he was quickly fired from the tour. Once they finished the tour, Future would do an interview in promotion of his next album, Honest, and he would double down on the fact that Billboard had misquoted him in their interview, and he was really trying to tell them an entire story about how his songs resonate on a different emotional level than other artists. It wasn't necessarily a slight at Drake, and he has a lot of love for Drake, and they were able to work everything out. The irony is that around the time that Future did this interview talking about being misquoted in that magazine, Drake would also do a magazine interview with Rolling Stones where he,
you know, Thug trying to shit. Where's Thug on this album? That's a real question. All right.
He would also claim to get heavily misquoted when he was roasting Kanye West's Yeezus album or Jay-Z always rapping about art.
And then it seemed like the tour thing, there was an issue. You played the album for Billboard and you felt like there was some kind of misunderstanding that things
when
you
I
may have
played
said.
that album, I told him, I was like, man, he got a great album. I was like, Drake a dope artist, he a dope writer. I said so many good things about him. They didn't put that in the interview though. Or what the part they put out, they didn't put that in there.
But the part they put out, I guess you was just trying to compare what made your album different than his and what made it distinctive.
It wasn't me saying making my album different. It was a whole story to the way I was explaining about what I was saying about my album.
You can tell us a story. We here, man. We here for you, man.
Honestly, I did.
No, you're saying like something about your album is more possessive. Like your album is possessive. And like,
I was like, I got some possessive songs. Like when you hear songs like I Be You, I feel like it's connecting with the heart. You know what I'm saying? And it's making people feel a certain kind of way when you listen to that record. The blood, sweat, tears.
But once the thing went out there, then it was talk of you not being on the tour. Did you ever feel like that was really going to fall apart? Like how did you guys work that out to?
Man, I never thought about it. I just let everything happen. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
Now, what's also interesting is that around the time that Future and Drake were having their back and forth about the tour, about the comments Future made in that magazine, a back and forth that allegedly almost left Future suing Drake for firing him at the last minute of that tour, I'm sure a lot of you guys know that years later, Drake would actually end up suing over another beef he got in with another rapper, Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah, not long term.
And when this was all going down in 2013, Kendrick and Drake were having a little subliminal war of their own, which hit a boiling point when Kendrick did the BET cipher saying that he's going to tuck a sensitive rapper back in their pajama clothes. And Drake would actually respond to this diss on a Future song. HIT, I don't think I could say that over here. But yeah, Drake's whole verse on that Future record is him taking shots at Kendrick. And while years before, Future was hesitant to put Drake on the Tony Montana remix, this time around, it was actually Future that asked Drake to be on this SHIT remix, where he takes all these shots at Kendrick. And then full
Shout outs to LT, man, in the building. Sensational. Good to see you, bro.
circle moment, Kendrick ends up on a Future song like that and takes all those shots at Drake.
Who do you think did the nicest verse on Shit?
I haven't heard no one verse. The only verse I heard, it was Drake.
You haven't paid attention to all the others?
No. People been getting on my songs from the beginning, like Tony Montana to Racks on Racks. So I don't really listen to it because it just become like a fad to me, a fad to me. As soon as I do a song, I know somebody gonna do it.
So you don't stress it?
I don't even listen to it.
Drake took it somewhere else out of everyone else. He took it
I asked Drake to do his verse. So when I ask you to do it, then I pay attention. But I didn't ask no one else to get on my songs.
Now at this point, both Drake and Future are on top of the world. They're on hit after hit. But sadly, Future's next album, Honest, doesn't perform as well commercially as a lot of people thought it would. And I think the underwhelming success of that record, tied with the breakup that Future just had with Sierra, this led him to tap into another level of creativity by the end of 2014.
This is when he went on that crazy mixtape run. This is when Monster came out. He went on a stupid mixtape run.
And deliver one of the most revolutionary mixtape runs of all time, dropping 3 classics back-to-back with Monster, Beast Mode, and 56 Nights. It was a full circle moment because even the mixtape king, Lil Wayne, who Future did not want on his first single because he knew Lil Wayne's mixtape history where he would take your song, put it on his mixtape, and make it his own. Well, now to this day, the mixtape king, Weezy F, he actually says that his favorite mixtape is Future's 56 Nights.
Go mixtape. My favorite, I guess, mixtape would probably be 56 Nights. Okay, for sure. All right.
But it wasn't just Wayne who loved this mixtape run Future had been on, it was also Drake. And Drake had just dropped a really dope mixtape of his own with If You're Reading This Is Too Late. So it was only right that the two went back on tour together in 2015 to recapture the energy they had in 2013. And I went to the show, and let me tell you, this was such an insane show just because it was basically solely focused on mixtapes, right? Future literally had 70% of his set devoted just to his mixtape run that year. Songs like Coding Crazy, Monster, March Madness, Layup, Drake performing all those Quentin Miller bangers. It really felt like both of them were at the top of their game at this point. I mean, again, Future went on this whole tour with no single, no big album out. He was killing all these sets all off the strength of his mixtapes. But it was time for Future to capitalize off the mixtape buzz by actually dropping a studio album. And during the tour, Drake and Future would be in the lab like crazy. So it was only right that Future got Drake on the only collaboration off his next album, DS2, the song Where You At. And it was only right that this time around, Drake actually made an appearance in the music video. In the video, you see him, Future, Metro Boomin, and DJ Esco all sitting at a dinner table together. And that squad would become pretty important because it would be those four individuals who would end up in the studio together for a 6-day stretch in Atlanta to allegedly record the entirety of Future and Drake's collab mixtape, What a Time to Be Alive.
Certain shit just be for the time, like perfect time.
What a time to be alive.
What a time to be alive.
And for niggas that like, for you niggas to be like working all year on your own shit separately and like be making like, you drop his mixtape, you drop all your mixtapes, everybody to be separate and niggas to be both hot, and then like at the height of niggas being hot, like to come together.
Yeah, that really hasn't happened. Like just at the peak of two.
LT man, that sounds so good right now, man. It's 4:15 a.m. I'm up working, you know, giving y'all some great information, some good stuff. You said same with 2 Chainz. He's cool, but he doesn't have that main character aura. Yeah, like not for the longest time. I mean, these guys can be the guys in Atlanta, you know, and honestly, that's enough. You know, the same way like Zero and all of them, they don't really have to leave Houston, you know. All right. They don't have to really leave Texas or anything, you know. All right. Shout outs to everybody here. If you guys are enjoying the show, please support the show. 4:15 a.m. I'm up working, giving y'all some good content. 3 hours and 27 minutes into the madness. Please support the show. Let's at least try to get at least one supporter for today's show. It's Player Talk Radio. I definitely want to do a double hitter over on Rumble where we can go over any and everything, you know. But I definitely can't dedicate time to that, you know, if the shows aren't supported. But I'm giving you guys a lot of effort and time to put in these shows, all right? So please hit the Cash App. Please hit the PayPal, y'all. You know, definitely coming back off of a slight sabbatical. You dig? But it's Friday. And I definitely want to go over, you know, not what a time to be alive, but I definitely want to go over Drake's album with you. I have 2 out of the 3, and definitely want to go over Isaiah Rashad album, and then I guess we can find we can go over Habibti. I think that's how you say it. So, you know, please support the show, guys. You said they make the clam of fresh. Oh, so they have fresh clams every Friday. That's what's up, man. Yeah, I gotta slow down on eating weird stuff, you know. I definitely gotta slow down on eating weird stuff. I'm still recovering, you know. Still recovering, y'all. All right. Let's get it. Let's get back into it. Shout outs to LT, man. Have you heard the new Drake album, bro? Oh my God.
What's the matter, Daddy?
Plot Twist is my track. You know, if you need something to cruise to, LT, man.
At the peak.
So again, what a crazy run for both of them in 2015, right? Drake had If You're Reading This, then he had the beef with Meek Mill, dropped Hotline Bling, his biggest single to date, then he drops the collab tape with Future. Future, on the other end, drops 3 classic mixtapes, his biggest and best album to date,
Shout outs as always. Thank you, bro. Shout out to LT, man, getting the support started, dropping a huge. Dropping a huge $5 on the Cash App. Let's go. Hold on.
Now you know you gotta break the game down a little bit more because they might be slow.
Shout outs to LT, man. Thank you, bro, for starting the show off and sponsoring today's show. All right. Please be like LT, man. Y'all support the show. I appreciate it. Hold on. Let me find something. Hold on. I'm looking for something. Hold on. I can't even find it. Hold on. Shout outs to LT, man. All right. Let's go. This Player Talk Radio. I got something to make y'all laugh. Here we go.
The school teaching the children how to be a homosexual and make sure they all teach about the transgender. So that is what important to me. Make sure
homosexual. Let's play that one more time. Hold on, y'all.
Make sure all the school teaching the children how to be a homosexual and make sure they all teach about the transgender. So that is what important to me. Make sure
transgender, homosexual. One more time before we get back into it. Shout out to LT, man. Oh my God.
Make sure all the school teaching the children how to be a homosexual and make sure they all teach about the transgender. So that is what important to me.
Oh my God. Oh, the internet is undefeated. This is real footage, by the way, too. All right, hold on. Hold on. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second, y'all. Hold up.
2, and then the collab with Drake. But that collaboration tape was pretty interesting. If you guys didn't know, Metro Boomin was one of Future's right-hand producers, and he actually produced 8 out of the 12 songs on the collab tape What a Time to Be Alive. When Drake was asked about it, he says that a lot of these songs were actually just finished Future songs that were presented to him, and he would add his verses to them. This project really felt like Drake entering Metro and Future's world. And the collaborative magic would stretch its way into the next year of 2016. Similar to how Drake was the only feature on Future's album DS2, Future was the only rap feature on Drake's album Views. Then they'd announced they'd be going on another tour together that summer, the Summer 16 tour. But this is where their relationship evolves again, because this time Future wasn't the opener anymore. He's now a co-headliner right beside Drake. And this was significant. Around the same time that he announced this tour, Drake also dropped a track called 4 p.m. in Calabasas, where he discussed how his label was early on in his career pushing him to take R&B singers as the openers of his tour, but instead, he fought for newcomers like Kendrick Lamar and A$AP Rocky to be the openers instead. That was on his 2012 Club Paradise. I honestly think he probably did the exact same thing the next year in 2013, where he brought Miguel and Future on the road with him. Because bringing Future in 2013 was just as much of a risk for Drake as it was bringing Kendrick and A$AP Rocky a year prior in 2012. Think about it, Drake's audience at the time leaned heavily into pop and R&B. There was no guarantee that the fans at those shows would resonate with the dark Atlanta trap music that Future was bringing to the table. That's probably why the 2013 tour had both Miguel and Future, because the label was pushing for those R&B acts. But you never saw Drake collab with Miguel. You saw him collab heavy with Future. So I'm guessing that Drake was heavily pushing to take that risk against his label's advice to bring Future on the road with him. And it ended up working. Because at the time in 2013, that tour they did became one of the highest grossing hip-hop tours ever. Then Drake and Future would break their own record again in 2016 with the Summer 16 tour.
Hold on, guys.
Then Drake brings the Migos on tour in 2018 for the Aubrey and the Three Amigos tour and breaks his own record again. Then he brings 20 Savage on tour in 2020 and breaks that highest grossing hip-hop tour record once again. Ironically,
hold up. He was on the Versace remix.
It would only be Kendrick Lamar who would beat out these records once in 2022 with the Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers tour, and then again in 2025 with the GNX tour. Spicy. The bigger point that I'm trying to bring up is this. Drake was insanely hands-on about who joined him on these tours. Back in 2010, on the Thank Me Later tour, Drake went on the road with Florence and the Machine. Their music is completely outside of hip-hop. That probably felt like a much more label-driven decision, especially since Drake emphasized that the label was trying to get him to constantly go on these tours with R&B singers. But after that Thank Me Later tour, Drake started aggressively leaning into more rap acts as the openers for his shows, and they were especially Atlanta artists. Let's look at the pattern.
Well, you
in
got
2012
Young
on the Club Paradise tour, aside from A$AP Rocky and Kendrick, you also had Waka Flocka Flame and 2 Chainz, who opened up the shows, 2 of the biggest acts in Atlanta at the time. From 2013 to 2016, you had Future, who became the main co-pilot. In 2018, when the Migos are at their commercial peak, they become the opener for the Drake tours. And then in 2023, Drake collabs with 21 Savage on Her Loss. 21 is at the height of his commercial peak, and he becomes the opener on the Drake tours. So we know that Drake clearly had a deep affinity for the Atlanta sound, and behind the scenes, he was actively fighting to bring these Atlanta artists into his ecosystem, put them on his tours, his albums, incorporate them into his brand. Even his ghostwriters were from Atlanta. Quentin Miller, Running Through the Six with My Woes, was originally in reference to Atlanta's Zone 6, not Toronto being the 6. But don't get it confused, these collaborations and partnerships, they were mutually beneficial. Future, Migos, 21 Savage, all these artists gained exposure to Drake's massive pop audience, and their collaborations with Drake became giant Billboard hits. But at the same time, Atlanta gave Drake something too, credibility.
Well, Drake has always been going through in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? He's always going through and been in Atlanta, you know. Houston, Atlanta, Vegas. That was way before a Future feature. Right? And then that did a lot for Future's credibility, because it's like, okay, well, Future's bringing Drake to the city, you know, and then have him, you know, working with Thug and everybody. So it does a lot. It did a lot for the Atlanta. But let's go.
A heavier edge, a different energy. Because after What a Time to Be Alive, Drake changes. You start getting the Free Smoke version of Drake, the Mob Ties Drake, the Ski Mask Drake.
But that's where the money is, though, New. That shit is in pop. Look at Pitbull. Look at Sean Paul and all them people. All them people went pop. Pitbull can rap his ass off. You know what I'm saying? I think Pitbull is Puerto Rican. Pitbull can rap his ass off. Like, a lot of people don't know about Pitbull. Pitbull can rap his ass off. And people be like, oh, well, that's because he's from Miami. No. Pitbull's a beast, you know?
Production, the more Atlanta slang, the more street-coded imagery. Doing that What a Time to Be Alive project with Future, collaborating with all these Atlanta artists, that helped Drake feel more believable in that lane. So while Drake was giving these artists a new mainstream reach, they were giving Drake street cosigns. It benefited everybody who was involved. And for years, that machine kept rolling.
This is Tyler, the Creator's favorite part.
After 2016, Future would appear on almost every single Drake album. And if Future wasn't on it, then Young Thug was, Migos were, another Atlanta artist was. And at the same time, Drake would appear on a bunch of Future projects constantly. They were collaborating so much that by 2019, they even...
Atlanta falling apart. They, you know, Lil Baby can't really do much. If all they got with Drake is like cutting their water off, you know?
Teased What a Time to Be Alive 2 on the way.
What's that? We gotta cook that up. That too.
It's already cooked. Top secret.
Oh yeah, my bad. Yeah, my bad. I'm tripping. He's Cuban. Yes, thank you, LT man. Jesus Christ, how could I forget that? I knew something was off with me. I'm like, hold up. No, I don't think he's Puerto Rican. I'm thinking of somebody completely different from Terror Squad. Not Fat Joe neither. Thank you, LT, man. Yeah, he's Cuban. I was like, hold on, something's off. Toma! I said something's off. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you. Always keeping me sharp. Yeah, I like this his album Miami. MIAMI, baby. Fire. I played a lot of his music on the show too. You know? Yeah, y'all gotta get hip to Pitbull. But all of them, I knew all of them was making some type of money. You had Pitbull, you had Sean Paul, you had so many people. That you know, they just stopped rapping, and you know, you had all of them, and they were all, you know, they were all tapped in with each other, with DJ Khaled, Ace Hood, Flow Rider. Flow Rider's another one. T-Pain. All them dudes were doing pop records. That's where the shmoola, that's where the shmunyans at.
My brother. Top secret. FVG OVO. Unruly.
Know What a Time to Be Alive 2 never ended up happening, but they still brought in the 2020s decade with a splash. Right in the new year of this new decade, they released the song Life is Good, which appeared twice on Drake's 2020 album, Dark Lane. Appeared again twice on Drake's 2021 album, Certified Lover Boy. Drake appeared twice on Future's 2022 album, I Never Liked You, but around this point, something quietly changes. 2022 is basically the last time that Drake and Future are really seen together publicly. They had a massive hit on their hands that year with the song Wait For You, but despite its success, we never even saw the two perform the song together the way that they used to pop out randomly at each other's shows. And like Drake wasn't actually randomly popping out at other rappers' shows. I saw him at a festival in Canada because he made a surprise entrance at a Lil Baby concert in 2022. Another Atlanta rapper he was co-signed back.
And they were, and that's what DJ Academics was going over. He was like, yo, is Lil Baby gonna be on Iceman?
But the main Atlanta rapper that Drake was working with at this time period was not Future, not Lil Baby, but instead 21 Savage.
Yeah, Lil Durk too.
In the summer of 2022, Drake released a dance album called Honestly Never Mind. The project only had one rap song on it, which was Jimmy Cooks, which featured 21 Savage. A couple months later, they would release the music video for the Jimmy Cooks song and announce that they had a new collab tape dropping together at the end of 2022 called Her Loss. Now pay attention here to the timeline of everything, right?
Like has like hooks for ad-lib.
Do some digging and get some answers, okay? So 21 Savage, he's an Atlanta artist. He's very close with Metro Boomin. They've done a lot of collab tapes in the past. Metro Boomin produced one track off of the Drake and 21 collab album, and about a month later, Metro releases his own album where you see a bunch of 21 songs. Drake is not on there. It's a little strange because they've collaborated a lot in the past. But stranger. Both the 21 and Drake collab album Her Loss and Metro Boomin's album end up getting nominated the next year for the Grammy Rap Album of the Year category, and Metro Boomin was not happy with the outcome. He complained specifically that Her Loss, the Drake and 21 album, had won the Grammy over his album Heroes and Villains, even though I don't believe Her Loss even won the album. He just specifically pointed out that project to air out his grievances on the Grammys not rewarding the right projects. This is weird, right? 21 and Metro Boomin, they're on very close terms. Drake 21 album that he about at the Grammys. 21 was even on his project, so why would he specifically call out his friend's album, being upset that that one won over his? And speaking of that Metro album, there was a song on there called Trance with Travis Scott and Young Thug. Around the time that Metro starts complaining about the Drake album winning the Grammy over his, a leaked version of that trance song appears online with a Drake verse. And Metro's later asked in interviews why he didn't include Drake on the final version, and his answer is weird to say the least.
Took it off.
What happened with the trance record? Why did that version not make the album?
In hindsight, we know why he left Drake off the song, and I'll explain that shortly, but this was a bad excuse, right? The Drake verse was actually good, and the song itself was only about 2.5–3 minutes long, so to add Drake's part didn't make it that much longer, so for Metro to say there wasn't any room on the track doesn't really make sense. But in the leaked Drake verse, he actually says, "Honestly, just never mind," in the lyrics. And again, he released a dance album in the middle of 2022 called Honestly Never Mind. It's almost like he penned up that verse with the intention of including that song on his Honestly Never Mind album. Now, a couple weeks before Honestly Never Mind actually released, Metro Boomin tragically lost his mother. A few years later, this story would have its puzzle pieces put together because at the time that all this was going down, Young Thug was actually incarcerated. Remember, on that Metro Boomin song Trance, it's Drake, Travis Scott, and Young Thug. So in 2025, a jail phone call between Young Thug and seemingly a music manager had leaked. And in that phone call, you hear the manager asking Young Thug if he could do a favor for Drake. Basically, Drake had wanted that trance song, and he had been asking Metro Boomin if he could put it on his album. Metro wasn't giving him a response because, of course, he just lost his mother, and so Drake had Young Thug's manager call up Young Thug while he was in jail, asking if Thug could talk to Metro Boomin to get the song into Drake's hands.
So Drake, and there's some songs that
How do you tape shit like
I
this?
guess you and Travis had done,
It was on prison phone. So.
and he had like done some, he had like added to it, and like Metro produced it.
Yeah.
And he had an album, and his album is coming out Friday, right?
Metro album, right?
Nah, so Drake had done some stuff on it, and Drake was gonna put it on Drake's album, and Drake's album comes out Friday. I guess like Drake had turned his album in, and then tried to get it cleared, and Metro was like, "Nah, like I don't like what you did with it," and then saying he wasn't in the right headspace. And Drake like called me last night, like trying to be, you know, like he's like, "Man, I want the album. I wanted to, you know, like show how much I support, you know what I mean? Because the album's gonna be big or whatever." And he was kind of calling me, asking me, "Is there any way or anything I could think of how to help him or help the situation?" Because it would be a big look for you to be on that album, especially after like the Summer Jam. Like we got 35,000 signatures on the petition. Like things are going in a good direction. You know what I mean?
What you think? What you?
I'm just asking your opinion. Like you know, obviously it's a sensitive time for Metro, so it's like kind of a weird thing to like call him about.
Definitely ain't finna call him about that. Like, nigga, definitely ain't finna call that nigga about that.
So you see here, Young Thug understands it's a very sensitive time for Metro Boomin and says there's no way that he's going to be asking him about some music, especially a song that already belonged to Metro, even if Drake was in a rush to get it on his album since he had deadlines to meet. But if you look at the timeline, that's where things get even more disgusting. This Honestly Never Mind album released less than 2 weeks after Metro...
Thug was trying to clean up, you know, what you call it? He was trying to clean up, you know, Metro Boomin and, my bad. He was trying to clean up the beef between Future and, what you call it, Drake before he got home. So, hold on.
Lost his mother. And here we have these phone calls where right before the album, Drake's in a rush to try and press Metro to give him the song. That means Drake was pressing Metro over this track, over music, less than 2 weeks after Metro just lost his mom. And even on this call, Young Thug calls sensitive and stupid, saying that he should be putting if he values their friendship instead of badgering him over music at such a sensitive time.
Yeah, Drake.
There's some truth to that.
No, Drake. I don't think he called him. I think he texted him, and then he sent him a voice note.
Right, because I wonder what Metro said on the phone.
No, they didn't speak of him. I wonder how he set it over text, like vibe-wise.
But I'm saying, like, how I don't understand how anybody could approach him about music right now. So that's why I'm just saying, like, it ain't nothing I even think that, even if I be like, bro, you know, you know, it's really just about supporting me, bro, and just, you know, trying to get us out and just get us back with y'all and just woo woo. But it's like, your mama dead, so it's like, she ain't never coming back. Like, nigga, F Thug trying to get out of jail. Like, nigga, what? Nigga ain't even in the right head space. Nigga trying to hurt themselves. You think a nigga, what? You think a nigga finna tell Drake, man, I don't like that? Nope, I ain't clean it. You think a nigga finna tell Drake that he told Drake that he meant it? If you tell Drake this, you meant it. And Drake's so stupid, he probably just sent the stupidest condolences like, yeah, bro, sorry for moms, and you know I'm here for you, bro, whatever you need. Just like something stupid. Instead of giving a nigga some wisdom or something real, you probably just said some crazy stuff on the phone, which is, you still genuine, you know what I'm saying? But you probably said something like that, and then you come right back 2-3 weeks later like, yo, let me get this song.
Right.
Instead of, you know, like doing the whole real procedure, calling a nigga every single day, calling a nigga every day, just figuring it out, getting with a nigga. Like, hey, where you at? I'm finna get on the plane and come chill with you, bro. Like, you using the fact that you Drake as a weapon now, and a nigga just not feeling that right now, you know?
Right. Yeah.
Like, you supposed to get on your big old plane and went to where a nigga was when a nigga mama died, because you really mess with a nigga. So you supposed to get on your plane and went to where a nigga was. Where you at, bro? You in Atlanta? All right. I'll be there tonight. Like, nigga, I'm coming to chill with you a week straight, whatever, because if I was out of jail, I would definitely be with Metro Boomin probably right now. Or I probably right now just be leaving them. You know what I'm saying? Like, because it ain't even about music right now. It's just like so much.
And Thug makes some really heavy-hitting points here, right? Travis Scott, a year before this, had an insane tragedy at his festival where, you know, multiple lives were lost. Young Thug is incarcerated on RICO charges fighting for his life. Metro Boomin just the other week had lost his mother. And Drake is here trying to frame it like he's doing a favor for Young Thug by, you know, trying to put him on.
Damn, they making this man look bad. Dang, man, I'm sorry about Mom Dukes. Yeah, man, yeah, let me get the jump drive. Still got that song on that jump drive? Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, man. Yeah, yeah, send me those stems. Can you get your engineer to send me those stems? Bro probably at his NPC right now too. That's crazy.
Not even calling Thug himself, but instead getting Thug's manager to call him, asking about a song that Metro Boomin already said no to. You could see why this would probably piss off anyone who was very close to Metro, right?
He called a nigga in jail fighting for his life tonight. Ask Thug what he can, man. What you mean? Man, you need to get in touch with the president, Drake. That's what you need to do. I'm dealing with a serious situation, but I don't give no fuck about no album. Like, it's a cool look, whoop-de-doo. Nigga, I'm fighting for my life. You think I give a fuck about an album, nigga? Nigga, sign a partition. Nigga, put the partition up on your page. That's what you do. You calling somebody goddamn album. Somebody a great look for an album. Man, fuck an album, nigga. I don't give a damn about no album. Face some motherfucking real sentences. Nigga, mama died. You talking a fucking album. This nigga mama died. I'm dealing with real life shit. Travis got goddamn 11 murders on his hand. Nigga, you know, get your mustache back, son of goddamn. You know what I'm saying? I get it though. Like, if it was up to me, I'd be like, yeah, bro, go ahead and do it. But Metro ain't me. Metro ain't no person like Metro. Like, fucked up. This nigga mama dead. Nigga. Like, what are you talking about? We ain't even talking about no music. Beat it. Like, nigga, my mama dead. Never coming back. You over here goddamn playing beats and man, you don't get your just being real, like, you know, we got songs to give him. I don't care about that. Nigga can give a nigga a song, nigga don't care about that. Like, give him nasty nigga. Like, get that nigga a song that I feel like will be really, really big, and just be like, yo, like, even you could say this what I said, I don't care. Like, or something. Because that's the only thing I can think of. I ain't never in my life been to call Metro somebody no song. Especially if he already told Champagne Papi no. I'm pretty sure he probably, you know what I'm saying, had way more for me than Champagne, but man, I ain't calling no nigga about that nigga mama dead, bro. I'm not calling no nigga about no goddamn song. Like, clear the song for me and Drake and Travis sake. Nigga, what? It's a big look. Man, nigga, my mama dying is the biggest look. What are you talking about?
And Thug also clarifies, remember, Metro Boomin was very intentional with the songs and sequencing of his projects, and this song was made with the intention of going on Metro's project. Metro even said that in the interview, that the song was already done and Drake just really wanted to drop some vocals on it. Now in this sensitive time, he's trying to spam Metro Boomin to give it to him, then he's trying to spam Young Thug while Young Thug's locked up. Instead of he's fighting to get this song on this project. Thug establishes that this is the difference between, you know, these Atlanta artists who grew up together, came up together, have a different sense of morality amongst each other because the relationship runs deeper than just business. Meanwhile, Drake, which Young Thug calls Canadian morals, just him being attached from, you know, how they grew up or how close they come up. Drake is approaching this from a much more transactional perspective, where it's like, yeah, my condolences that your mother just passed away, but, you know, where's my beat?
Let me get the jump drive. It's sad. It's sad, man. All right.
Let's not forget, a nigga mama just got murdered, and this is the nigga whose song it is. This ain't me, Drake, Travis, nobody. This is Metro Boomin song for his album. So if anything, he already thinking like, nigga, this shit going on my album. I don't care if Drake on it or not. It's already crazy. It's already the craziest song in the world with Thug and Travis. I don't care if Drake get on it. Metro Boomin not one of them type of niggas. He not gonna ride no nigga. He not doing none of that. Like, whatever he feeling, he gonna do it. He ain't that type of nigga. And then plus it's his song. Like, I know for sure this song on his album. I done mixed this man album with him. We done sat down and mixed the album, played the album a million times, did so many songs, so much stuff for the album. Like, boy, he for sure putting this song on his album. He using his mom as an excuse. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, my mama died. Like, nigga, but I know for sure the real excuse is that, nigga, this is my album. I'm putting this song on my album. Y'all nigga get me out of jail. Drake, go talk to the president. Hey, man, let my little brother out. Go partner, go do something. Go talk to the president, get me out. Show me that. Don't call me tonight. Fix something for you to have a song from a nigga. Man, nigga, I don't give a fuck about no song. I don't care damn about making music ever again. You see what I'm going through about music? Damn, I don't got no song, but this thinking he Drake, so man, he gonna clear the song for me. Let me ask him. Man, I know you ain't just ask that nigga no shit like that, Drake. What's wrong with you? Like, you ain't butter him up, and then man, I know him. He gonna come like, yeah, bro. Hope all is well. You listen to this.
Get this jump drive.
See what you.
Oh my God.
Get your funk ass back with that Toronto shit, but go ahead on, man. We from Atlanta, bro. We got different morals. He been in the so long to the point where he just informed to his mind is the state of business. God forbid, if your mama died, Metro Boomin not finna call your phone at all about no song, no matter when he plays his album out. So that's where the difference come from. Like, man, y'all niggas so damn weird and burnt out and lame and just trying to just go crazy for these moments, like.
Now, around the same time that all this is going down, we start hearing reports that Future is mad Drake and 21 Savage did an album together, because of course, you know, Future was Drake's go-to Atlanta guy for all these years. They did a collab project together. So according to Nori, the rumor circulating around the streets is that Future was pissed that Drake did a project with another Atlanta artist. It makes their work seem transactional, their moment seem less impactful. But now that we know what we know about the whole Metro Boomin and Drake situation, you gotta ask yourself, was this really the case? Because Future had done several different collab projects, not just with Drake, but also with Young Thug, Lil Uzi, Juice WRLD. So if he went and did all that music with those other artists, why would he necessarily be mad at Drake for doing a collab project with 21? Was there a deeper reason behind why there were rumors floating around about Future being pissed off at Drake?
Future and Drake? Oh, that's what I heard. I heard that's a big rumor that Future is not too happy with Drake and 21 Savage album, and because Future and Drake did an album before, and it makes Drake and Future album not as important, I would say.
That's what he feels.
And that's, I mean, this is allegedly, this is all rumors. I've never heard it from Future's mouth, never heard it from Drake, never heard it from 21. But it's a alleged big rumor that's going on right now.
Where'd you hear that at, Eno?
In the streets, with a K.
In Miami, in Florida.
In Miami, yes. I'm a Miamian. Yes, I'm a Miami.
So you heard that Future is upset with Drake because Drake did an album.
What their project down?
Seemed less important.
I would think so.
So we know now rumors are circulating in late 2022 that Future's upset at Drake over his 21 collab album, allegedly. We know that Metro and Drake are most definitely not on good terms. You guys can go do your research on that. It all stemmed from that incident with that song that Drake was trying to get on his album, but there was very public back and forths between Drake and Metro Boomin in 2023.
And 21 Savage and Future got into it also. You know, and you know they collabed on X. And just a lot of stuff, you know, Lil Baby and 21 Savage, their crews were getting into it also. That got stopped. A lot of stuff happened. All right, y'all hit the like button, please support the show. Hit the PayPal, hit the Cash App. It's Player Talk Radio. 4 hours into the madness. Please support the show. Let's get it.
They were not on good terms. I personally think that a large portion of why Future started looking at Drake sideways is not because he collaborated with 21 Savage, even though there were also rumors that 21 and Future Long, they squashed their beef later in 2025, but I'm personally thinking that Future, just like Young Thug and Metro Boomin, saw that Drake was approaching a lot of his relationships with these Atlanta guys who he built so much with as very transactional. It was always what can you do for me, to the point where, you know, one of Future and Young Thug's closest collaborators, Metro Boomin, loses his mother, and, you know, Drake right away is asking him for beats. Now, we would not see Drake and Future collaborate for the rest of 2022 or 23, but Drake would put out a new album for all the dogs in late 2023, and it would feature a song called What Would Pluto Do? Pluto is obviously Future's nickname. At the time, this song seemed like homage to Future, right? Drake's pondering with a girl, and he's making his decision based off what Pluto, aka Future, would do. On the hook, Drake says, "The last time I saw her, she was effing with my guy. So the question is, what would Pluto do? He'd F that girl, so I did it. What would Pluto do? He's definitely effing on this girl." On the surface, this makes sense, right? Future literally has the catchphrase, "She belongs to the streets," treating women as disposable objects that can be passed around to all his friends. So when Drake is saying, "This girl was sleeping with my friend," but I'm thinking to myself, what would Future do? Oh, he would still sleep with that girl, so I did it. But maybe the girl he's referencing is actually a girl that Future had slept with in the past. And he's thinking, well, if Future was in my shoes, he would sleep with my girl, so I'm gonna sleep with his. That'll play an important role in the story pretty shortly, but let's take a look at some of the other bars in the verse. Drake raps, "I hate a rap guy. Let's not even talk about them. F them. They're hitting my line talking about what's up. Well, what's up then? Last time I saw you, you were talking about reduction." Now, this could be a double meaning because he's obviously talking about a woman getting like a breast reduction, but at the same time, he could be talking about the fact that the last time he spoke to a quote-unquote rap guy, could be Young Thug, Future, maybe even Metro Boomin, they were talking about reduction. We know that these issues started in the first place because Drake wanted to be on that trance song, but Metro Boomin took him off of it. He reduced him from the track. Drake here is saying the last time I spoke to these quote-unquote rap guys, they were talking about reduction. On a song called What Would Pluto Do, where he's contemplating sleeping with this girl if Future would do the same. Now, just about 4 months after this song and Drake's For All the Dogs album came out, of course we know Metro and Future released their project We Don't Trust You, which featured several different artists who all ended up taking shots at Drake. Rick Ross, The Weeknd, and of course Kendrick Lamar, who kicked off the entire 20v1 battle with his verse on Like That, which was obviously a response to Drake and J. Cole's song First Person Shooter. So what does this have to do with Future? Well, on the first track of this album, Future raps, "You were my #1 fan, dog. Sneak dissing, I don't understand, dog. Pillow talking, acting like a fed, dog. I don't need another fake friend, dog. Can't be bout a HO, cause we sharing, dog. In your feelings, why you playing, dog?" Now notice the heavy use of the word dog, right? The last album Drake had released by this time was For All the Dogs.
With all of this, I'm like, bro, didn't you just write a whole 2 albums and some songs? And then shit. Now you singing on this. You would take. I would have. I ain't gonna lie. Beef with me. I don't know. I wouldn't come back in the door singing. Nah. Let me rap. I'm not gonna show up singing and shit. You know, like, on the 4th track. Maybe 4 tracks in, I'll probably start singing again. Just how you just come out of nowhere singing. That's what makes it work. But then again, I don't know. You never know how long they've probably been back cool with each other, so it's what we know.
Where he had the song What Would Pluto Do, where he could be sending subliminals at both Future and Metro Boomin. Future here is saying his quote-unquote dog is sneak dissing. He also makes reference to another Drake song, In My Feelings, where he says, in your feelings, why you playing, dog? And as you guys saw earlier in this video, Drake was always a huge fan of Future. From the moment that Future started putting out mixtapes, Drake was calling him up, begging to get on remixes, saying that he was a huge fan of the movement that Future had built. Drake was bringing him on all these tours, collaborating with him constantly, always saying how much of a fan he was of the way that Future worked and the work that he put out. It wouldn't be surprising if this little verse here was in reference to Drake. And when he says this beef can't be about a HOE because we share them, well, remember in Drake's song What Would Pluto Do, he's talking about sleeping with his friend's girl, thinking what would Pluto do in this case? He would definitely sleep with the girl, so Drake slept with her. But let's look deeper.
What would Pluto do? If he did it to me, do it to you. Like, I don't get it. All right. Again, as it was stated in the early part of the show, make sure you guys hit the QR code, head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. Take advantage of the sales and the natural products that they have, all right? Make sure y'all head over to hempforfitness.com. Also, too, man, you want to get paid to play video games on your phone, it is legit. It's $20 to get your first withdrawal, but you got to get to $20. And like I said, to a certain degree, depending on which one your region and you know which games you take, it can be a little bit of a slight hassle, but nothing too bad. Just focus on the games. The deeper you get into the games, the more money start coming. And it was a little bit tough to kind of get to the 20. You know, they made sure you played them games before you got to the 20 before you could withdraw your first withdrawal. But there's a way you can withdraw, you know, a little bit earlier. You know, let me know if you want to do so. But listen, instead of giving you 5 doubled up, you're getting $10, you know, so giving you halfway to your goal, you know. So if you want to take that QR code after you hit up hempforfitness.com, sign up with that QR code and get $10 from Player Talk Radio. Choose the games that you want and get paid. Y'all be more lucky than me. I only had 5. Collect your $10, man. Let's get it. It's Player Talk. Uh-oh, hold on. Gotta force quit some stuff, y'all. Give me 1 second. It's perfect time to support the show. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
into this. There's a woman by the name of Just Tokyo, at least that's her Instagram handle. She calls herself that because she's Japanese, and she's been linked to Future ever since 2021. She posted on Instagram that she was celebrating Future's birthday with him way back then. But then take a look at this. In September of 2023, this same woman, Just Tokyo, is seen backstage at a Drake concert. She's at this Drake show just a month before Drake puts out the song What Would Pluto Do, where he's with one of his friends' women, but then thinks about if Future or not. And look what we got here several months later, right after Future and Metro released their first project where Kendrick Lamar is taking those shots at Drake and Future might be taking them as well. You have Just Tokyo backstage at Future's Rolling Loud set, wearing a sweater that says "We don't trust you" with the caption saying "Enough said." Also with the eagle emoji signifying she's riding with Future's Free Bands imprint. Is it possible that this was the woman Future and Drake were going back and forth over, that Future said our beef can't be about a girl because we share them? Well, we would damn near get confirmation that that is the case, because a day after Future and Metro Boomin released their second collaboration together, which featured verses from The Weeknd and A$AP Rocky, where they were both taking shots at Drake, and even included a Future song from 2015 that was a reference track to Drake's 2016 song Feel No Ways. So obviously a lot of kind of little digs at Drake here one way or another. Yeah, a day after that album comes out, Drake releases his diss song Push-Ups, which is predominantly aimed at Kendrick. Rick Ross and The Weeknd get the second most amount of bars aimed at them, but Metro and Future catch a couple subliminal strays as well. Drake flips the whole line of, you know, "You were my number one fan, dog," to say, "I can never be nobody's number one fan. Your first number one, I had to put it in your hand." We know that's factually the case because if you look at all of Future's number ones on the Billboard, the first one came in 2021 with the Drake and Young Thug collaboration, Way Too Sexy. That song did not deserve to go number one. But Drake follows up these bars rapping, "You P-words can't get booked outside America for nothing. I'm out in Tokyo because I'm big in Japan. I'm the hitmaker y'all depend on." Now, getting booked outside America is interesting. That could not be about Kendrick, that could not be about The Weeknd, but it could have most definitely been about either A$AP Rocky, Future, or Rick Ross. But this is where we know now that this line was likely aimed at Future, because not only did the first number one Drake put in his hand, but he says, "I'm out in Tokyo because I'm big in Japan." Aside from maybe doing shows out in Tokyo, Drake here is most likely referencing that woman, Just Tokyo, that we just looked at, since she was seen with Future way back in 2021, then Drake in late 2023, where he's making songs contemplating.
God damn, before you catch what Drake is saying, it's too late. Didn't even catch that. He called Future a pussy. Ooh-wee.
If he should sleep with his friend's ex-girl, and then she's backstage with Future in 2024. By Drake saying, "I'm out in Tokyo because I'm big in Japan," he's not just saying, "I'm out doing shows in Tokyo because I have a large fan base in Japan." He's saying, "I'm inside Tokyo." But like Future said, the beef couldn't have been about a girl because we share them. And Drake would seemingly confirm this on his next diss track, Family Matters, when he rapped the following bars. "Pluto stuff made me sick to my stomach. We ain't ever really been through it. Leland Wayne..."
Drake destroyed Kendrick, bro. I swear, drop it, give me 50. Niggas got me wildin' like I'm 50. Oh my God. I don't know, man. I don't know. Drop it, give me 50.
He's an effing lame. I know he had to be an influence. These guys had a plan. They finally found a way to rope you into it. 2 separate albums dissing. I just did the Kim to it. I skimmed through.
Got me out here wilding like a fan. Drake's a beast.
Through it. Drake here is confirming that him and Future never really had a real issue of their own. Leland Wayne is Metro Boomin's government name. What Drake is saying here is that Metro had to have influenced Future to dropped these two projects where there's a bunch of sneak disses and a bunch of features of artists who don't get along with Drake and who are dissing Drake, it couldn't have been Future who thought of this plan because him and Future had quote-unquote never really been through it. And Drake emphasizes, these guys, they didn't like me. They built up a plan to try and tear me down, and they found a way to rope you into it. You were the host of these projects where all these guys got their stuff off on me. Drake was basically telling us here that because of his issues with Metro Boomin, Future picked a side and got roped into these issues with Drake that he most likely never would have had on his own. Metro even tweeted the day that the first album dropped with him and Future, he said, once you pick a side, you gotta stay there. But let's visit what Future and Metro Boomin would say by the end of 2024 when all the dust had settled. Future had a hilarious response when he's asked what he thought of the beef, saying, there was a beef? I didn't even know there was a beef. I didn't know they had nothing going on. I ain't never participated in rap battles, man. Now remember, on the song, Kendrick said, F the big three, it's just Big Me. He's trying to claim that #1 position. So Future flips it to say, I'm supposed to be the one who gets mad. I'm still confused about that. Nobody cares what I think. That's what's so effed up about all this stuff, to the point where I'm so player that I ain't even said anything about how I feel about it. Like, why is everyone so mad when he was talking about me on my own song? Y'all just forgot about me? Like, I'm not a part of this big three? I'm nobody on my own song, man? If I didn't get mad, nobody should have gotten mad. If I would have been really mad about it and I made something out of it, then somebody else could be like, oh, I can make something else about it. What he's trying to say here is like, if anyone should be mad about this, it should be me, because Kendrick was dissing the entire game on that song, and I'm included in that big three, or at least I should be. But I think what's more important about that quote is the idea that Future.
And I keep saying this, I love Future, but he don't want that smoke. Future's not battle tested. Lyrically. Not battle tested. You know.
Basically saying nobody should be mad about Kendrick rapping that verse on that song. If Future wasn't mad himself that Kendrick was claiming the throne on that record,
he was saying he didn't know that he was gonna do that. I didn't know he was gonna do that. Head ass, you know.
Then Drake shouldn't have been mad. Drake shouldn't be mad at Future for letting Kendrick get that verse off on the song, because Kendrick was just saying he's the best. So if Drake's mad, shouldn't Future be mad as well? And if Future's not mad, then Drake shouldn't be mad. It's very clever reverse psychology here. But it's also a sneaky way to avoid any accountability for hosting these projects where a bunch of other rappers, including Future himself, were at the very least taking subliminals at Drake. Maybe this was the start of Future trying to re-extend the olive branch to Drake to say, hey man, like, don't be mad at me that it was on my song.
You did 2 albums about we don't trust you, we still don't trust you, we don't trust you again, and we're never gonna trust you. Like, how to... in part 3, 4, 5 of not trusting you. He knew what he was doing.
Kendrick was saying he's the best, because if I wasn't mad and I also consider myself the best, then why should you get mad?
Might as well go put out the mixtape. We might not trust you tomorrow. One thing you guys should understand, never underestimate niggas wanting to be a part of the next big thing in hip-hop just because they're a part of hip-hop. Real talk. Everybody backtracking now. Everybody's Drake fans now. That's crazy.
But Metro Boomin clears it up even further. About his issue with Drake, he says, for the record, it's not over a girl or anything silly like that. It was a personal issue that really hurt me and disappointed me. But if you take all the rap entertainment out of it, it's like, have you ever been really cool with somebody and y'all fell out over something? It happens every day. It's just regular stuff. This time, it just happened to have an audience. So here Metro Boomin confirms that, just like we confirmed earlier in this video, the issue stemmed from a personal thing between him and Drake. That personal thing most likely being what we heard on those Young Thug jail phone calls, Drake being insensitive about a song that Metro wanted on his album and badgering him for it when he had just lost his mother. And like Drake said on Family Matters, these guys had a plan to try and take me down because of, like Metro Boomin said, a personal issue that they had. And like Drake said again, they found a way to rope Future, because before that, him and Future had never really been through it. After this, we start hearing rumblings from different journalists like Elliot Wilson that there were phone calls made between Drake and Future, and they were looking to actually make amends and potentially even collaborate. Once Young Thug got out of jail, he even said he's tried multiple times to patch things up between Metro, Future, and Drake.
You gotta bring Drake and Future back together, man.
What he said?
He said you gotta
Can't
Future
niggas
back
make me
together.
mad. Look, I can show y'all text messages in my phone. I've been trying this shit.
Well, you've been trying to make Drake and Future talk.
For sure. I was trying this shit in jail. But the shit I said in the song, trying to get him, Metro, and Pluto on the same page. That really happened. That actually happened. That really happened.
That's crazy.
21 Savage had even said that it's likely in the future we will see Metro Boomin, Drake, and Future on another track together.
Drake told me and Metro that he understood where he was wrong and he apologized multiple times. But I feel like Metro just felt how he felt. But I feel like now Metro is kind of more open-minded. Feel like he like, I don't know, I feel like Metro been through a lot. So, you know, like I feel like sometimes the shit just don't be the right time. But I feel like in the future, the near future, we'll see them work together.
As far as for Metro feels about the whole thing, by 2025, he did an interview where he emphasized that this beef kind of got taken to extreme heights because of how toxic, internet stan culture is today. But you have him here almost extending an olive branch as well, saying that it wasn't really that deep and he has love for all his past collaborators.
When two of the top dogs in the game and they, you both feel like you're the showdown. But I just more today, it's more like stan culture. It's like, it makes it kind of weird. It's not like, okay, I hate this side, I hate this side. It's like, the internet just makes it a little too wild now. But I feel like, it's good for the game. And as far as me being diplomatic, I mean, it's just entertainment at the end of the day.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. After that, he told Metro to shut his whole ass up and make some drums. I'm sorry. That line kind of is a little bit more funny now. If Drake was badgering him to be on the song, that line is kind of a little bit more funny now in hindsight. Shut your whole ass up and make some drums.
And I have love and respect for all my collaborators, and I just want to see everybody do the best and continue to help push this forward.
And now, depending on when I get this video out, we'll probably have an answer as to whether or not Drake and Future end up collaborating again on Iceman. And after reviewing all this, would you really be surprised? From the beginning, a lot of industry politics seemed to get in the way of Drake and Future always being on the same track, even though they were always on the same actual literal track for many years, giving us banger after banger. Behind the scenes, the waters would get muddy from time to time. Like Young Thug said on that jail phone call, artists from Atlanta are gonna ride with Metro Boomin on a different level, be sympathetic to him for his situation where he lost his mother on a different level than Drake was being. It's more than likely that Metro and Future had this collab project in the works for years. I mean, we know for a fact they did, right? They had announced it years in advance. And when the time came, Metro wanted his get back on Drake at the same time, conveniently, that Kendrick did as well, and Future just happened to get roped into it. And
all right, shout out to bro. He said, Metro, shut your whole ass up and make some drums. Good God Almighty.
Makes your old school teaching the children how to be a homosexual and make sure they all teach about the transgender. So that is what important to me. Make
Transgender. Transgender. Oh, gosh. Drake done broke the internet, man.
Quake and Drake is officially back and the Iceman is here, but there's a catch because he's decided to drop 3 albums, not just Iceman, but he decided to drop 2 more, and I have a theory as to why. For those unaware, Drake is officially back and he released his Iceman album, and it is an 18-track album where he's addressing a lot of the stuff that happened the past 2 years, as well as personal things happening in his life. And I'm going to break down majority of the bars of him addressing Kendrick. He addresses LeBron James, DJ Khaled, DJ Mustard, J. Cole, a bunch of people, right? And he does that mainly on the Iceman album, actually fully on the Iceman album. And he dropped 2 other albums. One of the other albums called Habibti, and the other is called Maid of Honor. And both of these albums are more like R&B, love, clubhouse music, more chill vibes. So that's what you get out of those 2 albums. I'm not going to be talking about those albums. We're solely going to be breaking down Iceman because that's where he raps all over the whole album, and he,
Not gonna lie,
addresses a lot
kinda
of things that's
makes
going
Iceman
on.
more
First, I want to get into the theory why I think Drake dropped 3 albums, and I solely think it's because he wants to get out of his Universal Music Group contract. I believe he had 3 more albums to deliver, and he said, "Here, I'm gonna deliver them all at once."
Michael Jackson effect all
that's
over
the
again.
only reason I can think of as to why he would drop 3 albums, because he doesn't have a good relationship with them anymore after the whole Kendrick Lamar beef. So he wants to be out of there, and I think he's either going to sign to Sony or fully independent. I think he's more going to lean towards Sony, which is unfortunate. I think Drake at that level can definitely go independent, even if he only sells 200,000 or maybe even 300,000 first week. He might have the worst first week sales of his career being independent, but he's probably one of the few artists that can actually go independent and still move units and still have people's interest. I mean, we just saw Kanye West drop Bully and do really well first week and have people's interest, and he's independent when he dropped that. So Drake can definitely do that. I encourage him to go the independent route, but hey, we'll see what happens now that he's finally out of the Universal Music Group contract. So that's why I think he dropped those 3 albums, just to get out of the contract, deliver it and be out of there. Another reason why I think Drake dropped 3 albums is because he wants to match Michael Jackson's record. So Jackson passed away the first week of July in 2009. 3 of his albums ended up in the top 3 slots on the Billboard 200, which was the first time an artist had ever done that. However, Drake is looking to debut 3 albums in the top 3.
Again, like I said, it's the Michael Jackson effect, because Michael Jackson had to fulfill his obligations with Sony before he left. And he hit Sony with a pimp move, and like I said, Drake already went through this with Cash Money. Birdman is still getting paid off of Drake to this day. Scorpion was Drake's last album on Cash Money. So
all at once, which would be the first time an artist had ever done that. But if he accomplishes that with these 3 albums, he also matches what Michael Jackson did. He just does it in a way that nobody's ever done it. So that's the reason why I think he's dropping 3 albums as well, is to match Michael Jackson's records and break a new record that nobody's ever done. So if you're confused, basically nobody has debuted 3 albums in the top 3. Debut means the first time they've ever charted on the charts, new albums. Meanwhile, Michael Jackson did it with old albums after he passed away. So that's the difference, but essentially the same record, just one is with new albums, one is with their older catalog. Let's go over the Iceman album. It is 18 tracks in total. So
your percentages go up damn near by 500 when you pass. Make sure you guys get your flowers while you're here.
Start with the first track called Make Them Cry. The verse starts out with him basically reflecting on his life, of how his parents have aged and how he's hit a different stage in his life, and how he had a conversation with 40, and 40's like, hey, dig deep when it comes to what's going on in your life and what's going on with, after the battle and all that. And Drake's like, yeah, I can dig deep, but I'm trying to find a balance and peace with it. And then he mentions the situation with Kendrick Lamar. He says, with the dot back in 2024 was a big piece. So it's like, this shit is me, but it isn't me. Y'all keep on asking me what it did to me. And that's what it did to me. When I dig deep, they say dig deeper. Tell us how it felt to meet the Grim Reaper. And we know Kendrick Lamar gets called the boogeyman. So a lot of people have asked questions like, how has this affected you, Drake? Because you got to think, not like us, huge song, calling somebody, a pedophile. It's insane. It's going to affect somebody's mental one way or another. He continues, says, this album better have some big features. We're well sorry to burst your bubble, but I'm all alone for my mental. So I think he changed this up. Maybe he felt that way when he first started the album, but as you can see on the album, he has some features on there. And I've been trying to end so many people, I almost forgot the intro. Been so sure of my words that I haven't used a pencil. Been so paranoid that nothing in this world seems coincidental. Moving on in the bars, he says this then. Guys want to talk about a battle, I'm battling patience. I battle frustration. I'm about to turn 40, dog. I'm battling agent. I'm battling the fact that the album ain't even dropped and already they ass is complaining. F it, I'll battle the label. F it, I'll battle the majors. I'll battle the stations till my ass is back in rotation. So this, from these bars, my speculation is that he's going to go independent. He's not going to sign to another label after dropping these 3 albums. So that's what I get from it. But then he says, shout out to the real fans that knew what I had in the basement. Shout out to the fake fan. I thought I had an arrangement. How many times have tried to tell me I had a replacement? How many times you're about to ask if I had a vacation? How many artists I've had to witness do bad imitations? Guys want me all bent out of shape, rattled and shaken. My dad got cancer right now. We battle in stages. Trust me. When I say there's plenty things I'd rather be facing for real. And this time, ask me to dig deeper. I'll gladly explain it. So a great way to start that album out, you know, and him revealing his dad has cancer. You know, it's unfortunate because my dad did too, and he died as well from it. So it's something hard to go through. And shout out to him for at least being open about it. And you know, prayers up to his dad. Going on to the next track, Dust. On the chorus, he says, they was like, go blow the dust off your plaques. Go blow the dust off your plaques. What was the year they say you had slaps? Because I don't remember it going like that. He's basically making fun of artists who haven't had a recent success. And then he takes a shot at Kendrick Lamar. He basically says, what was the year that you were dominating? Because I don't remember it at all. You don't have those type of hit records that you think you do. Then on verse 2, he says, if it's up to me, I get everyone lined up. If it's up to me, I've been clocking you, pussy man. Everyone's time's up. If it's up to me, if it's up to me. If it's up to me, then you all on a list, man. Everyone's signed up. If it's up to me, it's already made. I ain't making my mind up. If it wasn't for me reaching my hand, you'd never climb up. Another thing where he's just doubling down on saying, hey, I'm the guy. I'm the one that helped a lot of your guys' careers. If I didn't reach out, then you would have never climbed up to the position that you're in. So, you know, just a little bit more bragging on this record, but he didn't really do too much disrespecting. It's one of those not really barred up records. But the next track is Whisper My Name. And in the first verse, he starts out by saying, my white label had to go white label shit when he stepped out his body and finally got hot. Basically what he's saying is Universal didn't copyright claim or copyright any of the music that content creators were reacting to when Kendrick Lamar dropped Not Like Us and all those diss tracks. But when Drake dropped his songs, they were copywriting them and striking them.
Right.
And they're actually doing the same right now, even though there's reports that, hey, Iceman, you can stream it, blah, blah, blah.
But it's
not looking like that.
And then people got mad and said, oh, it's Drake telling on me, but it's not Drake, it's the label. Tough.
You're still going to get hit with copyright. So Drake is addressing that, saying, I had my own label at the time was making sure that Kendrick had more push from the content creators than my own music. So they were going against me. Continuing on, some people are speculating that this is not really disrespect, but it's kind of checking The Weeknd, because Baby Boy Please, he says, I heard what you said to Lil Bro about me. Playboy Carti calls himself Baby Boy, and Playboy Carti and The Weeknd have gotten a lot closer. And Drake in these bars suggests that potentially Playboy Carti was talking behind his back to The Weeknd. So he says, Baby Boy Please, I heard what you said to Lil Bro about me. Yeah, and when you run into the Iceman, what you gonna do except freeze? You're not about to squeeze, you not. I'm cutting off at the knees. They ain't on standing on business with me. You know, once again, we've heard bars of Drake basically saying that The Weeknd's not tough. He's an R&B guy, and he's, you know, it's some of the people around him, but other than that, he's not that tough guy that he thinks he is. On verse 2, he also addresses the Jay-Z question that people always get asked. Would you take 500,000 or, you know, dinner with Jay-Z? He says this, I'll take the 500K, not the dinner. I can't never learn shit from none of y'all. So more shots at Jay-Z there. Other than that, on this track, there really isn't anything else that's said. Continuing on, we go to Janice STFU, which stands for Shut the Fuck Up. On the first verse of this track, he says, hey, buried alive, someone come dig me up. If I call your shorty up right now, she picking up. You boys got big off my name, that's big enough. Of course, Rick Ross, A$AP Rocky, Kendrick Lamar, and whoever else that Drake has helped early on in their career or has made records for them, hooks, whatever. He's basically addressing all of them and saying, you guys got way too big off my name, and that's enough. And then here, he actually sends a subliminal at Jay-Z for the first time in a while, because Drake and Jay-Z have gone back and forth subliminally for quite some time. But now he's addressing Jay-Z again. He says, we know how you OGs rocking already. My guy, the jig is up. Jigga, Jay-Z, He's addressing Jay-Z because Jay-Z is the one that's seen really close to Kendrick Lamar at the Grammys and all that. And he's really supporting and pushing Kendrick Lamar throughout the whole battle. And what better timing, because Jay-Z really this year has said he's going to address a lot of things. And a lot of people are speculating that Jay-Z might actually drop an album this year. So we're probably going to get responses from Jay-Z to Drake. And who knows, there might actually be a battle that starts between this, because I don't see them setting subliminals for too long. It could start to spiral out of control like the Kendrick Lamar beef, because Drake and Kendrick were sending subliminals for a long time. Same thing with Jay-Z, so I wouldn't be surprised if they started beefing over this stuff. Then he continues on and says, they say that truth will set you free, well, mine is going to stream while you watch in HD. They say that karma take an eternity, yours is dropping the same night as me. Funny thing is, they ain't going to compete. You going to get yours while I'm doing me. Then on verse 2, he decides to go a little bit more at Kendrick Lamar. He says this, tired of all y'all telling me guys is real pussy, I know when it's real. You only come home to pose and pop off a look, but you forgot how it feel. Chi-Town popping a pill, go on a drill, looking for someone to kill. White kids listen to you because they feel some guilt, and that's how your soul gets fulfilled. He's addressing Kendrick Lamar directly here. Handing out turkeys on camera inside of your hood, then you go back to the hills. How many houses you build, how many souls did you heal off of the back of your deal? You know, with Kendrick, you know, doing the money trees and helping the community in Compton and all that, Drake is questioning, you know, who he is as a person. Is he actually doing that stuff? Again, we've heard this during the beef and the battle that was happening in 2024, but Drake is doubling down. And that's it for this track when it comes to subliminals. The next track, Ran to Atlanta. This is Drake and Future coming back together to make music despite everything that happened with their beef. And I believe Tony Ayo said it on his podcast, but basically Big Bank and 21 Savage made sure that they squashed the beef after all these years. And the funny thing is, the title of this track is Ran to Atlanta, which is referencing Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us, where he says, you run to Atlanta when you need a whatever bag or whatever the fuck he says on the record, I forget. But yeah, he's basically referring that Not Like Us verse where he's talking about Drake running to Atlanta to get hits and money. On verse 2, Drake says, me and Hendrix back by popular demand. Then he continues, says, I'm quick to turn a hater into a fan. Guys standing 10 toes on quicksand. If they could have been it, they would have been, but they can't. So then he continues on and says, know what I'm saying? Outsiders back to what it was. You know what I'm saying? Atlanta, tell you about my run. Ask Pluto Bank 21. Basically confirming that Bank and 21 Savage ended the beef between Future and Drake. And basically Drake throughout the record is flexing that, hey, I still have Atlanta supporting me regardless of the stuff that Kendrick Lamar said. And yes, he can still collaborate with people in Atlanta. And
Future don't even realize Future looks dumb right here, you know? That's the crazy part. Then again, he probably doesn't care. You know, shout outs to Nevadius. Shout outs to Meathead.
Embrace him with open arms. Then on the next track, Shebang, which is track number 6, he addresses a little bit of A$AP Rocky and says here, where's the beef it's cooked? Where's the boy he's booked? Am I upset a bit? Last one you dropped was shit. I did press play on that hoe mid, skip. Now, he could be obviously disrespecting Kendrick Lamar's GNX, A$AP Rocky's album, J. Cole's album, whoever that he has issues with. And then he says, what should I take a trip? Who should I take his bitch? Obviously, he's going at, you know, A$AP Rocky with Rihanna and all that stuff. Continuing on, though, he doesn't really say much on here.
I heard he falling out.
On the next verse, he says,
Angry Man.
Secrets I know you got you stressed. Will I take those to my death? Haven't decided just yet. So here, you know, this is the Drake red button thing where Drake's always kind of threatened to reveal a lot of information about people, but never. It happened with a Pusha T situation where he was supposed to respond with a diss track, revealing a bunch of information about Pusha T and stuff, and just never really did it because apparently
Good to see you, brother. Did you get a chance to check out the album? Because I definitely want to do a album listening party with you guys over on Rumble. Let me know. I definitely want to do I got 2 out of the 3, and then I have Isaiah Rashad's album, which I definitely that's definitely a sit down with you guys, you know. So definitely, I would love to, you know, do another Rumble show. Shout outs to Link in the building as always. All right, 4 hours and 30 minutes into the madness. Please support the show. You said some of it? Okay. Yes, Sirski. Let me know. We can all go over it together and decode it like the brother here is doing. You dig? Yeah, he dropped 3. Yep.
Prince stepped in to stop it because it would have ruined people's families and stuff like that. But yeah, so he's basically doubling down on that and saying, hey, I got secrets. Should I let them go? The next track is track number 7, Make Them Pay. In this first verse, can perform in Los Angeles and pull a crowd of 1 million people. He says, and I faced the way they paint me, but it hurts just like the Philly Eagles. LA loved them. I could play a show for 1 million people. Don't be surprised you see the whole Young Money in CA, just like the Village people. Now, this is funny because YMCA is, you know, an actual, I don't know what the fuck it is. It's like an organization, a place to, you know, hang out and stuff. But he actually, you know, does wordplay by saying YM, Young Money, California, CA. So really cool on that. These guys measuring their dick size in millimeters. I rack up a tab in Chanel because I do buy everything like I'm Middle Eastern. And then he mentions the Not Like Us, you know, pop out show, as well as the Not Like Us music video. Stargate in the field like Leaguers, and ain't no passes for you crip walking. All of that diss talking, kiddo, beat it. I'm supposed to be my brother's keeper, so don't make us hit another buzzer beater. You know, talking that tough talk and addressing all those people that were crip walking and dancing when it came to the Not Like Us track. And then he...
Oh. I didn't think about that one. I just caught that one. Ooh, Serena.
Addresses Jay-Z again. He says, my guys run a phone as soon as you check into prison. You guys run and talk to Hove for a second opinion. Hove being Jay-Z. Me, I stood 10 T's and accepted the mission because I'd much rather death than submission. How can you press the ignition and let some memories of the past affect your decision?
So much shit has happened.
So here he's, I think, addressing J. Cole. He's saying basically J. Cole pulled the trigger on trying to beef with Kendrick, and then once he dropped that 7-minute drill track, he pulled back. And Drake's saying, listen, if I'm going to go, you know, battle, I'm going full on battling. I'm not going to retract anything. And then he continues, and I think here he addresses more of J. Cole. He says, I love you because of the history, but if we being real, I could never forgive you, and you never called me back. But destiny's written for real. There are rumors that, you know, when J. Cole backed out of the battle, that Drake and J. Cole stopped talking to each other, no longer cool. And here he's addressing that. And then he continues, says, fuck a big 3 anyway. There was too many chefs in the kitchen. It was a mess to begin with. Yeah. So he addresses the whole big 3, big me, all that stuff. And now they got a new GOAT and we got to test the position. Damn, who is this guy for real? I guess a magician. And here he goes at Kendrick. He says, 100 million streams vanished. No one got questions for guys. Well, maybe I'm best as the villain because I got real numbers on guys who say they got billions. Now, if you don't remember, Spotify did a lot of cleaning with bots and streams. And Kendrick Lamar was the one that took a lot of hits on that bots and streams that got removed. He says, I got all the chains that they ever repped in Virginia. I got guys as prized possessions. I get possessive on guys. Here, he's, of course, clowning Pusha T, as well as the Clips and Pharrell Williams in general. I'm pressing everything. I'll get impressive on guys. I got problems with people who I would have never dreamed, and that's dragging people in who don't want to get in between. Dog, I was Aiden Ross, which streams before Aiden Ross had ever streamed. Now, this is a great wordplay because he's talking about Aiden Ross, the streamer, but then he also says aiding Rick Ross, the rapper, meaning I was helping this guy.
Ooh. Damn. Didn't even catch that. Mm.
Get streams on his music before Aiden Ross, the actual streamer, was streaming. So great wordplay there. And then he addresses DJ Khaled. And I think Drake's issue with DJ Khaled is that Khaled never stepped in to basically pick a side or at least say something about the beef. So Drake didn't like that. He said, and Khaled, you know what I mean. The beef was fully live. You went halal and got on your deen. And your people are still waiting for a free Palestine, but apparently everything is in black and white and red and green. Damn, I'm seeing everyone's true colors for real. I'm sensing a theme. DJ Khaled is Palestinian, never spoke up about what's going on with Palestine and Israel, so Drake calls that out. Continuing on, he says, I'm greater than everybody, like some shredded cheese. I wasn't hating.
Basically saying that Khaled is being fake with him and being fake with his own country. Link says, if you decide you want to deep dive, I'm with it. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Definitely would love you on board. Absolutely. I got Maid of Honor and Iceman, but you know, you can find out you can get a track listing and we can find other tracks on YouTube.
At the one before I was in the loop like a set of keys. So yeah, a bunch of bars going on about other things, but yeah, just in this verse he addressed, you know, Jay-Z to a certain extent, you know, Kendrick Lamar, J. Cole, Khaled, Rick Ross. So loaded bars there for this track. So that's it for Make Them Pay. The next track is Burning Bridges, and on the hook, Drake says you're getting bodied by a singing guy, which is reference to the back-to-back record, and it says your baby mama ain't even post her single. Damn, where's she at? Yeah, where's she at? Your baby mama ain't even post her single. He could be referring to A$AP Rocky because Rihanna hasn't really, you know, supported his music like that. She has shared some things here and there, but not to that extent. Or he could be addressing Kendrick Lamar. Obviously, his baby mama never posted anything of Kendrick Lamar's online. So that's what I'm assuming he's referring to. In the verse of the track, he says, you saw my brother, you was trying to fix it, now you drop your album and you back dissing. This
And how Drake does it, y'all, is like, if you're a hit dog, you're gonna holler. he talking about me, and then you jump out the window. It's like a bunch of hit dogs that need to be hollering. So just imagine that. Just the concept of throwing a rock, and you don't know who. You know some jackal or some type of animal gonna come out yelling, but you don't know who. Is it the one you intended it for, or is a completely new jackal about to come out and start yelling?
This could be a reference to A$AP Rocky because he was talking to academics and potentially there could have been something where it could have been fixed. But obviously he dropped his album Don't Be Dumb, and then he was dissing Drake all over it. So that's it for this track on Burning Bridges. The next track, National Treasures, leaked online a while ago, so I'm not really going to go over the bars. Basically, you know, Capo and Lito, they have it together, whatever. It's a fire. But I don't like the second portion where it just changes. But let's go over the verse on the second portion because this is all new. So, boy, got to dip out the 6, run out the 6 just like you did.
And I think all of his best music, he's saving it for the independent stuff. Like I said, is Michael Jackson all over again with the This Is It album. How Michael basically, was saving the good stuff for later, but was fulfilling his obligations, so.
I think here he's talking about Kendrick Lamar, where he did his tour on June 12th and June 13th in Toronto. And it was reported that Kendrick was receiving an escort to the airport to fly to New York to spend the night there before the next tour date. Drake states that Kendrick left the city as soon as possible and couldn't spend the night because he was fearful of tension boiling over a hostile situation. So here he's kind of calling out Kendrick for, yeah, you performed in my city, but you dipped immediately. You didn't even stay. So why was TPS at my crib until you boys slid? Basically, he's saying the Toronto Police Department at my house when you were performing. Was it because you were scared we're going to do something? Basically calling him out. And the rest of the verse is just him, talking his talk about him being the mob boss that he is. So nothing really directed at anyone when it comes to the rest of the National Treasure second verse. On the next track, Bees on the Table, which features 21 Savage, I feel like in Drake's verse, which is verse 2, he's basically checking to see if Kendrick is actually going to respond to him with all these little subliminals that he's doing. This is how I feel about it. He says, spent months in the corner, just me and my back. I'm used to this. I'm numb to that. I know I just gotta adapt. Let's wait on your Spotify Wrapped. The messages you about to send on the 16th, which is a day after his album's release, please don't hit send on none of that. There's no need to check where the temperature is at. You know what it is if you double back. So he's basically, I think, taunting Kendrick. Should have put another blade in my back. Should have stood over and double tapped. Hey, what y'all need? A duffel bag? What is that offer they said? Why? What did they put on the table? What does that say on that paper? F that. They got to double that, triple that. Fuck is the bitches at? Yeah, the chef 2 Michelin. Come to the 6. We dipping you boys like christening. Kevin Hart liquor. He shook. I'm going to put you in some sticky predicaments. Killy might come take a trick off a pussy like they was transitioning. I'm fighting the man, not suing the rapper. You boys is not listening. So there you go, addressing the UMG lawsuit, saying that you guys got it all twisted up. I'm fighting the man, Lucian, the label, and not Kendrick Lamar, the rapper, of his diss track. Your boy a fisherman, that's just one word in the industry. Don't mean to be in y'all business. I'm talking spicy, hot, sizzling. Don't stick around if you visited. So yeah, more of taunting to Kendrick Lamar, I think, and saying that, where's your temperature at, or you do want to double this back, basically, and then addressing the UMG lawsuit as well, saying that I'm not going to
that's the thing, if Kendrick does double back, because Kendrick is somewhat independent, but not, PJ Lang. So I guess they can battle again at some point, really, without the machine. But who knows? Who knows? Who knows what it's about? Again,
against the label. That's where I'm at, and you guys aren't even paying attention to that. On the track Plot Twist, which is track number 12, really he's just talking about the people surrounding him and how they're down and trained and ready to go if anything serious happens when it comes to any type of issues that Drake has. Basically, his goons. That's what he's addressed on the whole track. On this track, Too Hard for the Radio, what's interesting is verse 2. He addresses Mustard, Pusha T, and Jay-Z. So let's go over the verse 2. He says this: Mustard heard about us, got a
I think this is where he said, BPM, beat my producer. The producer don't even get spared.
Catch up to the slaps. You ain't had one since me and YG rapped. Which is talking about Who Do You Love and those records that Mustard produced with YG and Drake, which is essentially true, until the Kendrick Lamar Not Like Us came. And he says, facts, 900 million for the tracks. Rack City, bitch, we remember that, which is the Tygo Rack City record. That was huge, and Mustard produced that. Damn, you should try and get back to that. This new shit, you could have kept it on the laugh. Fact. Basically making fun of this guy's music, saying it ain't nothing. And this is interesting. So then he says this: damn, y'all was really island hopping back then. Huh. Now y'all names got redacted. Yeah, Now a guy got to fact check what. Here he's referring to Pusha T and Jay-Z's name being on the Epstein Island document files and being accused of having to do stuff with Epstein, which is obviously Jay-Z and Pusha T are the only ones that were mainly mentioned when it came to that stuff. So he's calling that out and saying, you know, you guys are island hopping. Now your names are redacted from all kinds of documents because you guys are doing crazy stuff. So I'm going to see how Pusha T and Jay-Z respond to that. But that's it for that record. The next Make the Number was actually leaked online as 1 a.m. in Albany. So it turns out it's not a timestamp record at all. It's actually called Make Them Remember. And on this track, he addresses LeBron James, Kendrick Lamar again, and a few other people. So let's go over this. He says, my social battle is drained for real, just came from hearing a lot of guys cop a lot of pleas. Like, oh, brother, you know we brothers. It's never been nothing. So he's basically saying a lot of people have shifted and tried to become his friend again, despite siding with Kendrick Lamar. And he's basically calling BS out basically on that. On the verse, he says, they say conclusions were drawn, but I'm in super denial. What is a loss? I'll be damned if I'm losing it now. I'm the golden goose shaking things up at Lucian's house. So he sends some direct shots at Lucian, who obviously is the CEO of Universal Music Group. I'm in the battlefield, really putting boots to the ground, a booster seat for yourselves and the lies that you tell. The booster seat is obviously making fun of Kendrick Lamar for being short. This is interesting, though. This bar is interesting. He says, if Drake took out the AK, maybe he'd be in jail just based off the name that it spells. Why they say they just smelled. I heard they got special places in hell for guys joking about evil when they did it themselves. Damn. Here he is dissing Dr. Dre because Dr. Dre has been really close to Kendrick Lamar and obviously supporting him and being one of the few people that was really close to Kendrick and clapping when he got the Grammy Awards and showing up at the pop out and all that. And Drake says, if Drake took out the AK, and this is a play on words, because if you take the AK out of Drake, it spells out Dre. And then he says he'd go to jail basically trying to kill people. But he says, for guys joking about evil when they did it themselves, referring to Dr. Dre and his abuse allegations and the stuff that he's admitted to doing, 90s, putting his hands on females. So he's saying basically these guys are laughing about stuff that isn't even real, but they themselves have done bad things that is actually real. And of course, we know throughout the battle, Drake accused Lamar of being an abuser to his wife. Continuing on, he says, what y'all thought I was, y'all forgot what I got from. Y'all forgot if I gave you a hand, you under the thumb. Convenient amnesia from all you ballerinas. It doesn't alter what you said or how it made us see you. It shouldn't be shocked to see you in that arena because you always made your career off of teams. He is dissing LeBron James because LeBron was there at the pop out, I think it's called. And, he was having fun there. And he basically, Drake is saying, no surprise here. You change teams all the time. And then he says, I never got a copy of the newest rules. Apparently the title of the book is called Fooling Fools. Y'all was riding all summer, pedal bars going #1. And yet y'all trying to tell me who's grooming who. Then he continues and goes to LeBron more. He says, please stop asking me about what's going on with 23 and me. LeBron James wears the 23 number for his jersey. He says, I'm a real guy and he's not. It's in my DNA. I could have fell back like the married rapper, but we engaged. I told y'all I'm settled in my evil ways. Here he's, going at J. Cole again. J. Cole basically saying ways, the married rapper is J. Cole, obviously. And, J. Cole fell back from the beef and he's saying, I'm not going to sing. Just evil ways of what he's doing. So he says these guys thinking that the spot is up for grabs. They'll never see the day to be the #1. You got to lead the way. Here he goes at Kendrick again. He says, and to hold something over my head forever, you're still a couple feet away. Your insecurities keep spanning season to season like you Issa Rae. Plot twist, the owl never sees the cage. The owl only wakes up to seize the day. Here he's referring to the Kendrick Lamar Not Like Us video where the owl's in the cage. Talking about hiding the Bible, maybe I should read a page. Iced out crosses on their necks thinking Jesus saves. Well, even if he does, guy, either way, the blasphemy you talk, let them know that your amazing grace gonna be delayed. You guys should be ashamed. The fact that you had these talks to get decent plays, goodness grace. Going at Kendrick some more, basically saying, He's living this double life. He puts this image on like he's this great guy and great person, but behind the scenes, he's a terrible person. God want to wipe that little smug look off your fucking face. All you really did was cap like uppercase. Of course, talking about the Not Like Us song and line about him being a pedophile. In these next bars, he goes at Joe Budden. This is some pretty funny bars towards the end especially. He says, I watched the scout spaz him with a puzzled face. Who knows which one of his bubble-shaped tings I must have ushered through the double gates. He's talking about Joe Budden and the various women he's been with. So he's saying, who knows which female I was with that upset Joe Budden. He said, showed her the time of her life while broski having stomach aches, hearing about good times at Lover's Lake, and send her back to you while you sleep and walking naked in another state, which is hilarious because Joe Budden was having sleeping problems and walking randomly. Basically I have sleepwalking throughout.
Yeah,
the
Joe
whole,
knew about this
for a while. He's actually was dealing with that.
A week
you'll
before
live
this
to see
came out.
another day. Even if you don't, it's just another day. We ain't crying for your punk ass anyway. Basically saying that if something happens to Joe Budden, nobody really cares. Life's gonna move on, which is diabolical, man. Especially the sleepwalking naked thing. It's kind of hilarious, actually. Then towards the end, he says, and Muggsy Bugs dunked for once. Even I'm a bit amazed. So if you don't know this Muggsy guy, he's a 5'3" basketball player. And if he were to dunk, it would be the craziest thing ever because somebody at 5'3" dunking is insane. Here he's basically saying that Kendrick Lamar is, because Kendrick Lamar is shorter, he's referring to Muggsy as Kendrick Lamar and saying that, yeah, Kendrick Lamar got the dunk, but it's such a rare thing that even it amazed me. Basically saying that Not Like Us record is like a once in a lifetime thing that he got, and he can't repeat that success. And to be fair, that's probably his biggest record like of his whole career. He has Humble and those other records on Damn, but Not Like Us went to Diamond so quick, it was like astronomical. So he's basically saying like, even that amazed me that he managed to do that. But that doesn't mean that he's better than me just because he had this one moment where he just happened to just hit strike gold is basically what he's saying. Then he continues, says, yeah, someone give the kid a raise. What is it? The braids, even when I cut them, I could never fade. I mean, it's Drizzy Drake. Basically responding to
this shit is
saying,
crazy, Link.
What is it? The braids on the Euphoria diss track. He says, even if I were to cut them, nobody's going to fade me, making, reference to fade when you're getting a haircut. But yeah, that is the whole Make Them Remember track, addressing obviously Joe Budden, LeBron James, Kendrick Lamar, so on and so forth. And on the rest of the tracks of Iceman, Drake basically just, doubles down and says he's the best, calls out, people with fake streams, talks about his homies and, how gangster they are, so on and so forth. A lot of it is repeated, but those bars that are broke down are really the main ones where he's addressing specific people. The rest are just, quick bars, quick jabs here and there that is like repeating throughout the album. But that's the full breakdown for Iceman. Let me know what you guys think of this album. What do you guys think of all three of the Drake albums? Are you guys a fan of them? Do you guys think it's a smart move for Drake to drop 3 projects? And will he get that record of having the 1, 2, and 3 slot for all 3 of these albums? Who knows?
Well, I mean, he didn't go over plot twist. Plot twist, man. Don't even get me started on plot twist. One second, y'all. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. Let's try to get at least 1 to 2 more supporters. Ooh, give me 1 second. You got Drake fans versus Kendrick fans. I mean, what's the point? Somebody said 3-pack of ass. I'm not man nor the other Drake. It's like their opinion matters. Like what the? I'm not listening to that. Of course you ain't gonna listen to it. You don't want to become a fan. We get it. I might cover another little story as an in-between. And then we got some other stuff to cover. Because I don't know why Cheyenne Bryant went on this woman's show. It be your own people. She got called out again. I do want to do more lengthy shows. Charlemagne. I want to see what they said on the Breakfast Club. But they might strike. Let me see if this guy went over to Breakfast Club. Oh, Plot Twist is I love Plot Twist. That's my favorite song so far.
Dude dropped 3 albums. I think he the first person to ever drop 3 albums in one day. Like normally, people do a double. I want to react to Charlemagne the God is reacting to Iceman. I heard the first album on album number 1. All right. I still haven't listened. I can't believe this dude dropped 3 albums. I think he the first person to ever drop 3 albums.
You hit the like button, y'all.
In
Please support
one
the show.
day. Like
let's get it.
Normally, people do a double disc, but this dude did 3 albums. And so I'm still on the first album, listening to it with my headphones and everything. And I'm not gonna lie, there's a few songs that I kind of like. I ain't gonna lie. I haven't listened to the other 2. I'm still on the Iceman album. I think it's 18 songs on that one. I think out of the 18 songs, I might have liked maybe 4 or 5 of them. Ones that are worth replaying. Like ones that are worth replaying, about 4 or 5 of them. I just don't like the victim talking. Stop with the tough talk, man. I don't want to hear you talking tough. You suing people. You doing all this fraudulent stuff. Like, I enjoyed the songs where he was just talking about his personal life. But there is no woe is me, man. There is no woe is me. I don't want to hear the woe is me that. But anyway, I want to hear Charlemagne the God respond to Iceman. Let's see what we got.
Iceman is here, guys. Drake dropped 3 albums last night. He dropped Iceman, he dropped Maid of Honor, and then he also dropped an album called Habiti.
There's no way anybody can have an opinion on this music yet. Nobody listened to all 3 of those albums.
I have not listened to.
Did.
I listened to Iceman. I haven't heard Habachi. Is it Habichi?
Habiti. Hold on. Okay, why is it doing this? Why is it free? What's up with this thing? Why is it freezing like this? Hold on.
And I haven't listened to Maid of Honor yet, but I'm about to go work out. I'm about to work out after this, so I'm gonna listen to the Maid of Honor.
Listen to this at the gym
while I'm working out. You know, by the end of the day, hopefully I will have heard all 3 albums, and then tomorrow I can come back and give y'all my full assessment. But so far on Iceman, the album Iceman, I think I like maybe 4 or 5 songs on there.
Not enough for it to sink in either, because I feel like on Iceman, that's where he's getting like really reflective and getting into a lot of the things. Again, I haven't heard Habibti, but I think some of the stuff got to set in a little bit. So let's get to just like we're talking about, because Charlamagne, you let us was going to be happening on this album. I don't know how you knew.
I didn't only said 3 things.
You said
Future was going to be on it.
Yes.
He was going to get Khaled and A$AP Rocky. That's it.
But those were big things to know. Now let's take a listen let's start with Jay-Z, because he threw a couple shots at Jay-Z. Let's take a listen to Whisper My Name.
You be hitting the net for some love, you a tennis ball. I take 500K, not a dinner. I never learned from none of y'all. What's my name? And don't say it too loud, because you got to come here and you know I pop out.
No, they say Jay-Z, he bankrolls the Breakfast Club. So, you know, they're getting into Jay first. Which is random, because he randomly said something about Jay. Like, why would that be the first name you pick out of the hat? But hey, they solidifying it themselves. So
you gonna yawn. But one of the opening title tracks for the album, Make Them Cry, it's very, very.
I like that record.
I love that
I
record.
like that
and I
one
think
too.
if we're having
The first song that he did on there, I Make Him Cry, something like that. I like that one.
a conversation about Drake getting into the things other than what we've been hearing about the battles, this one sets the tone for that. Let's take a listen to Make Them Cry.
How many times do you want to ask?
FYI,
I respect that. I can respect that.
The line at the end about his father, that's very reflective of where he is at personally.
Yes.
Everything else is very woe is me about the industry.
Yeah, but I think the gist of what I took from it is like there's so much going on in his life right now. There's a lot of like people make
exactly. I don't want to hear about Kendrick. I don't want to hear about.
Yes, y'all do. Shut the fuck up. Y'all are Kendrick fans. Oh, stop. Now, the irony of it is, look how much people talking about we need to take over the rap game. We need to fight the man. And you got Drake doing that now, but ain't nobody about to be behind him with this. Then you're going to hear, Drake is the man. Why? Because he's Jewish. So far from fighting the rap game, huh? Let's get it.
LeBron, I don't want to hear about none of the old beats that you had. Let the old beats be the old beats. We know we know you don't like LeBron. We know you don't like Kendrick. We know you don't like, DJ. We know the people you don't like. You don't have to diss them every single song. Like, talk about you. What's going on with you?
No one cares.
Make it seem like he's making this battle his end all be all. He's like,
no. Ain't no people. He makes it seem like this battle is the end all be all.
But once you hear,
people.
But when you hear this record, have you heard the record?
Yes,
okay,
the first record on the album.
When you hear this,
yeah, But there's a lot of songs where he's woe is me. He's the one that's keeping this battle stuff alive. Kendrick is moving on. Kendrick album wasn't about Drake. He made a classic album. That's what Drake need to do. Focus on the music, man. Leave that battle shit alone.
His record though, you don't feel like okay, that stuff is there in the surface level,
No,
but it's just because he
is-
hasn't really gotten into everything else
And
yet.
at the end is when he mentions his father. Everything else is definitely woe is me, cry me a river. They jump me, mommy, but I'm coming back with the chopper on everybody.
Jump me, mommy. Oh my God! You talked about the caliber. I know we played that this morning.
You can play it again.
Okay, we can play it again. Let's take a listen.
Hey, Cali, you know what I mean. The beef was fully live. You ain't allowed to dot on your dean. And your people are still.
That song I like, the free song. I just want to be free. I actually like that song.
Waiting for a free Palestine, but apparently everything is in black and white and red and green.
You know, you put yourself in a tough position when you call somebody out like that, though, because people are going to say, well, what have you ever stood for, Drake?
Right. True. And you can't point to
I mean,
anything.
you've been here eating off the black experience in America for a long time. I ain't never heard you,
Not publicly.
say Black Lives Matter. You say, even though you half black, but
Well,
you say Black Lives.
But
Black
Drake.
Lives.
Oh my gosh.
How do you say half of Black
We can
Lives?
have an ally.
You can only say like you can.
Lord, Drake is from Memphis and grew up in Memphis for a bit of time, but okay.
Say need.
You definitely can only say nigga.
That's to get to another conversation. So people think because he dropped these 3 albums at one time that this is his way of ending what his obligations are to the label, right?
Okay.
Now, I just found out that he also self-funded this album, which I think is a
that's
telltale
cool.
sign.
That's
It gives him a
dope.
lot of control. But on Firm Friends, which is on Iceman, he talks about going independent and kind of explains Iceman. Let's take a listen.
If everything goes to plan, I will be making a name change from the boy to the man, but y'all just wouldn't understand then.
I like that song.
Mass distribution.
Sound like some people probably without that on.
That's on Iceman too. That's on Firm Friends.
Boy, Kendrick beat Drake's ass
Yo,
so
listen.
bad that he's been reflecting on his life the last 3 years. You heard him say, I'm gonna become a man.
Yeah, because the story that Kendrick definitely told him. Yeah.
Yo, that is so true. Kendrick really opened his eyes to becoming a man. That is insane. Kendrick really affected this boy's life.
Come on, man.
Yeah, because the story that Kendrick definitely told him.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
I've never seen a man get his ass beat like this and reflect on life in this way.
Life and business.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
Kendrick really gave him a spanking.
He made him reflect.
You know, sometimes your parents beat you and you gotta go sit in your room and you have to really think about your life, but it helps you in the long run.
Yeah, you know, Drake
Y'all
ain't going on
fans
that
might thank Kendrick later, yo.
Gosh. He did.
Listen, that type of beat. and he be like,
All y'all Drake fans might have to thank Kendrick later for real.
I mean, look.
Wow.
I feel like he's on the brink of trying to break through.
Wow.
He's trying to get there. He's trying.
He is. I mean, I like it though. He like, maybe I do need to grow up. Maybe I need to go from a boy to a man.
He questioning
We ain't seen
everything.
him yet.
Even on that 1 a.m. in Albany, he's like, what is it, the braids? He's asking himself, what is it? He's like, what is it, the braids? Like, he's really questioning his life.
Yes, but
Stop, yo.
Charlamagne, you say you want Drake to dig deeper. We all, a lot of you want more substance, right?
I just find it funny that it took an ass whipping. Sometimes it takes an ass whipping, though.
Sometimes
Sometimes
it's
it's hard to reach people unless you put some hands on them. These hands were verbal, but it made Drake reflect on his life the last couple of years.
Sometimes it need to happen.
Yes, I agree. It's Lauren LaRosa telling you to.
Hey, I definitely agree with that. Kendrick beat this boy into a man, and now he's reflecting. Now he's, putting his money to his album. Now he want to, have more control of his album. That's crazy, man. Kendrick literally beat this boy into a man. But like I said, I do enjoy a couple of songs on the Iceman. Like I said, I'm about to go work out right now. So while I'm at the gym, I'm going to listen to Maid of Honor. And then hopefully I can listen to the Hibachi one. Is it Habitchit? I don't know what it is. So I might be done with the album by tomorrow, hopefully, because I got to do some other stuff today. But yeah, man. So y'all leave a comment down below, man. Y'all let me know what do y'all think about Charlamagne's reaction to Iceman. What do you think about Iceman and all that good jazz, man? It's your boy Damn D signing out, man. Peace.
All right. Interesting. I did want to go I did want to play the other guy's reaction to it, but I know he's gonna play the full song. All right, let's get into this story real quick. We'll give that a little bit of a break. You know, another story that was big was
makes an old school teaching the children how to be a homosexual and make sure they all teach about the transgender. So that is what important to me.
Oh God, homosexual, transgender.
Make sure all the school teaching the children how to be a homosexual and make sure they all teach about the transgender. It's important to me.
Oh God. Cheyenne Bryant. They're making a big deal of her goddamn credentials. Which I'm like, who cares? But apparently a lot of people care. So check this out.
So there's a concept in psychology called denial. And this is a defense mechanism where a person will reject or distort reality because the truth threatens the ego or identity they built for themselves.
So I've already covered this, right? And we're here obviously to talk about my new book. So I've earned the title. I have multiple degrees, and I'm not going to prove anything to anybody. And we're going to leave it just as that. Yeah.
Dr. Cheyenne Bryant.
Baby, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant.
And that's where, and you're standing.
No, she's not dapping you up. You see the hesitation before the high five she tried to throw up there? She's like, yeah. No, she's like Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. She left her hanging for a minute there.
Dr. Cheyenne Bryant.
Baby, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant.
And that's where, and you're standing by that.
Standing by it. Yeah, because I earned it. Absolutely.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you. I know you're going to hang around. And
I want to thank you for asking the hard questions.
Well, I appreciate that. You know, I'm a journalist with 2 degrees at the end of the day.
Many?
And so I...
Uh-oh. Caught that shade. Uh-oh. Damn. Told you black women ain't each other's friends, man. God damn, that was slick.
Okay, so the Cheyenne Bryant.
She had to hit her with the come again? Fuck.
Bryant saga continues. She's not willing to lay down just yet. She has a book to launch, y'all. And Cheyenne Bryant stopped by Fox 5.
God almighty.
DC. If you know anything about the DMV, we don't play with the false credentials, the faking of the education. She does not quite want to answer the question yet, but she is forced to make another statement. She told us on the Breakfast Club interview that she wasn't going to talk about it anymore, but she's still getting these questions. And I think she should get that pressure. Every podcast, every sit-down interview she does from here on out until we get to the bottom of this. Do you have a doctorate or a master's degree, ma'am? Because now the master's degree is also in question. I've been talking about this for 2 years. It's a force of habit right now. So please forgive me in advance if I refer to the woman formerly known as Dr. Cheyenne Bryant as Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. It's a force of habit. I apologize. Cheyenne from now on. Which, by the way, there's nothing wrong with her just being Cheyenne, the life coach. Like, I don't understand why she has to fight the inevitable. But unfortunately, she hard-headed. And what they say, hard head makes a soft ass.
Y'all gotta get this book. You guys made Mental Detox, my first book, a bestseller. I know we can run these numbers up. We gotta do it again, y'all.
That's life coach and Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. And she is here now, so come on in and congratulations on your latest.
Thank you
Gorgeous.
so much.
Have a
Thank
seat.
you.
Thanks for coming live in studio.
I'm gonna add this to your book.
Oh, please
collection,
do. Please do. And
honey.
I've read your book.
Yes.
Is it, how many have you?
This is my
The
second book.
second
My
book.
first one, Mental Detox, is also a bestseller.
Wow. So for many, they know who you are.
Yes.
For others, this may be an introduction.
Yeah.
So you often talk about, and you talk about it in your book, going from the hood to the hills.
Yes, baby.
How has your life informed your journey and what you share?
Oh gosh, I talk about it in my book, Live Your Promise, how, growing up in the inner city as a young girl, the oldest of 7, the product of teenage parents, had an extremely, extremely loving, tight-knit family, but the environment sometimes was dysfunctional and toxic. And so growing up in that, knowing that, look, I don't know where I want to go, but I know I got to get the heck up out of here. I always say sometimes it's not where you're going that gets you there, it's what you're running from.
What is she running from? That
It is
is
ignoring
so
her whole message. Ain't
ironic
that crazy?
right now. What are you running from right now is the question.
Have a goal to get me and my family out of this, but to come back and give back and provide resources to the inner city. And so I say, I went from the hood to the hills by the grace of God. And as the Bible says, it was good for me that I was afflicted. So my afflictions created a certain muscle, a vertical backbone, and a character in me that allows me to withstand the storm. And the wilderness is what I talk about in my book. And we all have a wilderness that happens every time before you enter into your promised land. It precedes the promised land, which is you living in your promise.
Yeah, you share those biblical scriptures and stories as well, words of affirmation, even pages where you basically urge the reader.
Quick, how many of y'all think she's gonna do a quick hook turn into the ministry at some point here? That's what it sounded like, because I'm hearing a lot of scriptures out of Cheyenne Bryant. Like she's this pious figure. Her fallback plan is the ministry, y'all.
There's a lot of things that you just have to learn by experiencing it.
Actually,
and
her fallback plan is guys like yourself, Fawcett. Manosphere cats. That's her fallback plan. Y'all niggas gonna soak this shit up. Y'all gonna eat it up like it's top ramen noodles. Let's get it.
Wilderness is so important because the wilderness is giving you experience. You're learning on the job. Relationships, marriages also have a wilderness season. It's not kumbaya the entire relationship. So when you all are in the wilderness, that means you're learning yourself, you're learning the relationship, and you're learning how to love on each other. The Bible says love each other by knowledge. The knowledge piece is your recipe. It's not about giving them what you want them to have. It's let me give you what serves you. I'll land on this. Marriage is a service position. Can you serve? Can you serve the person or not serve yourself? That's what it's about.
Yeah. I have to ask you this. I have a segment here called Motivation with Marissa. And I know you're a motivator for many people. And oftentimes when you have that role, that moniker, you're the strong friend.
Yeah.
So I got to check in on strong friends. I want to check in with you because you've gone viral recently. People questioning your credentials, whether you should even be giving advice that you're giving. How are you doing, particularly within the last few days?
Thank you for asking that. I love that. I'm actually doing really good.
That's so messed up.
I don't know.
That's so messed up to try to dress, that's fucked up and untherapeutic. That's so messed up to try to dress up a setup question as genuine help. Are you okay? And blah, blah, blah. Girl, you asking that question with deadly intention.
Person who has received this amount of free marketing. It couldn't have happened in a better time for my book that just, launched a couple days ago, and within.
Wow, did you hear that? She immediately reverted to this is good publicity for her book.
It actually
I told you about that financial incentive, the financial motive she has. But this also indicates some type of other, naturally somebody who is being scrutinized for their credentials.
Like, why do people think you got to go out of your way to scam them? Do you know how much people that want to be scammed? What's up? Like, people aren't dumb. Like, I would like you and a lot of people would hope to think that a lot of people have common sense. You really don't have to go out of your way to scam nobody, especially if everybody's on alert to be scammed. Some people just genuinely are into people in their story. Got nothing to do with scamming. They just follow her. They like her for other reasons. Oh, she's bad. Okay. Do she need a degree? A lot of people don't give a damn. Crazy as cat.
Credentials would take pause and be like, hold up, let me evaluate things and see why people are saying that and address that within myself. And you're supposed to be a psychology expert and therapist.
You said you should go live and do a review when Pitchfork drops their review article for Iceman and the other 2 albums. I probably would. That's a good idea. I was gonna I just switched topics though. 5.5 hours in. I was gonna do it, but I'm gonna do it over on Rumble. That way I can play the album. We could probably, I can pull up the lyrics. We could decode some stuff. Cause I also want to go over Isaiah Rashad's album also. And then what's the other guy? Screwface said something. And then I want to do go over like Fantano's reaction. Them people were fake as hell too with this whole Drake thing. But hey, it is what it is.
It's a life coach. You're supposed to be a coach. I think she needs an evaluation. And that's the sad thing about this. She is the one in need of an evaluation at this point.
It couldn't have happened in a better time for my book that just, launched a couple days ago. And within 24 hours, we made the bestsellers list, not only for print, but for the ebook. And so that's...
And all these fools out here buying the book, I get being curious to see what's in there after all these revelations. But if you choose to follow the words of this lady, and she told you it's not important for her to be a doctor and or a professional licensed therapist, you deserve what you get.
Very exciting. Also, I know a couple of things. There's promises that God has for us. He says that all, not some, all things are working for your good. He also says that not to get weary in well-doing. And he says that I give you much territory, and your job is to possess it, and my job as God is to protect it. I protect what I give you. And so when territory is
Pastor Cheyenne here.
Expanded, God says that the cross gets heavier. And if you cannot carry a heavy cross for the expansion of the territory I gave you, then guess what? Maybe you're not ready, because to whom much is given, much is required. And so it's important for people who are in service, in leadership positions, to not personalize, right? When you have folks who come in and attempt to crucify what you have going on, because your job...
She's being crucified.
Now she knows she's slickly talking to the lady across from her. She's like, okay. That lady in her mind pondering. She in her mind pondering. She like, all right, okay. Okay, now the gloves are off. We just gonna go straight for your credentials.
Fine now. That's really what she thinks? Dog, people had the best of intentions for this woman. They really gave her a pass. Like, I'm looking at people that normally wouldn't fall for somebody like herself, and she's thinking that she's being crucified. She needs to stop playing with God like this too.
Job is to not get weary in your service. And I'll land on this. My obedience is to God, not to people. And so as long as I'm in his will and I'm serving and I'm doing his, his word, my sheep will know my voice. Even the sheep in wolf clothing. That is not my battle.
With the questions that are out there, why not?
She just called y'all sheep. It's more like sheep being led to slaughter.
With the questions that are out there, why not provide the proof of your degree? Why not?
Well, a couple of things, right? I have multiple degrees, and my thing is that my proof isn't something that I have to prove to individuals. My proof is already within my degrees, and also more than just my titles, it's in how effective I've been. All of my sessions have been live for the most part. My sessions with Nick Cannon, Cam Newton, Shannon Sharp, B. Simone, they have all been for the world to see, right? So no one knew who Dr. Bryant was prior to seeing all of my sessions that were live. And they deemed it.
Now, did they consent to have a live session? It doesn't sound like it. Cam Newton did not, I'm pretty sure did not consent to have a live session in that first interview. That is the malpractice that all these professional people have come out here and said that she is displaying. And the fact that she doesn't have a license, that everybody was saying she didn't need a license. You remember everybody was arguing she didn't need a license. This is why she needs a license. If she caused harm, and I'm talking about when her sessions with Ray J, somebody said if she does a session with somebody as a coach with bipolar disorder or PTSD, she's causing more harm than she actually is doing good. And that's a crying shame. You need to stop playing doctor right now, because you are potentially causing harm. And we all saw it from the door.
You're already on YouTube.
As well as I did before they did it. They can't validate me. I validated myself. They deemed it as my work being effective. I am effective at what I do. I'm educated and I'm successful in my lane, and I land on this. I created my own lane. And so a lot of times, Marissa, when people see that you created something that maybe they couldn't, admiration turns into envy. And you got to be okay. And you just got to be okay with that.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a shot at Dr. Raquel. Why are you shooting at Dr. Raquel again? Dr. Raquel actually did something that you didn't do, that you didn't take the time to do. She actually went and completed her doctorate. She actually works with the community that she's working for. Now, I don't know all of Dr. Raquel's work, but that was a direct accusation that somehow Dr. Raquel isn't as popular. Somehow Cheyenne is somehow more valuable. Man, I'm telling you, Dr. Raquel needs to get more bookings after this, because this is part of the problem here. We're dealing with, don't get me up here to diagnosing, but starting to see some symptoms of some serious personality disorders in this woman.
And as an attack, but I think, and I've gotten this question from many viewers, and I owe it to them, in service to
Absolutely.
them. Why not drop doctor from your name if you cannot bring forth the doctoral
Yeah, they want to face this woman so bad.
I've already covered this, right? And we're here obviously to talk about my new book. So I've earned the title. I have multiple degrees, and I'm not going to prove anything to anybody. And we're going to leave it just as that. Yeah.
Dr. Cheyenne Bryant.
Baby, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant.
And that's where, and you're standing.
No, she's not dapping you up. You see the hesitation before the high five she tried to throw up there?
She thought a slap was coming her way. That's what she thought.
Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. She left her hanging.
No, she thought a slap was coming. That's what the fuck she thought was coming.
For a minute there.
Dr. Cheyenne Bryant.
Baby, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant.
And that's where, and you're standing by that.
Standing by it, yeah, because I earned it. Absolutely.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you. I know you're going to hang around. And
I want to thank you for asking the hard questions.
Well, I appreciate that. You know, I'm a journalist with 2 degrees at the end of the day. And so
she had to, before she wrapped it up, she had to make sure she threw salt all up in that wound. Bro, bitches are the worst, bro. Listen.
No, she's like Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. She left her hanging for a minute there.
Dr. Cheyenne Bryant.
Baby, Dr.
Yeah, but this is the thing. I don't understand. Like, y'all don't give a fuck and women don't give a fuck. When the fuck did women have to have integrity? You know what I'm saying? It's to the point where I keep it so player. It's like, bro, why are you even looking forward to integrity from women? You know, it's cool if you find one that has one, 1,000%. But let's not play now. Not looking for no integrity. Now, what's really fucked up is that the majority of black women that do go to college, they don't finish. So that's why when one do finish, it is kind of like a slap to the face because, like, look, I busted my ass to be called some shit my husband don't give a fuck about, if I have one. It's amazing what a nigga would do for a ribbon, y'all. You know, what's going on, Dollar Washer? So I can get it, but damn. I thought it was sisters for life. Hell no. This ain't DX. All right, y'all hit the like button. Support the show, y'all. 5 hours and 40 minutes into the madness. Let's get it. It's player talk.
I am, Brian.
And that's where you're standing by that.
Standing by it, yeah.
So this is fucked up and cold. She had to sneak that one in before they went to commercial.
Because I earned it. Absolutely.
All right, well,
Yeah.
thank you.
No,
thank you. I know
thank
you're
you.
going to hang around and
I
want to
thank you for asking the hard questions.
Well, I have
I appreciate
to. You know,
that.
I'm a journalist with 2 degrees at the end of the
How
day,
many?
and so I.
Did you catch that? She really got them degrees. We really have them degrees. People who really have degrees don't have to do all this hemming and hawing about getting a transcript or getting a diploma. Like, get a picture of your diploma. Your dissertation.
Thank you for asking the hard questions.
Well, I have
I appreciate
to. You know,
that.
I'm a journalist with 2 degrees at the end of the
How
day,
many?
and so I had
How
2.
many? Come on, girl.
Yes, Northwestern and Emory
Come on, girl.
University. So I
There
had to
we
make
go.
sure I display that as
Yeah.
well as a journalist. So
Nothing
thank you
on
for
that.
coming and for hanging around. We're going to have some fun in
Of
just a little
course.
bit.
But all week she's been going through it. A lot of people have been hilarious on this topic. I'm glad that some people are admitting that black men deserved an apology about this, because we've been screaming from the mountaintops this whole time that this wasn't a real doctor. I think some of the responses are worth 2 years.
Now, they're going to be slow with that apology because the person that they would have to apologize to is Corey Holcomb. So they're going to have to wait for that apology. Shit.
Years talking about the same topic and trying to get this through a lot of thick skulls.
Like, I'm not understanding the hate and the backlash for Cheyenne Bryant. You know, she's a former classmate of mine, and you know, I too have my doctoral but my doctoral is in aviation, and I got it from Argosy, and I cannot get, you know, any of my transcripts or anything for employment purposes, but I was employed for, you know, years with Spirit.
I got a doctorate in
I did all of the aviation resources because you need a doctoral to hold that position. And like, really, can't nobody tell me what, you know, I ain't do. You know, I'm an expert in aviation and aviatorial matters.
In other words, y'all, she flies drones. She got a DJI drone.
Aviatorial studies.
It's really starting to feel like you guys is hating because y'all don't like to see, you know, a bitch shining. Like, and you know, I'm only going to go over it this one time, and that's just for my people. And like, you know, the rest of y'all, you know.
So all these haters out here talking trash, trying to keep a good black woman like Cheyenne down. This is comedy, man.
Okay, I'm gonna explain this one time and one time.
All right, these girls got titties. I'm just saying. IJS. That's, you know.
I'm only never
Hello,
again. I'm a doctor because I say I am. I break it down for you because
that's what it comes to. It is because I say I am. You know.
People in your community that don't quite comprehend the things that I'm speaking.
Okay.
I am psychologizing a lot of people with my knowledge and my knowledge alone. The reason I don't work within a licensure is because it would require me to diagnose you with bipolar schizophrenia. Do you want bipolar schizophrenia?
Oh, no.
That's what I thought. I was a part of a doctorology program. I completed the program and then the school burned down, okay? After the school burned down, only 3 transcripts were saved, and I was one of the 3. They were held by the mother of the originator of the school. That person died 2 weeks later, and no one has ever been able to find the transcripts after that. When you join my program, the first thing we make you do is dig a ditch. When you dig that ditch, we make you put your face in it and scream out your problems. That is unloading and unpacking. A lot of therapists don't do that. That's why my program is a little bit better, and you wouldn't get that if you had a license. But how do we know you're a doctor for real? You think they give this to everybody? The reason that you cannot find my dissertation, my research, is because it's actually part of my coaching program. You do have to actually sign up to be a part of my fandom. My Doc Squad, they know what's up. If you sign up for the newsletter, you actually get my dissertation. That's a part of the welcome package. Yeah.
Wow. I'm glad she explained that. I'm glad she explained that. Everything's very clear now for me. Makes a whole lot of sense.
So there's a concept in psychology called denial. And this is a defense mechanism where a person will reject or distort reality because the truth threatens the ego or identity they built for themselves. As a licensed psychologist,
all of these bitches are doctors and licensed. See, they just throw their credentials out there. Have you noticed you'll never see them sitting in like a room with like it framed on the back wall? Like even if it's just a regular dry ass wall, they usually frame their degrees behind them, but nobody has a bookshelf or a wall with it behind them. Okay. It's the same thing with them. But okay.
And I know other mental health professionals would agree with me. As we're watching this Cheyenne Bryant situation unfold, there's another layer going on, and we call that cognitive dissonance. That's the mental discomfort that happens when someone's reality conflicts with the story they've told themselves, the story they've told the world. And instead of correcting it, people will double down on the narrative that they've created because admitting the truth would require them to confront shame, loss, embarrassment, and even the collapse of the entire identity they've built for themselves. As a licensed clinical psychologist who spent years earning my doctorate, completing supervised training, and passing state licensure exams, I've honestly long had questions about her legitimacy because there's a language clinicians use, there's a depth of understanding, precision, and ethical responsibility that becomes second nature through training. And when someone repeatedly misuses terminology or speaks in ways that don't align with the foundational clinical knowledge you
Thank you. We've been saying this for the longest time.
Get from education and experience is going to raise flags for those of us who are actually legitimately in the field. And this is why credentials matter, not for ego, not for elitism, but because people are trusting you with their mental health, their trauma, their vulnerability, and their healing. And I mean, let's be for real. The woman clearly has the charisma, the communication skills, and the presence to have been able to build a platform without misleading the public about credentials she may not possess. People connect to confidence, relatability, storytelling, and delivery. She never needed to allegedly attach herself to a title that wasn't legitimately earned in order to have an impact. Our title should never be the sole thing that defines us. But for those of us who sacrifice years and years and years of study, clinical training, supervision, licensing, exam, and ethical accountability to legitimately earn those credentials, it's deeply unsettling to watch people attempt to hijack titles they never earned. It has nothing to do with
Ma'am, it's called stolen valor. Stolen valor. All right. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. You can support the show at $PTV 888. Can we at least get one more supporter? That's $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. That's PTV 888. $PTV 888. Or you can hit the PayPal. Links are in the chat. QR codes on the screen. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
jealousy. It has everything to do with ethics. You can have all the confidence in the world, and it doesn't mean you're competent. Confidence is not competence. A platform is not proof, and popularity is not professional qualification. We've got to do better, y'all.
Killed it. She killed it. Shout out to her. Yeah, I'd like to find out her information. She sounds like she's on the level, man. We need to start promoting some of these people who are actually trained professionals,
academia,
not charlatans that are out here perpetrating. You know, I thought this was interesting. This is from the horse's mouth, really. I want you to see this admission. Comments I saw in Cheyenne's comment section on Instagram. It says, if Dr. Dre can be a doctor, why can't Dr. Bryant? This is one of her doc fam, I'm guessing. I heard that they got their degree from the same school. And she responds, the same darn school. What's the problem? Did she get that honorary degree at the same school Dre got one? Like, that's interesting. Of course, you got the simp right up on with y'all are proud to woman. Get the hell out of here. Anyway, it's interesting that she's still trying to
y'all.
Maybe so if she just came out and said, you know what, I was capping this whole time. But one good thing that's come out of this is that we've trained professionals that maybe weren't getting as much attention as a Cheyenne Bryant. You know, I think it still needs to be, we still need to have a count.
When walking her degrees, you don't look like her. Let's just let the cat out the bag. Pussyfooting. No pun intended, you know.
Day and age. We've got so much going on in the world. We don't need people being led astray by folks that are unprofessional. Anyway, let me know what you think about it in the comments.
If you don't care. Can't lead somebody you wasn't really following anyway. Not for the reason that you think they're leading you. Well, all right. I'll probably go live a little bit later. Drake's already dominating the charts. Told y'all this is gonna happen. All right. I'll see you guys on the next one. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to LT Man for sponsoring today's show. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. If you guys are catching the replay, make sure to support. And definitely hit the like button and the hype button. It's Player Talk Radio. Peace.
Player Talk Radio with DJ Kuda, the hottest DJ in the manosphere. Let's get it.
before you swim too deep, too deep. You heard my voice through the fog, somewhere beyond the reach. Now your hands shaking on the ropes, trying not to follow me. I told you take care of yourself, eat slow, sleep well, breathe. But every time you get too close, you forget mortality. Pressure in your chest tonight, moon pulling at the sea. Every wave inside your mind, closing you to me. I sing like a siren, pull you where the tide bends. You drift further every night, till your name does say the same. Boy, don't lose yourself trying to love me too deep. But if you fall beneath the waves, I'll still pull you next to me, closer to me. Inside the room, your shadow floating on the ceiling like the ocean swallowed you. You say I calm the pressure down, but I'm the pressure too. Every kiss another current, every touch a deeper blue. Sailors tied themselves to silence, still they swam towards songs like mine. You can hear me through the water, even with your eyes closed tight. I sing like a siren, pull you where the tide bends. You drift further every night, till your name don't sound the same. Boy, don't lose yourself trying to love me too deep. But if you fall beneath the waves, I'll still pull you next to me, closer to me. Closer to me. Bermuda riptide, hold me where the clocks don't work right. Wave footprints all over your floor tonight. I don't wanna leave this dimension. Bermuda riptide, kiss me till the whole room rewind. Take me to the edge of the blue light. Boy, make me forget what reality is. Harder, water running in the background, TV. Glow flicker on your tattoos you keep saying stay still, but my soul keep drifting. I'm on elevator door, open like a portal in the dark. I swear every time we touch, another version of me falls apart. Yeah, slow motion rainfall, heavy on the window pane. You whisper something low, now my heartbeat sound chopped and screwed. Take me deeper than the battle rings, deeper than the old house memories. You got that downtown energy. Quiet storm, chemistry. Don't stop till my body go weightless. Don't stop till the ceiling starts shape-shifting. Don't wanna rich and up in a heat. Bermuda riptide, put me where the clocks don't work right. Where footprints all over your floor tonight. I don't wanna leave this dimension. Bermuda riptide, kiss me till the whole room rewind. Take me to the edge of the blue light. What make me forget what